Illinois governor caught on FBI wiretap trying to sell Barack Obama's vacant Senate seat, calling it F-ing golden. Rod Blagojevich was on the phone in his Chicago home talking to an advisor about the political opportunity of a lifetime. Barack Obama had just been elected President of the United States, which meant his Illinois Senate seat was vacant. And under Illinois law, the governor, Rod Blagojevich, had the sole authority to appoint Obama's replacement. Blagojevich understood what this meant: leverage, power, an asset he could trade for personal gain. On the phone, unaware that the FBI was recording every word, he laid out his thinking with remarkable clarity. "I've got this thing, and it's f***ing golden," Blagojevich said, his voice full of excitement and possibility. "And I'm just not giving it up for f***ing nothing. I'm not going to do it." He wasn't talking about doing what was best for Illinois. He wasn't discussing which candidate would best serve the people. He was calculating how much he could get for the appointment: a cabinet position for himself, a high-paying job, campaign contributions, maybe all of the above. It was December 2008, and Rod Blagojevich, the 40th governor of Illinois, was actively trying to auction off a United States Senate seat to the highest bidder, and he was doing it on phone lines that federal investigators had been tapping for months as part of a corruption investigation that had already ensnared multiple members of his administration. The audacity was stunning. The stupidity was almost incomprehensible. And when the FBI arrested Blagojevich at his home on December 9, 2008, just weeks after Obama's election, the recorded conversations became public, shocking a nation and reinforcing Illinois' well-earned reputation as perhaps the most corrupt state in America. Blagojevich would become the fourth of Illinois' last 10 governors to be convicted of crimes and sent to prison. But his case stood out for the sheer brazenness captured on those FBI recordings, a politician so openly corrupt, so convinced of his own invincibility, that he literally bragged about his schemes while federal agents listened in. The "f***ing golden" quote would become one of the most infamous lines in American political history, a perfect encapsulation of the rot at the heart of Illinois politics and the arrogance of a man who believed the rules didn't apply to him. He was wrong. But it would take years of legal battles, a criminal trial, an impeachment, 14 years of federal prison time, later reduced, and eventually a controversial presidential commutation before the Rod Blagojevich saga would finally end, if it has truly ended at all. The rise of Rod Blagojevich was born on December 10, 1956, in Chicago to Serbian immigrant parents. His father was a steelworker, and the family lived modestly on Chicago's northwest side. Young Rod was athletic and charismatic, boxing as a teenager and developing the people skills that would later serve him in politics. He attended Northwestern University, then Pepperdine University School of Law, graduating in 1983. He worked briefly as a prosecutor in the Cook County State's Attorney's Office before entering private practice. But law was never his true calling. Politics was. In 1992, Blagojevich ran for and won a seat in the Illinois House of Representatives. 4 years later, he successfully ran for the U.S. House of Representatives, winning Illinois' 5th congressional district seat. He served 3 terms in Congress, building a profile as a moderate Democrat with populist tendencies. His political rise was aided significantly by his marriage to Patty Mell, daughter of Chicago Alderman Richard Mell, a powerful figure in Chicago's political machine. The Mell connection gave Blagojevich access to Chicago's Democratic establishment and the fundraising networks necessary for higher office. In 2002, Blagojevich ran for governor of Illinois. He campaigned as a reformer, promising to clean up Illinois politics, a promise that would later seem bitterly ironic. He won the election, becoming Illinois' first Democratic governor in 26 years. Blagojevich's governorship began with high hopes, but quickly became mired in controversy. He was charismatic and media-savvy, comfortable on camera, and skilled at retail politics. He championed populist causes like expanding health care coverage and raising the minimum wage. But he also developed a reputation for being imperious, vindictive, and obsessed with raising campaign money. His relationship with the Illinois legislature deteriorated rapidly. Lawmakers from both parties complained that he refused to negotiate in good faith, that he governed by press conference rather than collaboration, and that he seemed more interested in national media attention than in the mundane work of state governance. Behind the scenes, Blagojevich was also allegedly running what federal prosecutors would later describe as a political corruption crime spree, shaking down everyone from children's hospital executives to racetrack owners for campaign contributions in exchange for state action. By 2008, multiple members of his administration had been indicted or convicted of corruption. Federal investigators were closing in. But Blagojevich, displaying either remarkable confidence or stunning denial, continued to operate as if he were untouchable. And then Barack Obama was elected president, creating the opportunity Blagojevich saw as effing golden. The Senate seat scheme. When Barack Obama won the presidency on November 4, 2008, it triggered a constitutional process. His Senate seat would become vacant on January 20, 2009, when he took the oath of office as president. Under Illinois law, the governor had the sole authority to appoint someone to fill that vacancy until a special election could be held. For most governors, this would be a solemn responsibility, choosing someone qualified to represent Illinois in the U.S. Senate, someone who could build on Obama's legacy and serve the state's interests. For Rod Blagojevich, it was a business opportunity. The FBI wiretaps captured Blagojevich and his advisors openly discussing how to leverage the appointment for maximum personal benefit. The conversations, later transcribed and filed in court documents, read like dialogue from a mob movie. Except these were elected officials discussing one of the most prestigious political appointments in America. In one conversation, Blagojevich discussed several options. Option 1. Trade the appointment for a cabinet position. Blagojevich talked about appointing himself to the Senate seat or trading the appointment to someone in exchange for Obama appointing him as Secretary of Health and Human Services. He seemed genuinely to believe Obama would make such a deal. Option 2. Trade it for a high-paying private sector job. Blagojevich discussed having someone arrange a lucrative position for him at a union or organization in exchange for appointing their preferred candidate to the Senate. Option 3. Trade it for campaign contributions. This was perhaps the most straightforward corruption. Appoint whoever would funnel the most money to his campaign coffers. Option 4. Appoint someone wealthy who would contribute to him. Blagojevich discussed appointing a wealthy individual on the condition they would bankroll his future political campaigns. In the recordings, Blagojevich comes across as both corrupt and delusional. He genuinely seemed to believe that the Senate appointment was his to sell, that Obama's team would negotiate with him, and that he could convert this public responsibility into personal gain without consequences. "I want to make money," Blagojevich said in one recorded call. In another, he complained about his financial situation, noting that he could make more money in the private sector and implying that public service should come with compensating opportunities for enrichment. The wiretaps captured Blagojevich rejecting candidates who wouldn't provide sufficient value in return. "I'm not going to do it for fucking nothing," he said repeatedly. The Senate seat was an asset to be monetized, not a public trust to be honored. What Blagojevich didn't know, or chose to ignore, was that every word was being recorded by the FBI, building an airtight criminal case against him. The other schemes. While the Senate seat plot captured the most headlines, the criminal complaint against Blagojevich detailed a pattern of corruption stretching back years and involving multiple schemes. The Children's Hospital shakedown. Blagojevich allegedly withheld approval of $8 million in state funding for Children's Memorial Hospital in Chicago because the hospital's CEO hadn't made a $50,000 campaign contribution that Blagojevich had requested. When the CEO continued to refuse, Blagojevich delayed the funding. Only after sustained pressure did he finally approve it, and even then he and his advisors discussed ways to punish the hospital for the CEO's refusal to contribute. The scheme was particularly odious because it involved children's health care, using sick children as leverage to extort political donations. The racetrack extortion. Blagojevich allegedly demanded that the owner of a horse racing track make campaign contributions and arrange for someone to contribute $100,000 to Blagojevich's campaign. In exchange, Blagojevich would sign legislation favorable to the racing industry. When contributions weren't forthcoming fast enough, Blagojevich threatened to veto the legislation. The Tribune interference. Blagojevich allegedly tried to pressure the Chicago Tribune to fire editorial board members who had been critical of him, threatening to withhold state assistance for the Tribune Company's sale of Wrigley Field if the paper didn't comply. This scheme involved using state power to punish press criticism, a particularly troubling abuse of authority. The tollway scheme. Blagojevich allegedly discussed awarding a $1.8 billion tollway contract to a particular firm in exchange for campaign contributions of $500,000. These weren't isolated incidents, but part of a systematic approach to governance, identifying who needed something from the state, then demanding contributions or other benefits in exchange for doing his job. It was a shakedown operation masquerading as government. The arrest. At 6:15 a.m. on December 9, 2008, just 35 days after Barack Obama's election and while Obama was still president-elect, FBI agents knocked on the door of Rod Blagojevich's home on Chicago's North Side and arrested him. Also arrested was John Harris, Blagojevich's chief of staff, charged with participating in the schemes. Both men were taken into federal custody and charged with conspiracy to commit mail and wire fraud and solicitation of bribery. The arrest sent shockwaves through Illinois and national politics. U.S. Attorney Patrick Fitzgerald held a press conference that same day to announce the charges and outline the allegations. Fitzgerald's presentation was damning and at times seemed to express genuine outrage at what the investigation had uncovered. The conduct would make Lincoln roll over in his grave, Fitzgerald said, referencing Illinois's most famous political figure. He described Blagojevich's alleged schemes as representing a truly new low in corruption. But it was the actual content of the wiretaps, revealed in the criminal complaint filed that day, that made the case explosive. The effing golden quote appeared in the complaint, and when it was reported in the media, it became an instant cultural touchstone, the perfect encapsulation of brazen political corruption. News organizations initially censored the profanity, printing F-ing golden or bleeping the word in broadcasts. But everyone knew what Blagojevich had said, and the phrase became shorthand for his whole scandal. Blagojevich's initial response was defiant. He proclaimed his innocence, insisted he had done nothing wrong, and suggested he was being targeted for political reasons. In a press conference held shortly after his arrest, he quoted Rudyard Kipling, "If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs." The spectacle of a sitting governor quoting poetry after being arrested for trying to sell a Senate seat was surreal, but it was vintage Blagojevich, who seemed to believe he could charm or bluster his way out of any situation. The impeachment. While the criminal case moved forward through the federal courts, Illinois faced an immediate political crisis. The state was being governed by a man under federal indictment for corruption. The Illinois General Assembly decided they couldn't wait for the criminal trial to resolve the situation. On January 8, 2009, the Illinois House of Representatives voted 114-1 to impeach Governor Rod Blagojevich, one of the most lopsided impeachment votes in American history. The sole vote against impeachment came from Blagojevich's sister-in-law, State Representative Deborah Mell. The articles of impeachment cited Blagojevich's abuse of power, including the schemes alleged in the federal criminal complaint. The impeachment wasn't about whether Blagojevich would be convicted in federal court, it was about whether he could continue to govern while facing such serious charges. The impeachment trial in the Illinois Senate began on January 26, 2000. Blagojevich initially refused to participate, calling the proceedings a kangaroo court and claiming he couldn't get a fair hearing. He appeared on numerous national media outlets, including The View and The Today Show, to proclaim his innocence and criticize the impeachment process. Eventually, Blagojevich did appear at his impeachment trial to deliver a closing statement. In a dramatic, rambling address, he defended his record as governor, insisted he had broken no laws, and compared himself to historical figures who had been wrongly accused. It was vintage Blagojevich, theatrical, self-aggrandizing, and ultimately unconvincing. On January 29, 2009, the Illinois Senate voted unanimously, 59-0, to convict Blagojevich and remove him from office. The Senate also voted to bar him from ever holding state office in Illinois again. Lieutenant Governor Pat Quinn was immediately sworn in as Illinois's 41st governor. Rod Blagojevich's governorship was over, but his legal troubles were just beginning. The criminal trials. Blagojevich's criminal case would stretch over 2 trials and nearly 3 years before finally reaching a conclusion. The first trial, June-August 2010. Blagojevich's first federal trial began in June 2010 in U.S. District Court in Chicago, with Judge James Zagel presiding. The trial lasted 2 months and featured testimony from numerous witnesses and the playing of extensive FBI wiretap recordings. The government's case was straightforward. The wiretaps spoke for themselves. Jurors heard Blagojevich, in his own words, discussing how to extract value from the Senate appointment, how to pressure the Children's Hospital, and how to shake down campaign contributions. The defense argued that the wiretaps captured aggressive political horse trading, but not actual crimes, that Blagojevich's statements reflected political calculations and fundraising strategies that, while perhaps unseemly, weren't illegal. They claimed he never actually accepted anything in exchange for official acts and that his discussions were protected political speech. Blagojevich did not testify in the first trial, a strategic decision by his lawyers who feared he would perform poorly under cross-examination. On August 17, 2010, after deliberating for 14 days, the jury announced they were deadlocked on all but one count. They convicted Blagojevich of lying to the FBI during an interview early in the investigation, but they couldn't reach unanimous verdicts on the 23 other counts, including the most serious charges related to the Senate seat. It was a mistrial, a partial victory for Blagojevich, who proclaimed vindication, but also a clear signal that federal prosecutors would retry him. The second trial, May-June 2011. The government retried Blagojevich beginning in May 2011, this time streamlining their case and focusing on the strongest evidence. Crucially, this time, Blagojevich took the stand in his own defense, a decision that would prove catastrophic. Blagojevich testified for 7 days, attempting to explain away the incriminating statements captured on the wiretaps. He claimed his discussions about the Senate seat were just brainstorming, that he never intended to actually trade the appointment for personal gain, and that he was simply exploring his options as any politician would. Under cross-examination by Assistant U.S. Attorney Reid Schar, Blagojevich's testimony fell apart. Schar methodically played wiretap excerpts and asked Blagojevich to explain what he had meant by various statements. Blagojevich's explanations often strained credulity, and his attempts at charm and self-justification were thin as the cross-examination continued day after day. On June 27, 2011, after deliberating for 9 days, the jury returned guilty verdicts on 17 of 20 counts, including wire fraud, attempted extortion, conspiracy to commit extortion, conspiracy to solicit bribes, extortion conspiracy. The convictions covered the Senate seat scheme, the Children's Hospital shakedown, the racetrack extortion, and other corrupt acts. The jury acquitted Blagojevich on 1 count and deadlocked on 2 others. Blagojevich, who had been free on bond throughout both trials, now faced significant prison time. He had been convicted of serious federal crimes, and federal sentencing guidelines suggested a lengthy sentence. The sentencing. On December 7, 2011, Judge James Zagel sentenced Rod Blagojevich to 14 years in federal prison, one of the longest sentences ever imposed on a former governor for corruption. In his sentencing statement, Judge Zagel noted that Blagojevich had engaged in extensive corruption over many years, that he had shown no genuine remorse, and that he had used the powers of his office for personal enrichment. The judge rejected the defense's arguments for a lenient sentence, noting that Blagojevich's crimes had undermined public trust in government and warranted substantial punishment. "When it is the governor who goes bad, the fabric of Illinois is torn and disfigured," Judge Zagel said. "The people of Illinois are entitled to honesty in their government and their representatives." Before sentencing, Blagojevich addressed the court, offering what he characterized as an apology. He said he took responsibility for his actions and acknowledged he had made mistakes. But his statement, while more contrite than his previous public comments, still seemed to suggest he didn't fully grasp the seriousness of his crimes or accept that he had truly done wrong. Rod Blagojevich was ordered to report to federal prison on February 16, 2012, to begin serving his sentence. U.S. Senator convicted after FBI found gold bars, cash stuffed in jacket pockets, and a Mercedes-Benz used as bribes. When FBI agents executed a search warrant at Senator Robert Menendez's home in Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, on June 16, 2022, they found evidence so brazen it seemed like something from a mafia movie, not the residence of a United States senator. Gold bars, stacks of them, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, hidden in closets and drawers. Cash. Over $480,000 in bills, stuffed into envelopes, shoved into jacket pockets, hidden in boots and safe deposit boxes. A Mercedes-Benz convertible parked in the garage, a luxury gift from a businessman seeking favors. And documents, lots of documents, linking Menendez to a scheme to use his powerful position on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to benefit the government of Egypt in exchange for bribes, making him not just a corrupt politician, but an unregistered foreign agent operating at the highest levels of American government. The photos that prosecutors would later introduce at trial told a story more clearly than any testimony could. Senator Menendez, standing in his closet, smiling, surrounded by gold bars that represented bribes paid for his influence. Envelopes of cash with the fingerprints of the Egyptian-American businessmen who had bribed him. A paper trail documenting how Menendez had provided sensitive U.S. Embassy information to Egyptian officials in exchange for those gold bars and that cash. It was corruption so obvious, so documented, so thoroughly evidenced, that it seemed impossible he could talk his way out of it. But Robert Menendez had done it before. His first federal corruption trial in 2015 had ended in a mistrial when jurors couldn't reach a unanimous verdict. He had survived that ordeal and returned to the Senate, perhaps believing he was invincible. This time would be different. On July 16, 2024, a federal jury convicted Menendez on all 16 counts against him, including bribery, honest services fraud, extortion, obstruction of justice, and, most damning, acting as a foreign agent of the Egyptian government while serving as a U.S. Senator and chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He became the first sitting U.S. Senator ever convicted of acting as a foreign agent. On January 29, 2025, he was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison, a stunning fall from power for someone who had been one of the most influential voices in American foreign policy. The gold bars, the cash, the Mercedes. These weren't abstractions or metaphors for corruption. They were physical objects, photographed and presented to a jury. Tangible proof that Senator Robert Menendez had sold his office and betrayed his country for personal enrichment. The rise of Bob Menendez. Robert Menendez was born on January 1, 1954, in New York City to Cuban immigrants who had fled Castro's Cuba. He grew up in Union City, New Jersey, in a tenement building, experiencing firsthand the struggles of working-class immigrant families. He was bright and ambitious, attending St. Peter's College and Rutgers Law School. Rather than pursuing a lucrative legal career, Menendez was drawn to politics, seeing it as a way to help his community and rise to influence. His political career began in 1982 when he was elected to the Union City Board of Education. He then served as Union City Mayor from 1986 to 1992, building a reputation as an effective administrator and skilled politician. He was elected to the New Jersey General Assembly in 1987, then to the U.S. House of Representatives in 1992, representing New Jersey's 13th Congressional District. Menendez was a rising star in Democratic politics, charismatic, media-savvy, and connected to both New Jersey's political machine and the National Party apparatus. In 2006, when Senator Jon Corzine resigned to become New Jersey's governor, Corzine appointed Menendez to fill the vacant Senate seat. Menendez won election to a full term later that year and was re-elected in 2012 and 2018. By 2013, Menendez had risen to become chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, one of the most powerful positions in Congress. The committee oversees U.S. foreign policy, approves arms sales, confirms ambassadors, and shapes America's relationships with countries around the world. It was a position of immense influence and immense opportunity for someone willing to abuse that power for personal gain. Menendez cultivated an image as a principled voice on foreign policy, particularly regarding Cuba, given his heritage, the Middle East, and human rights. He positioned himself as tough on authoritarian regimes and as a champion of democratic values abroad. But behind this public image, prosecutors would later allege Menendez was using his position for personal enrichment, leveraging his power over foreign policy to benefit himself and his associates. The first corruption trial, 2015. Menendez's 2024 conviction wasn't his first brush with federal corruption charges. In 2015, he was indicted on charges related to his relationship with Dr. Salomon Melgen, a Florida ophthalmologist who was also a major Democratic donor. The indictment alleged that Menendez had accepted nearly $1 million in gifts and campaign contributions from Melgen, including private jet trips to the Dominican Republic, luxury vacations, and cash contributions. In exchange, prosecutors claimed Menendez had used his Senate position to advocate for Melgen's personal and business interests, including intervening with the State Department on behalf of Melgen's girlfriend's visa application and with Medicare officials over billing disputes. The 2017 trial lasted nearly 3 months and featured extensive evidence and testimony, but ultimately the jury deadlocked, unable to reach unanimous verdicts on any of the charges. The judge declared a mistrial, and in January 2018, the Justice Department announced it would not retry Menendez. Menendez proclaimed vindication, though the mistrial was not an acquittal. It simply meant that one trial had failed to produce a conviction. The Senate Ethics Committee later severely admonished Menendez for his conduct, finding that he had violated Senate rules even if his actions didn't constitute criminal violations beyond a reasonable doubt. Menendez returned to the Senate and reclaimed his position as ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee and later chairman again when Democrats regained the Senate majority in 2021. He had survived what should have been a career-ending scandal. Perhaps that survival made him believe he was untouchable. Perhaps it convinced him he could continue to engage in corrupt activities without facing consequences. Whatever the reason, prosecutors would later allege that Menendez didn't learn from his near miss with federal prison. Instead, he continued and even escalated his corrupt conduct. The Egypt scheme. The corrupt scheme that would finally bring down Menendez began around 2018 and involved 3 New Jersey businessmen with ties to Egypt: Wael Will Hanna, Fred Dibas, and Jose Uribe. The players, Wael Hanna was an Egyptian-American businessman who founded a company called ISEG Halal, which had obtained a lucrative monopoly on certifying that meat exported from the U.S. to Egypt was halal, permissible under Islamic law. This monopoly was granted by the Egyptian government and was worth millions of dollars. Fred Dibas was a New Jersey real estate developer who had pleaded guilty to bank fraud in 2018 and was awaiting sentencing. He needed help. Specifically, he wanted Menendez to use his influence to get him a favorable outcome. Jose Uribe was an insurance broker who needed help with a New Jersey criminal investigation into his business associate. All 3 men had something in common. They needed a powerful politician to help them, and they were willing to pay for that help. And Menendez, according to prosecutors, was willing to sell his services. The bribes. Between 2018 and 2022, Menendez and his wife Nadine, whom he married in 2020, allegedly accepted over $500,000 in bribes from the three businessmen. The bribes took several forms. Gold bars, Hanna and Dybaz provided Menendez with gold bars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Prosecutors would later trace these specific bars back to Dybaz through serial numbers, proving they were gifts rather than legitimate purchases. Cash. The businessmen provided over $480,000 in cash, much of it stuffed in envelopes and hidden around Menendez's home. Some of the cash was found in the pockets of Menendez's jackets, others in boots in his closet. Mercedes-Benz. Uribe arranged to purchase a luxury Mercedes-Benz convertible worth over $60,000 for Nadine Menendez, complete with custom license plates. Mortgage payments. Some of the cash was allegedly used to help Menendez pay down his mortgage and cover other personal expenses. In exchange for these bribes, prosecutors alleged Menendez used his power as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to benefit the Egyptian government and his co-conspirators, providing sensitive information. Menendez allegedly provided Hanna, who passed it to Egyptian officials, with sensitive information about the staffing at the U.S. Embassy in Cairo, including the number and nationalities of employees. This information could have been used by Egyptian intelligence services to identify potential intelligence targets or vulnerabilities. Facilitating arms sales. Menendez allegedly took actions to help facilitate U.S. military aid and arms sales to Egypt, despite human rights concerns that other senators and State Department officials had raised about the Egyptian government's authoritarian practices. Ghostwriting a letter. Menendez allegedly ghostwrote a letter on behalf of Hanna's company to Egyptian officials, using his Senate position to help Hanna maintain his lucrative halal certification monopoly. Interference in prosecutions. Menendez allegedly attempted to interfere with the state prosecution of Uribe's associate and tried to pressure the New Jersey Attorney General's office to drop the case. Helping Dybaz. Menendez allegedly took actions to help Dybaz's real estate business and attempted to influence the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding Dybaz's sentencing for his previous fraud conviction. The scheme wasn't subtle. Menendez was using one of the most powerful positions in Congress, chairman of the committee that oversees U.S. foreign policy, to benefit a foreign government in exchange for gold bars and cash. He was, prosecutors would argue, a foreign agent operating within the U.S. Senate. The FBI raid on June 16, 2022, FBI agents executed search warrants at Menendez's home in Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, and at his Senate office in Washington. The searches were part of a federal investigation that had been ongoing for months, involving surveillance, wiretaps, and cooperation from witnesses. What agents found at Menendez's home was stunning. Gold bars, 13 gold bars worth approximately $150,000, hidden in various locations around the house. Each bar weighed about 1 kilogram and was stamped with serial numbers that investigators would later trace back to Fred Dybaz. Cash. Over $480,000 in cash found in various locations. Envelopes of cash in a closet, some bearing Dybaz's fingerprints. Cash stuffed into the pockets of Menendez's jackets hanging in the closet. Cash hidden in boots. Cash in safe deposit boxes. The Mercedes, the 2019 Mercedes-Benz S-Class convertible worth over $60,000, registered to Nadine Menendez. Documents. Correspondence with Egyptian officials, texts and emails discussing the schemes, and other documents linking Menendez to the corrupt activities. The photographs taken during the search would later become crucial evidence at trial. The images of gold bars stacked in Menendez's home, of envelopes stuffed with cash, of luxury items, purchased with bribes, these visual representations of corruption were more powerful than any testimony could be. Menendez's initial response to the raid was defiant. In a statement, he suggested the investigation was politically motivated and that he had done nothing wrong. He framed himself as a victim of overzealous prosecutors who didn't understand how politics works. But the evidence was already building against him, and within months, federal prosecutors would bring charges, the indictment. On September 22, 2023, a federal grand jury in the Southern District of New York indicted Senator Robert Menendez, his wife Nadine, and businessman Wael Hanna Fred Dybez, and Jose Uribe on multiple corruption charges. The indictment was damning, laying out in detail the alleged bribery scheme and Menendez's actions to benefit Egypt and his co-conspirators. The charges included conspiracy to commit bribery, conspiracy to commit honest services, fraud, conspiracy to commit extortion under color of official right, bribery, honest services, wire fraud, extortion. In October 2023, prosecutors filed a superseding indictment adding even more serious charges. Conspiracy to act as a foreign agent, Menendez acting on behalf of Egypt. Acting as a foreign agent, obstruction of justice, for Menendez allegedly attempting to conceal the bribery scheme. The foreign agent charges were particularly significant. Federal law requires anyone acting as an agent of a foreign government to register with the Department of Justice. Menendez, as a U.S. Senator, was forbidden from acting as a foreign agent at all, yet prosecutors alleged he had done exactly that, providing sensitive information and advocacy for Egypt in exchange for bribes. Menendez pleaded not guilty and vowed to fight the charges. He initially resisted calls from fellow Democrats to resign from the Senate, though he did step down temporarily from his position as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. Senate Democratic Conference rules required him to do so while under indictment. The trial. The trial of Robert Menendez began on May 13, 2024, in federal court in Manhattan, with Judge Sidney Stein presiding. The trial would last 9 weeks and feature extensive documentary evidence, testimony from dozens of witnesses, and the infamous photographs of gold bars and cash. The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors built a methodical, detailed case. Showing the bribes. Prosecutors presented evidence of each gold bar, each envelope of cash, the Mercedes, and other items of value provided to Menendez and his wife. They traced the gold bars' serial numbers back to Fred Dybez and showed photographs of the cash found in Menendez's home, including some envelopes bearing Dybez's fingerprints. The corrupt acts. Prosecutors showed that Menendez had provided sensitive embassy information to Egyptian officials through Hana, had taken actions to facilitate arms sales to Egypt despite human rights concerns, had ghostwritten letters on behalf of Hana's company, and had attempted to interfere in state prosecutions. The quid pro quo. Through text messages, emails, phone records, and witness testimony, prosecutors established that the bribes were directly tied to specific official actions Menendez took. The timeline showed payments followed by actions and actions followed by more payments, a clear pattern of exchange. Witness testimony. Jose Uribe, who had pleaded guilty and was cooperating with the government, testified about the bribery scheme and his role in providing the Mercedes to Nadine Menendez. Other witnesses, including Egyptian officials and business people, provided testimony about Menendez's actions on behalf of Egypt. The documents. Prosecutors presented text messages between Menendez, Nadine, Hana, and Egyptian officials that showed coordination and communication about the schemes. The documents were explicit in ways that left little room for alternative interpretation. Expert testimony. Former U.S. officials testified about the sensitivity of the embassy information Menendez had provided and the damage such disclosures could cause to national security. Perhaps most damning were the photographs. The jury saw images of Senator Menendez standing in his closet, surrounded by gold bars. They saw stacks of cash stuffed into jacket pockets. They saw the luxury Mercedes. The visual evidence made the corruption tangible in a way that testimony alone couldn't achieve. The defense's case. Menendez's defense team faced an uphill battle given the photographic and documentary evidence. Their strategy focused on several arguments. No corrupt intent. The defense argued that Menendez's actions as a senator were legitimate exercises of his official duties, that he advocated for U.S.-Egypt relations because it was good policy, not because he was being bribed. They claimed the gold and cash were gifts from friends, not bribes for official acts. Nadine did it. The defense attempted to shift blame to Menendez's wife Nadine, suggesting she had been the intermediary with the businessmen and that Menendez wasn't fully aware of what she was doing. This strategy was controversial and seemed to damage Menendez's credibility. The gold was Nadine's. Defense attorneys claimed the gold bars belonged to Nadine, not to Menendez, and that she had brought them into the marriage. They suggested the gold was a cultural thing, that some people from Middle Eastern backgrounds keep gold as a form of savings. This argument struggled against the evidence showing the gold's recent purchase and its serial numbers tracing back to Debs. Coincidence, not corruption. The defense argued that the timing of payments and official acts was coincidental, that Menendez would have taken these actions anyway as part of his legitimate foreign policy work. He didn't testify. Menendez did not take the stand in his own defense, a strategic decision by his attorneys who likely feared he would perform poorly under cross-examination, especially given his sometimes combative personality and the difficulty of explaining away the gold bars and cash. The defense's case was undermined by the sheer volume and clarity of the evidence. It's one thing to argue about whether political advocacy crosses the line into corruption when the evidence is ambiguous. It's much harder when FBI photographs show gold bars stacked in your closet. The verdict. On July 16, 2024, after deliberating for approximately 12 hours over 3 days, the jury returned its verdict. Guilty on all 16 counts. The convictions included bribery acting as a foreign agent, wire fraud, extortion conspiracy, obstruction of justice. It was a complete victory for prosecutors and a total defeat for Menendez. The jury had rejected his defense entirely, finding that he had indeed sold his office for gold bars, cash, and a Mercedes-Benz, and that he had acted as an agent of the Egyptian government. Robert Menendez became the first sitting U.S. Senator in American history to be convicted of acting as a foreign agent. He joined a small, ignominious group of senators convicted of corruption while in office. Outside the courthouse, prosecutors expressed satisfaction with the verdict. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said, "This case has always been about corruption, plain and simple. Senator Menendez traded his office for gold bars, cash, and a luxury car. And now he's been held accountable." Nadine Menendez's conviction. Nadine Menendez was tried separately from her husband due to health issues that delayed her trial. Her trial concluded in July 2024, shortly after her husband's conviction, and she too was convicted on multiple corruption counts. In November 2024, Nadine was sentenced to 54 months, 4.5 years, in federal prison for her role in the bribery scheme. Prosecutors argued she had been a knowing and active participant, facilitating communications between her husband and the businessman, and personally benefiting from the bribes, including the Mercedes purchased for her. The convictions of both husband and wife underscored that this wasn't a case of a senator making questionable judgment calls. It was a family enterprise built on selling public office for private gain. The sentencing on January 29, 2025, Judge Sidney Stein sentenced Robert Menendez to 11 years in federal prison, 132 months. The sentence was substantial, reflecting the seriousness of the crimes and the betrayal of public trust they represented. In his sentencing statement, Judge Stein noted, "You were a United States Senator, one of 100 people elected to the highest legislative body in the land. You held a position of immense trust and responsibility. You chaired the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, giving you power over America's relationships with countries around the world. And you sold that power for gold bars and cash. You became a foreign agent for Egypt while serving in the United States Senate. This is corruption of the highest order, and it demands serious punishment." Prosecutors had asked for a sentence at the high end of the federal guidelines, arguing that Menendez had engaged in corruption over many years, had shown no remorse, and had endangered national security by providing sensitive information to foreign officials. The defense had asked for a more lenient sentence, citing Menendez's age, 70, his previous public service, and his lack of prior criminal convictions. They portrayed him as someone who had dedicated his life to public service and had made mistakes in judgment rather than acting with criminal intent. Judge Stein rejected the defense's arguments, finding that Menendez's years of public service made his crimes more serious, not less. He had been entrusted with power and had betrayed that trust systematically and for personal enrichment. Before sentencing, Menendez addressed the court briefly. He maintained his innocence and said he planned to appeal. He did not apologize or express remorse, and he continued to characterize himself as a victim of prosecutorial overreach. His statement seemed to irritate Judge Stein, who noted in his sentencing remarks that Menendez's refusal to accept responsibility was itself an aggravating factor warranting a longer sentence. Robert Menendez was ordered to surrender to federal prison authorities by March 15, 2025, to begin serving his sentence. However, as of February 2025, he has filed appeals and requested to remain free on bond pending those appeals, a request the court is still considering.
Legendary Louisiana governor, who famously quipped he could only lose if caught with by a dead girl or live boy, finally imprisoned for casino corruption. Edwin Edwards stood before the cameras during his 1983 gubernatorial campaign, confident and cocky as always, addressing rumors about his gambling and womanizing. A reporter asked if these scandals would cost him the election. Edwards, never one to shy from a provocative quote, delivered a line that would define his legacy. "The only way I can lose this election is if I'm caught in bed with either a dead girl or a live boy." The audience laughed. Edwards won the election in a landslide. And for years afterward, the quote would be cited as evidence of Edwards's charm, his political invincibility, and Louisiana voters' willingness to tolerate, even celebrate, a rogue politician who broke rules and got away with it. But Edwards' arrogance, his certainty that he could do whatever he wanted without consequences, would eventually catch up to him. It wouldn't be a dead girl or a live boy that brought him down. It would be something far more mundane. Casino licenses, bribery, extortion, and a massive federal investigation that captured Edwards on wiretap discussing his corrupt schemes. In May 2000, at age 73, Edwin Edwards, four-term Louisiana governor, one of the most colorful politicians in American history, a man who had survived multiple scandals and federal investigations, was convicted on 17 counts of racketeering, extortion, money laundering, mail fraud, and wire fraud. He was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison and ordered to pay millions in fines and forfeitures. The man who thought he was too smart and too popular to ever face justice would spend his 70s in federal prison, a stunning fall from power for someone who had once seemed untouchable. But even in disgrace, Edwards remained quintessentially himself. After serving 8 years in prison, he was released at age 83 and promptly married his prison pen pal, a woman 51 years his junior whom he had met while incarcerated. The couple starred in a reality TV show called The Governor's Wife, turning Edwards' post-prison life into entertainment. Edwin Edwards was never boring. He was charming, corrupt, brilliant, reckless, beloved, and criminal, often all at once. He embodied Louisiana politics at its most colorful and most corrupt, a reminder that charisma and charm can mask serious crimes, and that even in a state famous for tolerating political corruption, eventually the law can catch up with you, even if it takes decades. The early years. A Cajun politician, Edwin Washington. Edwards was born on August 7, 1927, in Marksville, Louisiana, in the heart of Cajun country. He grew up speaking French at home. He didn't learn English until he started school, and he would later leverage his Cajun heritage and bilingual ability to connect with Louisiana's French-speaking voters. Edwards served in the Navy during World War II, though the war ended before he saw combat. He attended Louisiana State University and then earned a law degree from LSU Law School in 1949. He practiced law in Crowley, Louisiana, building a reputation as a skilled attorney and beginning to develop political connections. His political career began in 1954 when he was elected to the Crowley City Council. In 1964, he was elected to the Louisiana State Senate, and in 1965, he won a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, representing Louisiana's 7th Congressional District. Edwards served in Congress for 7 years, building a profile as a charismatic, intelligent legislator who understood both policy details and political strategy. But his ambitions extended beyond Congress. He wanted to be governor of Louisiana. In 1971, Edwards ran for governor and won, becoming Louisiana's first Cajun governor in modern times and only the second Catholic governor since Reconstruction. He was 44 years old, energetic, and ready to transform Louisiana politics. The Edwards era, charisma and controversy. Edwin Edwards' governorship, he would serve 4 terms spanning from 1972-1980, 1984-1988, and 1992-1996, was marked by both genuine accomplishments and persistent allegations of corruption. The accomplishments? Edwards was, by most accounts, an effective governor in many ways. He modernized Louisiana's constitution in 1974, creating a new state constitution that streamlined government operations. He increased funding for education and infrastructure. He cultivated relationships with business leaders and brought economic development to Louisiana. He was a skillful negotiator and legislative tactician who could get bills passed. He appointed more black officials to government positions than any previous Louisiana governor, helping to integrate state government in the post-civil rights era. Edwards was undeniably intelligent, politically savvy, and capable of governing effectively when he chose to focus on policy rather than personal enrichment. The corruption. But Edwards was also, from early in his political career, dogged by allegations of corruption. He lived lavishly beyond what his government salary could support, raising questions about the sources of his income. He was a high stakes gambler who frequented Las Vegas casinos, often winning or losing tens of thousands of dollars in single trips. He allegedly used his position to steer state contracts to companies that paid him or his associates. He was investigated multiple times by federal authorities. Though he managed to avoid conviction for years, Edwards had a reputation for operating on the edge of legality. Some said he had mastered the art of corruption without technically breaking laws. Others said he broke laws constantly, but was skilled at avoiding evidence. His personal life was equally colorful. He married 3 times, had multiple mistresses, and never pretended to be anything other than what he was: a man who enjoyed gambling, women, and the high life. His honesty about his vices made him paradoxically more popular with many Louisiana voters, who appreciated that he didn't pretend to be a saint. The 1980s Trials and Survival. Edwin Edwards' first serious brush with federal prosecution came in the mid 1980s, when he was charged with mail fraud, racketeering, and other corruption charges related to his dealings with hospital and nursing home owners during his second and third terms as governor. The 1985 trial, Edwards and several associates were indicted on charges that they had received bribes and kickbacks from hospital owners seeking favorable treatment from the state. The trial in 1985 ended in a mistrial when the jury couldn't reach unanimous verdicts. Edwards proclaimed vindication and claimed the government was engaged in a political witch hunt. The 1986 trial. The government retried Edwards in 1986 on similar charges. This time, after a lengthy trial, the jury acquitted Edwards on all charges. It was a massive victory for Edwards and a stunning defeat for federal prosecutors. Edwards emerged from the trials with his reputation intact, at least among his supporters, who saw him as someone who played hardball politics but hadn't done anything worse than what other politicians did. His acquittal seemed to confirm his invincibility. He returned to practicing law and making money from various business ventures, but he couldn't stay away from politics. In 1991, Edwards ran for governor again, his fourth campaign for the office. The 91 election, vote for the crook. The 91 Louisiana gubernatorial election became one of the most notorious in American political history. Edwin Edwards faced off in the runoff against David Duke, a former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazi sympathizer who had somehow won the Republican nomination. Louisiana voters faced an impossible choice. Edwin Edwards, known to be corrupt but politically skilled and not a white supremacist, or David Duke, a literal Nazi. The campaign produced another of Louisiana's famous political bumper stickers. Vote for the crook, it's important. The message was clear. Edwards might be corrupt, but at least he wasn't a white supremacist. Edwards won in a landslide, receiving 61% of the vote. He returned to the governor's mansion for his fourth term, having survived scandals, federal trials, and a runoff against a Klansman. He seemed once again invincible. But this fourth term would be different. This time, Edwards' corruption would be so blatant, so well documented on federal wiretaps, that not even his charm or his loyal supporters could save him. The casino scheme. In 92, during Edwards' fourth term, the Louisiana legislature legalized riverboat gambling, casinos operating on boats on Louisiana's rivers and waterways. The new law required companies to obtain licenses from the state to operate these casinos, and the licensing process would be overseen by the governor's office and state regulators. For Edwin Edwards, the casino licensing process represented an opportunity. Companies desperate for lucrative casino licenses would be willing to pay for favorable treatment. And Edwards, never one to pass up a money-making opportunity, allegedly turned the licensing process into a shakedown operation. According to federal prosecutors, who would later charge Edwards, here's how the scheme worked. The players. Edwin Edwards, the governor with ultimate authority over state regulators and the licensing process, Stephen Edwards, Edwin's son, who allegedly served as a bagman and intermediary, Cecil Brown, a close Edwards associate who allegedly helped facilitate bribes, Andrew Martin, a businessman and Edwards' associate, various casino company representatives, including Eddie DeBartolo Jr., owner of the San Francisco 49ers, and executives from companies seeking licenses. The scheme, Edwards and his associates allegedly demanded payments from companies applying for casino licenses. The payments, sometimes characterized as consulting fees or investments but actually bribes, would ensure favorable treatment in the licensing process. Edwards allegedly promised companies that if they paid him and his associates, he would use his influence to ensure their applications were approved. He allegedly threatened that companies who didn't pay would face obstacles and might not receive licenses at all. The amounts involved were staggering. Federal prosecutors would later allege that Edwards and his associates extorted nearly $3 million from casino license applicants over several years. Specific examples: Eddie DeBartolo Jr., the San Francisco 49ers owner, wanted a casino license for a Louisiana riverboat project. According to evidence presented at trial, DeBartolo paid $400,000 to Edwards' associate Cecil Brown, a payment DeBartolo later characterized as extortion claiming he felt he had no choice but to pay if he wanted the license. DeBartolo eventually pleaded guilty to failing to report a felony, the extortion, and received a fine and probation. The Treasure Chest Casino. Operators of this casino allegedly paid Edwards and his associates to ensure favorable treatment from state regulators, including help with lease negotiations and other regulatory issues. The Jazz Casino. Edwards allegedly received payments to help this proposed casino project get approved, though the casino never actually opened due to the collapse of the company. Throughout the scheme, Edwards was allegedly careful to structure payments through intermediaries, using his son Stephen and associates like Cecil Brown to collect money so it couldn't be traced directly to him. He allegedly discussed the schemes in coded language, tried to avoid creating paper trails, and believed he was being clever enough to avoid federal detection. He was wrong. The FBI investigation. By the mid 1990s, the FBI and federal prosecutors had opened an investigation into Edwards and his associates, focusing on the casino licensing corruption. The investigation, codenamed Operation Hard Crust, would eventually become one of the most extensive public corruption probes in Louisiana history. The FBI used multiple investigative techniques. Wiretaps. Federal agents obtained court authorization to wiretap Edwards' phones and the phones of his associates. The wiretaps captured hundreds of conversations over several years, documenting discussions of the bribery schemes. Hidden microphones. The FBI planted listening devices in locations where Edwards and his associates met to discuss the schemes. These recordings would later provide crucial evidence. Cooperating witnesses. Several casino company executives and other individuals facing their own legal jeopardy agreed to cooperate with the government and testify about payments they had made to Edwards and his associates. Financial records. Investigators traced money flows from casino companies through intermediaries to Edwards' family members and associates, documenting the financial structure of the schemes. Surveillance. FBI agents conducted physical surveillance of Edwards and his associates, documenting meetings and activities. The investigation took years. Edwards' fourth term ended in 1996, and he wasn't indicted until 98. But when the indictment finally came, it was devastating. The indictment. On May 28, 1998, a federal grand jury in Baton Rouge indicted Edwin Edwards, along with his sons Stephen Edwards, Andrew Martin, Cecil Brown, and several other associates. The indictment charged them with racketeering, RICO, racketeering, conspiracy extortion, money laundering, mail fraud, wire fraud, filing false tax returns. The indictment alleged that Edwards had used his position as governor to extort payments from casino license applicants, that he had conspired with his son and associates to conceal the payments, and that the scheme constituted an ongoing criminal enterprise. Edwards pleaded not guilty and vowed to fight the charges. At age 70, facing potentially decades in prison if convicted, Edwards displayed his characteristic defiance. He told reporters he had done nothing wrong, that the charges were politically motivated, and that he would be vindicated at trial. But this time would be different from his 1980s trials. This time, the government had wiretaps, Edwards' own voice on tape discussing the schemes. This time, cooperating witnesses would testify in detail about paying bribes and Edwards' involvement. This time, the evidence would be overwhelming. The trial Edwards trial began in January 2000 in federal court in Baton Rouge, with Judge Frank Polozzola presiding. The trial lasted 5 months, one of the longest federal corruption trials in Louisiana history. The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors presented a methodical case built on wiretap recordings, financial records, and witness testimony. The wiretaps. The jury heard Edwards' voice on tape discussing casino licenses, payments, and strategies for concealing the schemes. While Edwards was often careful with his language, the conversations, when placed in context with financial records and witness testimony, clearly showed corrupt intent. Financial records. Prosecutors traced money from casino companies through intermediaries to Edwards' son Stephen, to Edwards' associates, and ultimately to Edwards himself. Bank records, wire transfer documentation, and corporate records show the flow of bribe money. Cooperating witnesses. Several witnesses testified about making payments to Edwards and his associates in exchange for favorable treatment on casino licenses. Eddie DeBartolo Jr. testified about his $400,000 payment, describing it as extortion. Other casino executives described similar experiences. FBI agents and investigators. Agents testified about the investigation scope and the evidence they had gathered. They walked the jury through complex financial transactions and explained how the schemes had operated. Expert testimony. Experts on the casino licensing process testified that the favorable treatment Edwards' clients received was unusual and suggested corruption rather than legitimate business dealings. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. Unlike Edwards' 1980s trials, where the evidence had been circumstantial and the jury couldn't agree, this time the government had direct evidence of criminal activity. The defense's case, Edwards' defense team faced a nearly impossible task. They couldn't credibly deny that Edwards had received payments. The financial records proved it. Instead, they argued, consulting was legal. The defense claimed Edwards had been hired as a consultant by casino companies, that his payments were legitimate consulting fees rather than bribes, and that he had provided valuable services worth the amounts he was paid. No quid pro quo. The defense argued that even if Edwards had received payments and had taken official actions beneficial to the paying companies, there was no direct quid pro quo, no explicit agreement that payments would result in specific official acts. Others made decisions. The defense tried to argue that Edwards didn't personally make the licensing decisions, that state regulators had independent authority, and that Edwards' influence was limited. Selective prosecution. The defense suggested Edwards was being unfairly targeted because of his fame and political profile, and that other politicians engaged in similar conduct without being prosecuted. Edwards testified in his own defense, something his lawyers had advised against, but that Edwards insisted on doing. He was confident in his ability to charm the jury, just as he had charmed Louisiana voters for decades. But on the stand, Edwards' performance was less effective than his lawyers had hoped. Under cross-examination, prosecutors played wiretap recordings and asked Edwards to explain what he had meant by various statements. Edwards' explanations often seemed evasive or implausible. His charm, which worked so well at campaign rallies, was less effective in a courtroom where prosecutors could confront him with hard evidence. The verdict. On May 9, 2000, after deliberating for 5 days, the jury returned its verdict. Edwin Edwards. Guilty on 17 of 26 counts including racketeering, extortion, money laundering, and fraud. Stephen Edwards, Edwin's son, guilty on 18 counts. Andrew Martin, guilty on multiple counts. Cecil Brown, guilty on multiple counts. It was a devastating verdict for Edwards. At age 72, he faced the possibility of spending the rest of his life in federal prison. The man who had survived multiple scandals and federal trials, who had seemed politically invincible, had finally been held accountable. Outside the courthouse, Edwards was subdued, a rare mood for the typically ebullient politician. He told reporters he was disappointed but would appeal. He maintained his innocence and suggested the jury had been wrong, but the evidence had been clear, and the jury had spoken. Edwin Edwards was a convicted felon. The sentencing, on January 8, 2001, Judge Frank Polozola sentenced Edwin Edwards to 10 years in federal prison. He was also fined $250,000 and ordered to forfeit $1.8 million in proceeds from his criminal activity. The 10-year sentence was substantial, though it was at the lower end of what federal sentencing guidelines permitted for his crimes. Judge Polozola noted Edwards' age, 73, at sentencing, and the likelihood that a longer sentence would effectively be a life sentence. In his sentencing statement, Judge Polozola expressed disappointment that someone with Edwards' intelligence and political skills had chosen to engage in corruption rather than use his talents for legitimate public service. The judge noted that Edwards had betrayed the public trust and had used his position for personal enrichment. Edwards addressed the court before sentencing, but he didn't apologize or express remorse. Instead, he maintained his innocence and suggested he had been the victim of an overzealous prosecution. His lack of contrition may have influenced the judge's sentencing decision. Edwards was ordered to surrender to federal prison authorities on March 19, 2001, to begin serving his sentence. The man who had been governor of Louisiana for 16 years would spend his 70s in federal prison.
Decorated Vietnam War hero and congressman created a bribe menu on official stationery, literally pricing his corruption. In the top drawer of Randy Duke Cunningham's desk in his congressional office, investigators found a piece of paper that would become one of the most infamous documents in the history of American political corruption. It was a handwritten note on Cunningham's official congressional letterhead, listing dollar amounts in ascending order. At first glance, it looked like random numbers. But when FBI agents and prosecutors examined it more carefully, they realized what they were looking at: a bribe menu. Cunningham had literally created a price list for his corruption. The note detailed a sliding scale. The more a defense contractor wanted in government contracts, the more they would need to pay Cunningham in bribes. It was corruption reduced to a simple mathematical formula, written in Cunningham's own hand on paper bearing the seal of the United States Congress. Bribes, $140,000 per $1 million in government contracts secured. For contracts over $20 million, negotiable rates with premiums for faster processing. The note wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't a joke. It was an actual pricing structure for congressional corruption, a menu from which defense contractors could order government contracts the way diners order from a restaurant. When this document became public during Cunningham's prosecution, it shocked even seasoned observers of Washington corruption. Politicians had taken bribes throughout American history, but rarely with such brazen, explicit documentation. Cunningham had essentially created a receipt for his own crimes. The discovery of the bribe menu was particularly stunning because of who Randy Duke Cunningham was: a genuine American war hero, a Navy fighter pilot who had become an ace in Vietnam, shooting down 5 enemy aircraft. He had been a Top Gun instructor, the real-life inspiration for the character portrayed in the movie Top Gun. He had served his country with distinction, earning multiple military decorations, including the Navy Cross and 2 Silver Stars. He had leveraged that heroic service into a congressional career, winning election to the House of Representatives in 1990 and serving 8 terms representing San Diego. He was a member of the House Appropriations Committee and the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, positions that gave him enormous power over military spending and defense contracts. And he had used that power not to serve the American people, but to enrich himself, creating a systematic scheme to sell his office to defense contractors who were willing to pay for access to billions of dollars in government contracts. On November 28, 2005, Randy Duke Cunningham stood in federal court in San Diego and pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit bribery, mail fraud, wire fraud, and tax evasion. He admitted accepting at least $2.4 million in bribes from defense contractors. He cried as he confessed, saying, "I broke the law, concealed my conduct, and disgraced my office. I know I will forfeit my freedom, my reputation, my worldly possessions, and most importantly, the trust of my friends and family." On March 3, 2006, he was sentenced to 8 years and 4 months in federal prison. At the time, the longest sentence ever imposed on a member of Congress for bribery. The judge who sentenced him called his crimes a staggering betrayal of the public trust. The war hero had become a convicted felon. The Top Gun had crashed and burned, and the bribe menu he had created became a permanent symbol of how corruption can poison even those with records of genuine service and sacrifice. The making of a war hero. Randall Harold Duke Cunningham was born on December 8, 1941, in Los Angeles, California. He grew up in Missouri and Kansas, excelling in athletics, particularly swimming, and demonstrating the competitive drive that would characterize both his military and political careers. Cunningham attended the University of Missouri, where he was an accomplished swimmer, and graduated with a degree in education. But rather than pursuing teaching, he felt called to military service. In 1966, during the escalation of American involvement in Vietnam, Cunningham joined the U.S. Navy and entered flight training. He proved to be an exceptional pilot. After earning his wings, he was assigned to Fighter Squadron 96, VF-96, flying F-4 Phantom II fighters from the aircraft carrier USS Constellation. In 1902, during the Vietnam War, Cunningham and his radar intercept officer, Willie Driscoll, would have their date with history. Vietnam A. On January 19, 1972, Cunningham shot down his first enemy aircraft, a North Vietnamese MiG-21. Over the next few months, he would shoot down 4 more enemy aircraft, becoming the first Navy pilot ace of the Vietnam War. An ace is a pilot who has shot down 5 or more enemy aircraft. On May 10, 1972, during a single mission over North Vietnam, Cunningham shot down 3 enemy MiG-17s in aerial combat. Later that same day, his F-4 was hit by a surface-to-air missile. With his aircraft on fire and rapidly losing control, Cunningham and Driscoll managed to fly the crippled fighter over the Gulf of Tonkin before ejecting. They were rescued by helicopter and returned safely to the Constellation. For his actions in Vietnam, Cunningham received the Navy Cross, the Navy's second highest decoration for valor, 2 Silver Stars, 15 Air Medals, the Purple Heart, and numerous other decorations. He was a genuine hero who had risked his life in combat and demonstrated extraordinary skill and courage. After Vietnam, Cunningham became an instructor at the Navy Fighter Weapons School, the elite program known as Top Gun, where he taught the next generation of fighter pilots. The 1986 movie Top Gun was loosely inspired by the school and its instructors, including Cunningham. While the movie took many creative liberties, Cunningham's real-life exploits as both combat ace and instructor gave him cultural cachet that he would later leverage in his political career. Cunningham retired from the Navy in 1987 as a commander, having served 21 years. He had earned the respect of his fellow service members and the American public. He was a war hero in the truest sense. Then he went into politics. The political career. In 1990, Randy Cunningham ran for Congress from California's 44th District, later renumbered the 50th District, which included much of northern San Diego County. Running as a Republican, he emphasized his military service and his status as a Top Gun ace. His campaign literature featured photos of him in flight gear, standing in front of fighter jets, celebrating his Vietnam service. It was an effective campaign. Cunningham won the election, unseating Democratic incumbent Jim Bates, and took office in January 1991. During his congressional career, Cunningham served on the House Appropriations Committee and its Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, assignments that made sense given his military background and his district's concentration of defense contractors and military installations. These positions gave him significant influence over military spending decisions and defense contracts worth billions of dollars. Cunningham positioned himself as a strong advocate for the military and for veterans. He supported increased defense spending, backed military operations, and championed veterans' issues. His colleagues respected his military expertise, and his constituents appreciated having a war hero representing them. But Cunningham also developed a reputation for being abrasive, thin-skinned, and temperamental. He got into public feuds with other members of Congress, including a physical confrontation on the House floor with Representative Jim Moran in 1995. He made controversial statements that sometimes embarrassed House Republican leadership. Still, he was generally popular in his district and won re-election repeatedly, often by comfortable margins. His war hero status provided significant political insulation. It was difficult for opponents to attack someone with his military record. What voters didn't know was that behind the scenes, Cunningham was using his position on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee to sell his influence to defense contractors who were willing to pay for it. The scheme begins. Cunningham's corruption appears to have begun around 2000 during his fifth term in Congress. By this point, he had been serving on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee for several years and had established relationships with numerous defense contractors seeking government business. The scheme involved several defense contractors who became Cunningham's co-conspirators. Mitchell Wade, CEO of MZM Inc., a defense contracting company based in Washington, D.C., Wade would become Cunningham's primary co-conspirator and would later plead guilty to bribing Cunningham and other officials. Brent Wilkes, founder of ADCS Incas, later renamed Group W Advisors, a defense contractor based in San Diego. Wilkes sought contracts for document conversion and intelligence support services. Thomas Contogiannis, a New York businessman and mortgage broker who helped facilitate some of Cunningham's corrupt transactions. The basic structure of the corruption was straightforward. Contractors would pay Cunningham bribes, and in exchange, Cunningham would use his position on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee to steer government contracts to those contractors through earmarks and other mechanisms. But the specific forms the bribes took were remarkably brazen and varied. The bribes: A Catalog of Corruption, The House Deal, 2003. Perhaps the most obviously corrupt transaction was the sale of Cunningham's house in Del Mar, California, to Mitchell Wade in 2003. Cunningham sold the house to Wade for $1,675,000, well above the house's market value. Wade then resold the house just months later for $975,000, taking a loss of $700,000. No rational business person would take such a massive loss on a real estate transaction unless they were receiving something valuable in return. In this case, influence over defense appropriations worth far more than $700,000. The transaction was immediately suspicious to anyone who looked at it. The inflated purchase price and Wade's immediate resale at a huge loss made clear this was not a legitimate real estate deal. It was a $700,000 bribe disguised as a house sale. The yacht Duke Stir. After selling his Del Mar house, Cunningham needed a place to live while in Washington, D.C. Rather than renting an apartment or buying a condo like most members of Congress, Cunningham lived rent-free on a 42-foot yacht provided by Mitchell Wade. The yacht was named Duke Stir, a play on Cunningham's nickname Duke and the word Dukester. Wade had purchased the yacht and made it available to Cunningham, who lived on it while Congress was in session. The free accommodation was worth tens of thousands of dollars annually. The yacht lifestyle became symbolic of Cunningham's corruption, literally living on a floating bribe while voting on defense appropriations. The Rolls-Royce contractor Brent Wilkes provided Cunningham with a Rolls-Royce automobile, a luxury vehicle worth over $100,000. This wasn't a loan or a rental, it was simply given to Cunningham for his use, another bribe in the form of an extravagant gift. Antiques, rugs, and furnishings. Contractors provided Cunningham with over $40,000 worth of Persian rugs, antique furniture, and other luxury items for his homes. These items were delivered directly to Cunningham's residences and became part of his personal property, all paid for by contractors seeking government business. Cash and checks. Beyond the property and luxury items, contractors also provided Cunningham with cash payments and checks totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some of these payments were disguised as legitimate business transactions or consulting fees, but they were actually bribes for securing government contracts. Prostitutes and hospitality. Wilkes allegedly provided Cunningham with prostitutes and hospitality suites for parties in Washington, D.C. and Hawaii. These expenses, while perhaps less financially significant than the house deal or the yacht, demonstrated the breadth of the corrupt relationship and the extent to which contractors were willing to provide for Cunningham's personal desires. In total, federal prosecutors would establish that Cunningham received at least $2.4 million in bribes from various contractors between 2000 and 2005. Some estimates suggested the total might have been even higher. What Cunningham provided in return. In exchange for these bribes, Cunningham used his position on the House Defense Appropriations Subcommittee to direct government contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars to the contractors who were bribing him. The mechanisms he used included earmarks. Cunningham inserted specific earmarks into defense appropriations bills, directing funding to particular contractors. An earmark is a provision in a spending bill that directs funds to a specific project or recipient. While earmarks can be used legitimately, Cunningham used them corruptly, inserting earmarks for contractors who had bribed him, often without proper justification or oversight. Advocacy with Pentagon officials. Cunningham contacted Defense Department officials to advocate for contracts for his bribe-paying contractors. His position on the Appropriations Committee gave his advocacy weight. Pentagon officials knew he controlled funding and understood that ignoring his requests could have consequences. Steering business. Cunningham directed potential subcontractors to work with his bribe-paying contractors, helping them build business relationships that led to more government contracts. The contractors who bribed Cunningham received hundreds of millions of dollars in government contracts they might not have received otherwise. Some of these contractors were unqualified or overpriced, meaning taxpayers were paying more and getting less than they should have. In some cases, contracts went to Cunningham's benefactors rather than more qualified competitors, potentially compromising military readiness and effectiveness. This wasn't just about money changing hands. It was about subverting the government contracting process that's supposed to ensure taxpayers get the best value and the military gets the best equipment and services. The bribe menu prosecutors discovered the now infamous bribe menu during their investigation of Cunningham. The handwritten note found in Cunningham's congressional office laid out a formula for how much contractors should pay him in bribes relative to the value of contracts he helped them obtain. According to the document, contractors should pay approximately $140,000 in bribes for every $1 million in government contracts Cunningham secured for them. For larger contracts, the rate was negotiable and premium rates applied for rush processing. The menu also included notations about types of payments Cunningham would accept: cash, checks, property, boats, etc., essentially a catalog of corruption options. The existence of this document was devastating for Cunningham's defense. It wasn't a case where prosecutors had to prove corrupt intent through circumstantial evidence. Cunningham had literally written down his bribery pricing structure on official congressional letterhead. Defense attorneys tried to argue the document was ambiguous or had been taken out of context, but the argument was unconvincing. Combined with the actual bribes Cunningham had received and the contracts he had steered to bribe-paying contractors, the menu made clear this was systematic, calculated corruption. The investigation Cunningham's corruption began to unravel in 2005 when investigative journalists at the San Diego Union Tribune and Copley News Service started examining his financial dealings, particularly the suspicious house sale to Mitchell Wade. Marcus Stern, a reporter for Copley News, investigated the 2003 house transaction and published articles raising questions about why Wade would buy Cunningham's house for $700,000 more than he could resell it for. The reporting suggested this was a bribe disguised as a real estate deal. The articles caught the attention of federal prosecutors and the FBI, who opened an investigation into Cunningham's financial dealings. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of California, working with FBI agents and IRS investigators, began examining Cunningham's finances, his relationships with defense contractors, and the contracts that had been awarded to those contractors. Investigators discovered the house transaction with Wade, the rent-free yacht living arrangement, the luxury gifts from contractors, the pattern of earmarks and contract steering. Financial records showing cash payments from contractors to Cunningham, the bribe menu in Cunningham's office. They also interviewed witnesses, including contractor employees, who described how their bosses had bribed Cunningham, and Pentagon officials who confirmed Cunningham had advocated for specific contractors. As the evidence mounted, prosecutors approached Cunningham and offered him a choice: plead guilty and cooperate, potentially receiving a somewhat reduced sentence, or go to trial and face the full weight of the evidence against them. The guilty plea. On November 28, 2005, Randy Duke Cunningham appeared in federal court in San Diego to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit bribery, mail fraud, wire fraud, and tax evasion. The guilty plea was dramatic and emotional. Cunningham, who had been defiant when the allegations first surfaced, was now contrite and tearful. Reading from a prepared statement, he said, "I made a very wrong turn. I rationalized decisions I knew were wrong. I did that, sir, because of the arrogance of power and greed. I have embarrassed my family, my friends, my colleagues, and my country. I am ashamed. I can't go back, and I can't undo what I've done, but I can attest to it. Your Honor, I have ripped my life to shreds due to my actions, and my actions alone." He described taking bribes from defense contractors, living on the yacht, accepting the Rolls-Royce and other gifts, and steering contracts to those who paid him. He admitted to not reporting the bribes as income on his tax returns, evading hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes. The plea agreement detailed at least $2.4 million in bribes, though prosecutors suggested the actual total might have been higher. Cunningham agreed to forfeit his Del Mar home, pay restitution, and cooperate with ongoing investigations of his co-conspirators. The guilty plea meant Cunningham avoided a trial, but would definitely be going to federal prison. The only question was how long his sentence would be. The sentencing. On March 3, 2006, U.S. District Judge Larry Burns sentenced Randy Cunningham to 8 years and 4 months, 100 months, in federal prison, at the time the longest sentence ever imposed on a former member of Congress for bribery. In his sentencing remarks, Judge Burns was scathing. "Your crimes involved a staggering betrayal of trust. You were entrusted with safeguarding the interests of your constituents and the nation. Instead, you used your position to enrich yourself through bribes of unprecedented magnitude. You violated your oath of office and undermined the integrity of Congress itself. The judge noted that Cunningham's military service, while admirable, did not excuse or mitigate his crimes. If anything, someone with Cunningham's record of service should have been held to an even higher standard, and his betrayal of that trust was therefore even more serious. Cunningham's attorneys had argued for a more lenient sentence, citing his military service, his expressions of remorse, and his cooperation with investigators. They asked for a sentence of 5 to 6 years. Prosecutors had asked for 10 years, arguing that Cunningham's corruption was among the most egregious in congressional history and warranted the maximum punishment. Judge Burns settled on 8 years and 4 months, within the federal sentencing guidelines, but at the high end, reflecting the seriousness of the crimes. Cunningham was also ordered to pay $1.8 million in restitution and to forfeit assets including his Del Mar home. The financial penalties, combined with his legal fees and the loss of his congressional pension, forfeited due to his felony conviction, meant Cunningham's corruption had left him financially ruined as well as imprisoned. He was ordered to surrender to federal prison authorities by April 10, 2006, to begin serving his sentence.
Detroit's youngest mayor, self-proclaimed hip-hop mayor, ran City Hall as personal ATM while Detroit spiraled toward bankruptcy. Kwame Kilpatrick stood at the podium on January 1, 2002, taking the oath of office as the 62nd mayor of Detroit. At just 31 years old, he was the youngest mayor in Detroit's history, a charismatic, energetic leader who promised to revitalize a city that had been struggling with population loss, industrial decline, and economic hardship for decades. He was the son of Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick, a U.S. Congresswoman, and had served in the Michigan House of Representatives, rising to minority floor leader. He was educated at Florida A&M and Detroit College of Law. He was articulate, well-dressed, and media-savvy. He called himself the hip-hop mayor, positioning himself as a new generation of black leadership for a predominantly black city. His inauguration was full of hope and promise. Detroit needed a leader who could attract investment, reduce crime, improve city services, and reverse decades of decline. Kilpatrick presented himself as that leader, young, dynamic, and connected to both the community and the business world. "This is the beginning of a new era for Detroit," Kilpatrick declared in his inaugural address. "We will restore the city to greatness. We will show the world that Detroit is back." What the crowd didn't know, what Detroit's citizens couldn't have imagined, was that their young, charismatic mayor would turn city government into a criminal enterprise, extorting contractors, accepting bribes, and siphoning millions of dollars from a city that could barely afford to provide basic services to its residents. Over the next 6 years, as Detroit struggled with rising unemployment, declining tax revenues, and worsening city services, Kwame Kilpatrick would spend city funds on chartered jets, luxury vehicles, extravagant parties, and personal expenses. He would operate a systematic pay-to-play scheme, requiring contractors to kick back money in exchange for city contracts. He would personally receive over $1 million in bribes and benefits, while city workers faced layoffs and Detroiters went without adequate police protection, functioning streetlights, or reliable emergency services. By the time federal prosecutors convicted Kilpatrick in 2013 on 24 counts of racketeering, extortion, bribery, mail fraud, wire fraud, and tax evasion, Detroit was spiraling toward the largest municipal bankruptcy in American history. The city that Kilpatrick had promised to restore to greatness was instead collapsing under the weight of decades of mismanagement, corruption, and decline that his administration had accelerated rather than reversed. On October 10, 2013, U.S. District Judge Nancy Edmonds sentenced Kwame Kilpatrick to 28 years in federal prison, calling his corruption breathtaking and noting that he had extracted millions of dollars from a city that desperately needed those resources. It was one of the harshest sentences ever imposed for public corruption in American history. The hip-hop mayor who had promised to save Detroit had instead become a symbol of everything wrong with the city's political leadership. The Kilpatrick legacy Kwame Malik Kilpatrick was born on June 8, 1970, in Detroit, Michigan, into a family deeply embedded in Detroit politics. His mother, Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick, would serve in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1997 to 2011. His father, Bernard Kilpatrick, was a political operative and businessman with extensive connections in Detroit's business and political communities. Growing up in this environment, Kwame was groomed for political leadership from an early age. He attended Florida A&M University, a historically black college, where he was active in student government and developed his political skills. He earned a law degree from Detroit College of Law, now Michigan State University College of Law, and passed the bar in 1999. In 1996, at age 26, Kilpatrick was elected to the Michigan House of Representatives, representing parts of Detroit. He quickly rose through the Democratic caucus, becoming minority floor leader, the youngest person to hold that position in Michigan history. He was seen as a rising star, someone who combined youth and charisma with political skill and family connections. In 2001, when Detroit Mayor Dennis Archer announced he wouldn't seek re-election, Kilpatrick decided to run. His campaign emphasized his youth, his energy, and his vision for a new Detroit. He won a competitive primary and then the general election, taking office in January 2002 at age 31. The expectations were enormous. Detroit had been declining for decades, losing population, losing jobs, losing its tax base as middle-class residents moved to the suburbs. The city needed transformational leadership. Many believed Kwame Kilpatrick, with his youth and connections, might be that leader. They were tragically wrong. The first term, warning signs. Even during his first term, 2002-2005, there were warning signs that Kilpatrick's administration was troubled. Extravagant spending. Kilpatrick lived lavishly, well beyond what his mayoral salary could support. He leased luxury vehicles including a Lincoln Navigator and Cadillac Escalade for himself and his family. He renovated the mayor's residence, Manoogian Mansion, with expensive furnishings and entertainment systems. He threw elaborate parties at public expense. City credit cards were used for personal expenses, designer suits, expensive dinners, and travel that had questionable public purpose. When questioned about this spending, Kilpatrick became defensive and claimed the expenses were justified by his need to represent Detroit professionally. The security unit scandal. Kilpatrick's security detail, the Executive Protection Unit, became notorious for heavy-handed tactics and alleged cover-ups of the mayor's extramarital affairs and other misconduct. Officers were allegedly ordered to intimidate witnesses and hide evidence of wrongdoing. Contract favoritism. Questions emerged about city contracts being steered to certain companies, particularly those with connections to Kilpatrick's father, Bernard, who had established himself as a consultant and power broker. While direct evidence of corruption wasn't yet public, the pattern of certain contractors winning city business raised eyebrows. The affair. Kilpatrick was having an extramarital affair with Christine Beatty, his chief of staff. The affair was an open secret in Detroit politics, though Kilpatrick publicly denied it. The relationship would eventually lead to his first criminal conviction. Despite these issues, Kilpatrick won re-election in 2005, defeating challenger Freeman Hendricks. Detroit voters apparently believed either that the allegations were overblown or that Kilpatrick deserved a second chance to deliver on his promises. The second term would prove catastrophic. The text message scandal. In January 2008, the Detroit Free Press published excerpts from thousands of text messages between Kilpatrick and Christine Beatty. The messages, obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request related to a whistleblower lawsuit, revealed the affair. Explicit text messages documenting the sexual relationship between Kilpatrick and Beatty, both married to other people at the time. The perjury. Kilpatrick and Beatty had testified under oath in a whistleblower trial that they were not having an affair and had not discussed firing police officers investigating them. The text messages proved they had lied under oath. They were having an affair and had discussed the firings. The cover-up. Messages showing Kilpatrick and Beatty discussing strategies to conceal their relationship and to retaliate against police officers investigating them. The scandal exploded. Kilpatrick had committed perjury in a civil trial, costing the city over $8 million in settlement payments to the whistleblower police officers who had been fired for investigating him. He had lied under oath, betrayed his wife and family, and used city resources to cover up his misconduct. Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy charged Kilpatrick and Beatty with multiple felonies, including perjury, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, and misconduct in office. The case became a media sensation. with the explicit text messages broadcast and published widely. Kilpatrick initially fought the charges, but as pressure mounted, including threats of recall elections and demands for his resignation from Governor Jennifer Granholm and city council members, he eventually negotiated a plea deal. On September 4, 2008, Kilpatrick pleaded guilty to 2 counts of obstruction of justice. Under the plea deal, he agreed to resign as mayor immediately, serve 120 days in jail, pay $1 million in restitution to the city, serve 5 years probation, not run for public office during his probation. Kilpatrick served his jail time at the Wayne County Jail and was released in February 2009. His political career appeared to be over, and many assumed that would be the end of the Kwame Kilpatrick story. But federal prosecutors were just getting started. The federal investigation. While Kilpatrick was dealing with the perjury charges, the FBI and federal prosecutors had been conducting a far more extensive investigation into corruption during his tenure as mayor. The text message scandal had provided a window into Kilpatrick's conduct, suggesting that the perjury and affair were symptoms of much deeper corruption. Federal investigators working with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Michigan spent years following the money, tracing funds from city contractors to Kilpatrick, his father Bernard, and associates through complex financial transactions, offshore accounts, and intermediary companies. Interviewing witnesses, speaking with city contractors, construction company executives, city employees, and others who had participated in or witnessed Kilpatrick's corrupt schemes. Analyzing city contracts, examining how contracts were awarded, identifying patterns of favoritism, and documenting the pay-to-play system that required contractors to pay bribes to receive city business. Building a RICO case, developing evidence that Kilpatrick and his associates had operated an ongoing criminal enterprise, a racketeering conspiracy turning Detroit city government into a vehicle for personal enrichment. The investigation revealed a systematic, years-long scheme that dwarfed the perjury charges that had forced Kilpatrick from office. The corruption scheme federal prosecutors would eventually charge Kilpatrick with running what amounted to a criminal enterprise from the mayor's office. The scheme had several components: pay-to-play, contracting. Kilpatrick and his associates, particularly his father Bernard Kilpatrick, operated a system where companies seeking city contracts had to pay bribes to secure business. The bribes took various forms: cash payments to Bernard Kilpatrick, who acted as a bagman for his son, payments to shell companies controlled by the Kilpatricks, consulting fees paid to Bernard for services that were never actually performed, donations to civic funds controlled by Kilpatrick's associates, direct payments to Kilpatrick for his personal use. Contractors understood the system. If you wanted city business, you had to pay. If you didn't pay, your bids would be rejected, or your contracts would go to competitors who were willing to play ball. Specific examples: Bobby Ferguson, a construction contractor and Kilpatrick's close friend. Ferguson received hundreds of millions of dollars in city contracts during Kilpatrick's tenure. Federal prosecutors alleged that Ferguson paid kickbacks to Kilpatrick in exchange for this preferential treatment. Ferguson also allegedly used his relationship with Kilpatrick to extort money from other contractors, demanding they partner with him and share profits if they wanted to do business with the city. Sinagro Technologies, a sludge hauling company that held a city contract. Sinagro allegedly paid $50,000 to a civic fund controlled by Kilpatrick's associate in exchange for favorable treatment on its contract. Kilpatrick personally intervened to help Sinagro when the company faced contract disputes. Various construction contracts. Multiple construction and engineering firms paid bribes to secure water department contracts, public works projects, and other city business. Bernard Kilpatrick collected hundreds of thousands of dollars in consulting fees from companies that coincidentally kept winning city contracts. Personal enrichment. Beyond the bribery scheme, Kilpatrick used city resources and funds for personal expenses, spent over $840,000 beyond his salary on personal expenses during his time as mayor, used city credit cards for personal purchases including designer clothing, expensive dinners, and travel, leased luxury vehicles at city expense for himself and family members, renovated Manugian Mansion with expensive furnishings, threw lavish parties, some allegedly featuring strippers and other entertainment. The Civic Fund. Kilpatrick established the Kilpatrick Civic Fund, ostensibly to support community programs. In reality, prosecutors alleged, the fund was used to launder bribes and to pay for Kilpatrick's personal expenses. Contractors and others seeking favorable treatment would donate to the fund, and Kilpatrick would use the money for personal purposes. Tax evasion. Kilpatrick failed to report the bribes and kickbacks as income on his tax returns, evading hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal income taxes. The unreported income allowed him to maintain his lavish lifestyle while hiding the true sources of his wealth. The indictment and trial. On December 15, 2010, a federal grand jury indicted Kwame Kilpatrick, his father, Bernard Kilpatrick, contractor Bobby Ferguson, and Kilpatrick's longtime friend Derek Miller on multiple corruption charges. The indictment was massive. 38 counts, including racketeering conspiracy, RICO, racketeering, extortion, bribery, mail fraud, wire fraud, filing false tax returns. The indictment alleged that Kilpatrick and his associates had operated a criminal enterprise from 2002 through 2008, extracting millions of dollars from city contractors and using city government for personal enrichment. The trial began in September 2012 and lasted 5 months, one of the longest federal corruption trials in Michigan history. It featured testimony from over 60 witnesses and thousands of pages of documentary evidence. The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors presented a methodical case documenting the pay-to-play system. Contractor testimony. Multiple contractors testified about being solicited for bribes, about paying Bernard Kilpatrick consulting fees for no actual work, and about understanding that payments were necessary to secure city contracts. Financial records. Prosecutors traced money from contractors through various intermediaries to the Kilpatricks, showing cash deposits, wire transfers, and other payments that coincided with contract awards. City records. Documentation of how contracts were awarded, showing patterns of favoritism toward companies that paid bribes and disadvantageous treatment for companies that refused to pay. Wiretaps and emails. Communications between Kilpatrick, his father, Bobby Ferguson, and contractors discussing contracts and payments. While often in coded language, the communications, when placed in context with financial records, clearly showed corrupt intent. IRS evidence. Tax records showing Kilpatrick's spending far exceeded his legitimate income, and documentation that he had failed to report bribe income. Timeline correlations. Prosecutors showed that contract awards and favorable city actions corresponded closely with bribe payments, establishing the quid pro quo. The evidence was overwhelming. Years of systematic corruption documented through financial records, witness testimony, and the paper trail of city contracts. The defense's case. Kilpatrick's defense team faced an uphill battle. They argued, legitimate business. Bernard Kilpatrick was a legitimate consultant who provided valuable services to companies, and his fees were not bribes but payment for actual work. No direct quid pro quo. While Kwame Kilpatrick may have received gifts and benefits from friends and associates, there was no explicit agreement that these were bribes in exchange for specific official acts. Lifestyle explained. Kilpatrick's expensive lifestyle was funded by legitimate income from speaking fees, his wife's income, and other sources, not from bribes. Selective prosecution. The defense suggested Kilpatrick was being unfairly targeted because of his prominence, and that other politicians engaged in similar conduct without being prosecuted. Kilpatrick testified in his own defense, attempting to explain away the evidence. He claimed his father was a legitimate consultant, that he had received gifts from friends but not bribes, and that prosecutors had mischaracterized normal political relationships as corruption. Under cross-examination, prosecutors systematically demolished Kilpatrick's explanations, confronting him with financial records and witness testimony that contradicted his claims. The verdict. On March 11, 2013, after deliberating for 11 days, the jury returned guilty verdicts on most counts. Kwame Kilpatrick, guilty on 24 of 30 counts, including racketeering conspiracy, racketeering, extortion, bribery, and mail fraud. Bernard Kilpatrick, guilty on 1 count of filing false tax returns, acquitted on other charges. Bobby Ferguson, guilty on 9 counts including extortion and bribery. The convictions were a complete victory for prosecutors. The jury had concluded that Kilpatrick had indeed run a criminal enterprise from the mayor's office. that he had accepted bribes, that he had extorted contractors, and that he had used his position for systematic personal enrichment. Outside the courthouse, federal prosecutors announced the verdict. U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid said, "Kwame Kilpatrick has been convicted of corruption that was astonishing in its brazenness and in its scale. He treated the city of Detroit like his personal ATM, extracting millions while the city struggled. Kilpatrick showed little emotion as the verdicts were read. His political career was over, his freedom was about to be taken away, and he faced the possibility of decades in federal prison." The sentencing. On October 10, 2013, U.S. District Judge Nancy Edmonds sentenced Kwame Kilpatrick to 28 years in federal prison, one of the harshest sentences ever imposed for public corruption. In her sentencing statement, Judge Edmonds was scathing. The people of Detroit suffered when they believed the reported corruptive practices of Mayor Kilpatrick were actually business as usual. Undeniably, Mayor Kilpatrick and Bobby Ferguson enriched themselves through a long-standing pattern of extortion, bribery, and fraud. The government corruption at issue infected various aspects of multiple city departments, including critical city business dealings like water and sewage contracts. There was a cost, a clearly identifiable cost, to the city and to the people of the city of Detroit. These weren't victimless crimes. As a result of Mayor Kilpatrick's actions, city business was done more expensively, contracts cost more. In some cases, work was never done at all. The Justice Department's investigation revealed millions were looted from the city budget. This is not an abuse of power. This was extortion. The 28-year sentence reflected the scale of the corruption, millions of dollars over years, the systematic nature of the crimes, an ongoing criminal enterprise, the harm to Detroit, a city that desperately needed honest government, Kilpatrick's lack of remorse. He continued to deny wrongdoing even after conviction. His violation of the probation from his previous perjury conviction, Kilpatrick's attorneys had argued for a sentence closer to 15 years, citing his age, 43 at sentencing, and his family circumstances. Prosecutors had asked for at least 28 years, arguing that Kilpatrick's corruption was among the worst in American history. Judge Edmonds agreed with prosecutors. The 28-year sentence meant Kilpatrick, if he served the full term, wouldn't be released until 2037, when he would be in his late 60s. Kilpatrick was also ordered to pay $4.77 million in restitution, including the $1 million from his previous plea deal that he had never paid, though prosecutors acknowledged he likely would never be able to pay this amount. Bernard Kilpatrick received 15 months in prison for tax evasion. Bobby Ferguson received 21 years for his role in the corruption scheme. Illinois governor's licenses for bribes scheme killed 6 children when an unqualified truck driver he licensed caused a fatal crash. The rise of Mr. Clean George Ryan had spent decades cultivating an image of decency in Illinois politics, a rare Mr. Clean in a state notorious for graft. As Secretary of State from 1991 to 1999, he oversaw one of the most powerful offices in Illinois government. From there, he rose to become governor in 1999, promising reform and transparency. But beneath that wholesome image lay one of the most tragic corruption scandals in state history. One that would end 6 young lives. The fatal crash. On a November night in 1994, Scott and Janet Willis were driving their family van on I-94 near Milwaukee when a piece of metal fell from a truck ahead of them. The van burst into flames. 6 of their children, ages 6 weeks to 13 years, were killed instantly. The truck driver, Ricardo Guzman, had received his commercial driver's license through an Illinois licenses for bribes scheme. He couldn't read English, couldn't pass the test, and never should have been on the road. The tragedy that killed the Willis children would later become the human face of George Ryan's corruption, the scheme beneath the surface. While Secretary of State, Ryan's office routinely accepted bribes in exchange for commercial driver's licenses. The system was vast and systematic. Cash slipped into envelopes, political contributions disguised as fundraisers, and under-the-table deals for contracts and jobs. Investigators later uncovered that unqualified applicants paid hundreds or even thousands of dollars for their licenses, endangering anyone who shared the highway with them. The Willis tragedy exposed how deeply the rot had spread. As the family buried their children, investigators began connecting the dots between Ryan's political operation and the deadly corruption thriving under his watch. The fall of a governor federal investigators began circling in 1998. Ryan's closest associates were indicted first, and by 2003, his term as governor over, he was formally charged. The 2006 trial revealed everything: bribes, free vacations, state contracts handed to friends, and a trail of deceit that led straight to his desk. Ryan, 72 at sentencing, was convicted on 18 counts, including racketeering, mail fraud, tax fraud, and lying to investigators. The judge handed down a 6.5-year sentence. He served 5 years before his release in 2013. The final irony. Just before leaving office, Ryan commuted every death sentence in Illinois, arguing that the system is broken. The gesture earned him praise from some human rights advocates, but for many Illinoisans, it rang hollow. His own broken system had killed 6 children long before the courts ever did. Legacy and impact. George Ryan's downfall became a turning point for Illinois politics, proving that corruption wasn't an abstract sin. It had a body count. The Willis children's deaths turned public outrage into reform and contributed to Illinois's grim reputation, with 4 of its last 11 governors landing in prison. Ryan's case remains a stark reminder: political greed isn't victimless. Behind every envelope of cash or favor traded in silence, there are lives that may never recover. Emotional peak. The smoke-filled van on the highway was more than a tragedy. It was the moment Illinois learned what corruption truly costs. Illinois's most powerful politician for decades, the Velvet Hammer, finally convicted after a 50-year career of backroom deals. For nearly 4 decades, Michael Madigan controlled Illinois politics with an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove. As Speaker of the Illinois House of Representatives for a record 36 years, he was the longest-serving legislative leader in American history, wielding power that governors could only envy and that few legislators dared to challenge. They called him the Velvet Hammer. Soft-spoken, meticulous, calculating, but capable of crushing anyone who crossed him. He controlled committee assignments, campaign funding, legislative agendas, and the political futures of hundreds of Illinois politicians. Governors came and went. Senate presidents changed. But Michael Madigan remained, the permanent fixture at the center of Illinois power. He operated from a modest office in Chicago's Southwest Side, running both his legislative operations and his private law practice, which specialized in property tax appeals, a practice that just happened to benefit enormously from his position as the most powerful legislator in Illinois. He accumulated power not through charisma or media savvy, but through mastery of process, control of resources, and an encyclopedic knowledge of every legislator's vulnerabilities and ambitions. For decades, good government advocates, reform groups, and federal investigators suspected Madigan was corrupt. They believed his political operation was built on the kind of backroom deals, patronage jobs, and quid pro quo arrangements that had defined Illinois politics for generations. But Madigan was careful, meticulous in his operations, disciplined in his communications, and protected by layers of associates who shielded him from direct involvement in the most questionable activities. He seemed untouchable. Governors who tried to challenge him were politically destroyed. Legislators who opposed him lost their committee assignments or faced primary challenges funded by Madigan's political operation. Reformers who investigated him came up empty, unable to find the smoking gun that would finally bring down the Velvet Hammer. Then, in 2019, federal prosecutors began investigating Commonwealth Edison, ComEd, the state's largest electric utility, over allegations that the company had been bribing public officials to secure favorable legislation. The investigation would eventually ensnare multiple Madigan associates and reveal a systematic scheme in which ComEd had funneled money to Madigan through no-show jobs and consulting contracts in exchange for his support for utility-friendly legislation. On March 2, 2023, after a lengthy federal investigation, Michael Madigan was indicted on 23 counts of bribery, racketeering, wire fraud, and extortion. The man who had controlled Illinois politics for half a century would finally face trial for the corruption that many had long suspected but could never prove. On April 23, 2025, after a trial lasting more than 3 months, a federal jury convicted Michael Madigan on 16 counts of bribery, wire fraud, and using interstate facilities to promote unlawful activity. The Velvet Hammer had finally been held accountable. On June 17, 2025, U.S. District Judge John Ness sentenced Madigan to 7.5 years in federal prison and ordered him to pay a $2.5 million fine. At age 82, facing the possibility of dying in prison, Michael Madigan's era was definitively over. The conviction represented a potential turning point for Illinois, a state that has sent more governors to prison than any other, a state where political corruption has been endemic for generations, a state where power brokers like Madigan had operated with seeming impunity for decades. But it also represented a tragedy, decades of corruption finally exposed, but only after the damage had been done. Only after millions had been extracted from utility customers and taxpayers. Only after the democratic process had been corrupted for a generation. Michael Madigan ruled Illinois for 36 years as Speaker of the House. Now, at 82, he would spend his final years in federal prison, finally held accountable for the corruption that had defined his political career. The making of a machine. Boss Michael Joseph Madigan was born on April 19, 1942, on Chicago's southwest side, in the heart of the city's Irish Catholic political machine territory. He grew up in a neighborhood where politics was the family business, where ward committeemen controlled jobs and services, and where loyalty to the Democratic machine was rewarded with patronage and political advancement. Madigan attended Notre Dame University, then earned a law degree from Loyola University, Chicago School of Law in 1967. Rather than pursuing a conventional legal career, Madigan was drawn to politics, specifically the kind of machine politics that his father had been involved in and that still dominated Chicago in the 1960s and 1970s. In 1969, at age 27, Madigan was appointed as a delegate to the Illinois Constitutional Convention, which was rewriting the state's constitution. The experience gave him an intimate understanding of state government and constitutional law, knowledge he would use throughout his career. In 1970, Madigan was elected to the Illinois House of Representatives, representing Chicago's 22nd district on the southwest side. It was the beginning of a legislative career that would last over 50 years and reshape Illinois politics. Madigan rose methodically through the House Democratic ranks. He was a workhorse rather than a show horse. He didn't give great speeches or seek media attention. Instead, he mastered the legislative process, built relationships with fellow legislators, and positioned himself as someone who understood power and how to use it. In 1983, Madigan was elected Speaker of the Illinois House, a position he would hold with only a 2-year interruption, 1995 to 1997, for the Hoytses. Next 36 years. As Speaker, Madigan controlled committee assignments. He decided which legislators served on which committees, rewarding loyalists with prestigious positions and punishing opponents with irrelevant assignments. Legislative agenda. He determined which bills came to the floor for votes. Effectively killing legislation he opposed simply by refusing to call it for a vote. Campaign funding. Through his various political committees, Madigan controlled millions in campaign contributions, which he distributed to loyal Democrats and withheld from those who opposed him. Staff positions. He controlled numerous legislative staff jobs, which he used as patronage to reward political supporters. The legislative process. His encyclopedic knowledge of House rules allowed him to manipulate procedure to achieve his desired outcomes. This combination of powers made Madigan perhaps the most powerful state legislator in American history. Governors, including Democrats, often found themselves negotiating with Madigan as if he were a separate branch of government. No major legislation passed without his approval. No state budget moved forward without his agreement. The dual career, legislator and tax attorney. While serving as Speaker, Madigan also maintained a private law practice, Madigan and Getzendanner, which specialized in property tax appeals. The practice represented property owners seeking to reduce their property tax assessments, and it was extraordinarily successful, generating millions in fees over the years. The dual career created obvious conflicts of interest. Legislative power over tax law. As Speaker, Madigan controlled legislation affecting property taxes, assessments, and the appeals process, the very areas where his law firm practiced. Influence over assessors. Property tax assessments were handled by local assessors, many of whom were elected as Democrats and relied on Madigan's political machine for support. Would these assessors rule against clients represented by the most powerful politician in Illinois? Appearance of corruption. Property owners seeking favorable tax treatment knew that hiring Madigan's firm might help their appeals, not necessarily because of Madigan's legal skills, but because of his political power. Good government advocates argued for decades that Madigan's dual role was inappropriate and created systemic corruption, but Illinois law didn't prohibit legislators from maintaining private practices, and Madigan always maintained that his law practice was separate from his political work, that he provided legitimate legal services, and that his success was based on his legal expertise rather than his political influence. The claim strained credulity. It seemed implausible that one of the state's most successful property tax law firms just happened to be run by the state's most powerful politician. But Madigan was careful never to explicitly connect his legislative work to his legal practice, and prosecutors couldn't find direct evidence of quid pro quo arrangements until they started investigating ComEd, the Commonwealth Edison scheme. Commonwealth Edison, ComEd, is Illinois' largest electric utility, serving 4 million customers in northern Illinois, including Chicago. As a regulated monopoly, ComEd's rates and operations are subject to state oversight, and the company regularly seeks legislation affecting its ability to raise rates, recover costs, and operate profitably. This meant ComEd needed favorable treatment from the Illinois legislature, and that meant ComEd needed Michael Madigan. According to federal prosecutors, beginning around 2011 and continuing through 2019, ComEd engaged in a systematic bribery scheme designed to curry favor with Madigan. The mechanism, rather than paying Madigan directly, which would be obviously corrupt, ComEd allegedly hired Madigan Associates. ComEd provided jobs, contracts, and payments to Madigan Associates and political allies, people Madigan wanted to reward for political loyalty but couldn't directly employ with state funds. No-show or low-show jobs. Many of these positions required little or no actual work. They were essentially payments to people Madigan wanted to support, disguised as legitimate employment or consulting arrangements. Subcontracts to Madigan allies. ComEd directed its contractors to hire subcontractors and consultants connected to Madigan, creating another layer of payments that benefited Madigan's political operation. Payments through intermediaries. Rather than dealing directly with Madigan, ComEd often worked through intermediaries, lobbyists, and political operatives who understood what Madigan wanted and facilitated the arrangements. What ComEd got in return. In exchange for these payments to Madigan Associates, ComEd received favorable legislation allowing rate increases, laws permitting ComEd to recover costs from customers, regulatory changes beneficial to the utility, Madigan's support for bills ComEd wanted, and his opposition to bills ComEd opposed access to Madigan to discuss legislative priorities. The scheme was sophisticated and designed to avoid obvious corruption. There were no envelopes of cash, no explicit agreements documented in writing. Instead, there was a pattern. ComEd needed legislative help. ComEd hired Madigan Associates. Madigan supported ComEd's legislative priorities. ComEd continued to employ Madigan Associates. Specific examples. Michael McLean, a former ComEd lobbyist and close Madigan confidant. McLean allegedly acted as an intermediary, communicating Madigan's desires to ComEd and ensuring the utility understood what was expected. McLean himself received payments from ComEd and helped arrange jobs for other Madigan allies. Juan Ochoa, a Madigan ally who received a $20,115 per month contract from ComEd despite doing little or no work. The contract was allegedly arranged at Madigan's request as a reward for Ochoa's political loyalty. Eddie Acevedo, another Madigan associate who received payments from ComEd through various arrangements that appeared to require minimal actual work. Jay Doherty, a longtime Madigan political operative who received payments and positions arranged through ComEd-connected entities. Federal investigators identified approximately $1.3 million in payments to Madigan Associates that appeared to be part of the bribery scheme. payments that had no legitimate business purpose, but that kept Madigan's political allies employed and loyal. The federal investigation. The unraveling of Michael Madigan began in July 2020, when ComEd agreed to a deferred prosecution agreement with federal prosecutors. The company admitted that it had engaged in a bribery scheme with public official A, who was clearly Michael Madigan, though he wasn't named directly, and agreed to pay a $200 million fine. In the deferred prosecution agreement, ComEd admitted ComEd arranged for various associates of a high-level elected official for the state of Illinois, public official A, to be hired as purported lobbyists and subcontractors for ComEd, at the request and for the benefit of public official A. These jobs required little or no work. The arrangement was intended to influence and reward public official A's efforts as an elected official to assist ComEd with respect to legislation concerning ComEd and its business. The admission sent shockwaves through Illinois politics. While public official A wasn't named, everyone understood it was Madigan. Federal prosecutors were closing in on the man who had controlled Illinois politics for decades. Shortly after ComEd's deferred prosecution agreement, several Madigan associates were indicted. Michael McLean was charged with bribery and other corruption charges related to his role as intermediary between Madigan and ComEd. Multiple ComEd executives were charged with participating in the bribery scheme, including former CEO Ann Pramaggiore, who would later be convicted and sentenced to prison. The pressure on Madigan intensified. He lost his position as chairman of the Illinois Democratic Party in 21. In January 21, he announced he would not seek another term as Speaker, ending his 36-year tenure in that position. In February 2021, he resigned from the House entirely, ending his 50-year legislative career. But resignation didn't end his legal troubles. Federal prosecutors continued building their case, interviewing witnesses, gathering documents, and preparing to indict Madigan himself. The indictment. On March 2, 2023, a federal grand jury in Chicago indicted Michael Madigan and his longtime associate Michael McLean on 23 counts of racketeering, bribery, wire fraud, and extortion. The indictment was expansive, covering not just the ComEd scheme, but also allegations involving AT&T Illinois, allegations that Madigan arranged for AT&T to hire a Madigan associate, and in return, Madigan supported legislation beneficial to AT&T. Various private businesses, allegations that Madigan used his position to pressure businesses to hire his law firm for property tax work or face legislative retaliation. Systematic corruption. The indictment portrayed Madigan's entire political operation as a corrupt enterprise, a racketeering conspiracy designed to enrich Madigan and his associates through abuse of his official position. The charges meant Madigan could spend the rest of his life in prison if convicted. At age 81, when indicted, even a sentence of 10 to 15 years would effectively be a life sentence. Madigan pleaded not guilty and vowed to fight the charges. His attorneys argued that the government was criminalizing normal political activity, that the arrangements with ComEd were legitimate business relationships, and that Madigan had never explicitly agreed to exchange official acts for personal benefits. The case would take 2 years to get to trial, as both sides prepared for what would be one of the most significant political corruption trials in Illinois history. The trial. The trial of Michael Madigan and Michael McLean began in October 2024 in federal court in Chicago, with Judge John Ness presiding. The trial lasted over 3 months, featuring testimony from dozens of witnesses and thousands of pages of documentary evidence. The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors built a methodical case documenting the corrupt relationship between Madigan and ComEd. ComEd executives' testimony. Former ComEd CEO Ann Pramaggiore and other executives testified about the arrangement with Madigan. They described how ComEd understood it needed to keep Madigan happy to secure favorable legislation, how the company hired Madigan associates at his request, and how everyone understood these were not legitimate business arrangements, but bribes disguised as employment. Michael McLean's role. Evidence showed McLean acting as intermediary, communicating Madigan's desires to ComEd and ensuring the utility understood what was expected. Phone records, emails, and text messages documented McLean's coordination of the scheme. The pattern. Prosecutors showed a clear pattern. ComEd needed help with legislation. ComEd hired Madigan Associates. Madigan supported ComEd's bills. ComEd continued to employ Madigan Associates and hire more. The timeline of hirings and legislative actions showed obvious correlation. Witness testimony. Associates who received payments from ComEd testified about the arrangements. Some admitted they did little or no work, that they understood the jobs were rewards for political loyalty to Madigan, and that everyone involved understood the arrangement was corrupt. Recorded conversations. The FBI had conducted court-authorized wiretaps and recorded conversations between Madigan, McClain, and others discussing the arrangements. While Madigan was often careful in his language, the conversations, when placed in context, clearly showed corrupt intent. Financial records. Prosecutors traced payments from ComEd through various intermediaries to Madigan Associates, showing the flow of money and connecting it to specific legislative actions Madigan took on ComEd's behalf. Expert testimony. Experts on utility regulation testified that the legislation Madigan supported was worth hundreds of millions of dollars to ComEd, providing clear motivation for the utility to bribe Madigan. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. Years of payments to Madigan Associates, corresponding legislative favors, and a clear pattern showing systematic corruption. The defense's case. Madigan's defense team argued no explicit agreement. The defense contended that while ComEd hired Madigan Associates and Madigan supported ComEd legislation, there was no explicit quid pro quo agreement. The hires were legitimate business decisions, and Madigan's legislative support was based on policy considerations, not bribery. Normal political activity. The defense argued that what prosecutors called corruption was actually normal politics. Legislators support businesses that create jobs in their districts, and businesses hire politically connected consultants to help navigate the legislative process. No direct benefit to Madigan. The defense emphasized that Madigan himself didn't receive payments from ComEd. The money went to associates, and prosecutors couldn't prove Madigan personally benefited. Madigan's record. The defense highlighted Madigan's 50 years of public service, his reputation for integrity among colleagues, and his accomplishments as Speaker. Selective prosecution. The defense suggested Madigan was being targeted because of his prominence and power, and that other politicians engaged in similar conduct without being prosecuted. Michael Madigan testified in his own defense, a risky decision but perhaps necessary given the weight of evidence against him. He denied any corrupt intent, claiming the arrangements with ComEd were legitimate, that he supported ComEd legislation because it was good policy, and that he never traded official acts for personal benefits. Under cross-examination, prosecutors confronted Madigan with recorded conversations, testimony from ComEd executives, and the timeline of hirings and legislative actions. Madigan's explanations often seemed evasive or implausible, and his testimony may have hurt more than helped his case. The verdict. On April 22, 2025, after deliberating for 6 days, the jury returned its verdict. Michael Madigan, guilty on 16 of 23 counts, including bribery, wire fraud, and using interstate facilities to promote unlawful activity. Acquitted on several racketeering counts. Michael McClain, guilty on 12 counts related to his role as intermediary in the corruption scheme. It was a devastating verdict for Madigan. While he had been acquitted on some charges, the jury had concluded that he had indeed engaged in systematic corruption, that he had accepted bribes through his associates, and that he had traded his official position for personal benefits. Outside the courthouse, U.S. Attorney Morris Pasquale said, Michael Madigan wielded power in Illinois for decades. He used that power not to serve the people of Illinois, but to enrich himself and his associates. Today's verdict holds him accountable for betraying the public trust. Madigan showed no visible reaction as the verdicts were read. At 82 years old, he faced the prospect of spending his remaining years in federal prison. The sentencing. On June 17, 2025, Judge John Ness sentenced Michael Madigan to 7.5 years, 90 months, in federal prison and imposed a $2.5 million fine. The sentence reflected several factors. The scope of corruption. The scheme had involved years of corrupt arrangements, millions of dollars in payments, and systematic abuse of Madigan's position as Speaker. The impact. The corruption had harmed Illinois ratepayers who paid inflated utility costs because ComEd passed along the costs of its bribes. It had corrupted the legislative process and undermined public trust in government. Madigan's age. At 82, even a 7.5-year sentence might be a life sentence. Judge Ness acknowledged Madigan's age, but noted that the seriousness of the crimes required substantial punishment. Lack of remorse. Judge Ness noted that Madigan had shown no genuine remorse, had continued to deny wrongdoing even after conviction, and had perjured himself repeatedly during his trial testimony, lying under oath even after being convicted in an attempt to minimize his crimes. In his sentencing statement, Judge Kness said, "Mr. Madigan, you were the most powerful politician in Illinois for a generation. You controlled the legislative process. You controlled billions in state spending. You controlled the political futures of hundreds of elected officials. And you used that power corruptly, systematically trading official acts for personal benefits. The people of Illinois trusted you with enormous power, and you betrayed that trust. Your crimes were not aberrations. They were systematic, calculated, and long-term. You corrupted the very democratic process you were elected to uphold." The judge noted that Madigan had lied extensively during his trial testimony, perjuring himself repeatedly in an attempt to avoid accountability, an aggravating factor that warranted additional punishment. Madigan was ordered to surrender to federal prison authorities by August 1, 2025, to begin serving his sentence. The Velvet Hammer, who had crushed opponents for decades, would spend his final years in federal custody. Michael McLean received 6 years in prison for his role in the corruption scheme. FBI agents found $90,000 in cash wrapped in foil and stuffed in his freezer, the cold hard evidence of corruption. On August 3, 2005, FBI agents executed a search warrant at the home of Congressman William Jefferson in the upscale Forest Hills neighborhood of Northeast Washington, D.C. They were investigating allegations that Jefferson had accepted bribes from businessmen seeking his help with deals in Africa and other ventures requiring government influence. The agents searched methodically through Jefferson's home, his office, his bedroom, his closets. They examined his financial records, his computer files, his personal papers. They were looking for evidence of the bribes they believed Jefferson had accepted, bank records, wire transfers, documentation of the business deals. Then they opened the freezer in Jefferson's kitchen, wrapped in aluminum foil, stuffed into frozen food boxes, and hidden among the ice cream and frozen vegetables. The agents found $90,000 in cash, most of it in $100 bills, wrapped in foil packages like some kind of illicit meal prep. The serial numbers on the bills matched money the FBI had given to an informant just weeks earlier in a sting operation, money the informant had then delivered to Jefferson as a bribe payment. The congressman, a member of the powerful House Ways and Means Committee, representing New Orleans, Louisiana, had literally put his bribe money in the freezer, apparently believing this was a clever hiding place that investigators wouldn't think to check. The discovery of the freezer cache became instant news. Television broadcasts showed FBI photos of foil-wrapped bundles of cash. Newspapers ran headlines about cold cash and frozen assets. Late-night comedians joked about the congressman with money in his freezer. The image was so perfect, so comically blatant, that it seemed almost too ridiculous to be real. But it was real. And the freezer cache was just one piece of evidence in a massive corruption case showing that William Jefferson had spent years using his congressional position to enrich himself and his family, soliciting bribes from businessmen, demanding ownership stakes in companies seeking government contracts, and operating what prosecutors would describe as a criminal enterprise from his congressional office. On August 5, 2009, after a trial lasting 7 weeks, a federal jury convicted Jefferson on 11 of 16 corruption counts, including racketeering, soliciting bribes, honest services fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy. On November 13, 2009, he was sentenced to 13 years in federal prison, at the time the longest sentence ever imposed on a congressman for bribery-related corruption. The man who had represented New Orleans for 18 years in Congress, who had served on one of the most powerful committees in the House, who had been reelected even after the freezer cache was discovered, would spend his 60s in federal prison. The freezer full of cash became one of the most iconic images in the history of American political corruption, a perfect visual metaphor for the brazenness, stupidity, and greed that characterizes so much corrupt behavior. William Jefferson didn't just take bribes, he put them in his freezer, wrapped in foil like he was storing leftover brisket rather than evidence of federal crimes. And when FBI agents came looking, they found exactly what they were searching for: cold, hard evidence. A New Orleans politician, William Jennings Jefferson, was born on March 14, 1947, in Lake Providence, Louisiana, a small town in the northeastern part of the state. He grew up in poverty in the segregated South, experiencing firsthand the discrimination and limited opportunities that Black Americans faced in that era. Despite these obstacles, Jefferson excelled academically. He earned a bachelor's degree from Southern University and Agricultural and Mechanical College in Baton Rouge, then a law degree from Harvard Law School. Remarkable achievements for someone from his background and circumstances. Jefferson practiced law in New Orleans and became involved in Democratic politics in Louisiana. In 1979, he was elected to the Louisiana State Senate, where he served for 12 years, building a reputation as an intelligent, hard-working legislator with a bright political future. In 1990, Jefferson ran for the U.S. House of Representatives to represent Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District, which includes most of New Orleans. He won the election and took office in January 1991, becoming one of the few Black members of Congress from Louisiana since Reconstruction. Jefferson's congressional career began with promise. He was articulate, well-educated, and positioned himself as a moderate Democrat focused on economic development and business issues. In 1993, he was appointed to the House Ways and Means Committee, one of the most powerful committees in Congress, with jurisdiction over taxation, trade, Social Security, and Medicare. His position on Ways and Means gave Jefferson significant influence over legislation affecting businesses and international trade, influence that would become valuable to businessmen seeking government assistance with their ventures, and influence that Jefferson would eventually sell for personal enrichment. The family business empire. A key element of Jefferson's corruption involved his family members, particularly his daughters, who were involved in various business ventures that mysteriously seemed to benefit from Jefferson's congressional position. Jefferson's 5 daughters operated several companies: A&J Group, a telecommunications and consulting company run by Jefferson's daughters, which sought contracts in Africa and elsewhere. The company received investments and business opportunities that appeared to be connected to Jefferson's congressional influence. iGate Inc., another family company involved in telecommunications ventures, particularly in Africa. These family businesses created inherent conflicts of interest. Companies that wanted Jefferson's help with government contracts or international deals would invest in his daughters' companies or arrange business partnerships with them. Jefferson would then use his congressional position to help those companies, while his family profited from the investments and partnerships. It was a system designed to funnel money to Jefferson's family while maintaining a veneer of legitimacy. The companies were ostensibly real businesses, and Jefferson could claim he was simply supporting American business interests in Africa and elsewhere, even though his family directly benefited from the deals he was facilitating. Federal prosecutors would later characterize this arrangement as a criminal enterprise, a systematic scheme to use Jefferson's official position to enrich his family through corrupt means. The African ventures. Much of Jefferson's corruption involved business ventures in Africa, particularly in Nigeria and other West African countries. American businessmen seeking to do business in Africa, telecommunications deals, technology ventures, and other projects would approach Jefferson for help navigating African governments and securing contracts. Jefferson positioned himself as someone with connections in Africa who could open doors for American businesses. He traveled to Africa frequently, met with government officials, and marketed his influence to potential business partners. But his help came at a price: bribes, ownership stakes in the companies, and investments in his daughter's businesses. The Nigeria telecommunications deal. One of the most significant corruption schemes involved Vernon Jackson, a Louisville businessman who sought Jefferson's help securing a telecommunications contract in Nigeria. Jackson's company hoped to provide internet and other telecommunication services to the Nigerian government. According to evidence presented at trial, Jefferson demanded that Jackson invest in his daughter's companies. As the price for Jefferson's help, Jackson made payments totaling approximately $367,500 to Jefferson's family companies. Jefferson traveled to Nigeria multiple times to meet with government officials on Jackson's behalf. Jefferson arranged meetings between Jackson and high-level Nigerian officials. Jackson's company eventually won a contract worth over $140 million. Vernon Jackson later pleaded guilty to bribery charges and testified against Jefferson at trial, describing the corrupt arrangement in detail and explaining that everyone involved understood the payments to Jefferson's family were bribes for his official assistance. The Sting Operation. By 2005, the FBI had been investigating Jefferson for several years and had convinced Vernon Jackson to cooperate. The FBI set up a sting operation using a cooperating witness to catch Jefferson accepting bribes on tape. In July 2005, Jefferson met with the FBI informant at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Arlington, Virginia. The informant was posing as a businessman seeking Jefferson's help with deals in Africa and other ventures. During the meeting, captured on FBI video, the informant gave Jefferson a briefcase containing $100,000 in cash, money provided by the FBI, and with serial numbers recorded. Jefferson accepted the money, discussed how he would use his influence to help the informant's business ventures, and promised to deliver some of the cash to Nigerian officials as bribes to secure contracts. The FBI videotape was devastating evidence. It showed Jefferson literally accepting a briefcase full of cash in exchange for promises to use his official position to help business deals. Less than 2 weeks later, when FBI agents searched Jefferson's home, they found $90,000 of that money wrapped in foil in his freezer. The serial numbers matched the bills the FBI had provided, proving that Jefferson had taken the bribe and kept most of it rather than delivering it to Nigerian officials as he had promised. Hurricane Katrina and the National Guard incident. On August 29, 2005, just 3 weeks after the FBI found the freezer cash, Hurricane Katrina struck New Orleans, causing catastrophic flooding and displacing hundreds of thousands of residents. New Orleans, Jefferson's hometown and the heart of his congressional district, was devastated. In the immediate aftermath of Katrina, while New Orleans was still flooded, emergency services were overwhelmed and thousands of residents were trapped in desperate conditions. Jefferson made a decision that would further damage his reputation. He used a National Guard vehicle during the emergency response to check on his personal property. On September 4, 2005, with New Orleans still underwater, with the National Guard focused on rescue operations and emergency response, Jefferson convinced National Guard troops to drive him to his home in New Orleans to retrieve personal items. News footage showed Jefferson emerging from his house carrying a laptop and other items, while National Guard resources that should have been focused on rescue operations were instead being used to help a congressman check on his personal property. The incident sparked outrage. Here was a congressman using military resources for personal purposes during one of the worst natural disasters in American history, at a time when his constituents desperately needed every available resource focused on rescue and relief. Jefferson claimed he needed to retrieve important constituent documents from his home and that his visit was related to his congressional duties. But the optics were terrible. A congressman under FBI investigation for corruption using National Guard troops during an emergency to check on his personal property. The incident reinforced perceptions that Jefferson was corrupt and self-serving, willing to use his position for personal benefit, even during a catastrophic disaster affecting his own constituents. The raid on Jefferson's congressional office on May 21, 2006. In an unprecedented move, FBI agents executed a search warrant on Jefferson's congressional office in the Rayburn House office building on Capitol Hill. The 18-hour search was the first time in American history that the FBI had raided a sitting congressman's office. The raid sparked a constitutional controversy. Members of Congress from both parties protested that the raid violated the speech or debate clause of the Constitution, which protects legislators from being questioned about their legislative acts and provides certain immunities for congressional offices. Speaker of the House Dennis Hastert and Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi issued rare joint statements condemning the raid, arguing it violated separation of powers and congressional prerogatives. President George W. Bush ordered that materials seized in the raid be sealed until the constitutional issues could be resolved. But federal prosecutors argued that the raid was necessary and constitutional, that Jefferson's congressional office had been used to conduct criminal activity, that the speech or debate clause doesn't protect criminal conduct, and that no legislator's office should be a sanctuary from criminal investigation. Federal courts ultimately sided with prosecutors, ruling that the raid was constitutional and that materials seized could be used as evidence. The controversy did, however, delay Jefferson's prosecution for several years while constitutional issues were litigated. The raid uncovered additional evidence of corruption, including documents detailing Jefferson's business arrangements, communications about bribes and deals, and financial records showing unexplained income. The 2006 election. Despite the FBI investigation, the freezer cache discovery, the National Guard incident, and the congressional office raid, William Jefferson ran for re-election in 2006. Louisiana's political establishment largely abandoned him. The Louisiana Democratic Party didn't endorse him. National Democratic leaders called for him to step down. Newspapers editorialized that he should resign, but Jefferson refused to quit. He ran for re-election, arguing he was innocent, that the FBI investigation was flawed, and that he deserved the chance to clear his name. In a stunning turn of events, Jefferson won re-election, defeating Democrat Karen Carter, who had the support of the party establishment, in the primary runoff, and then defeating Republican Derek Shepard in the general election. He secured another term despite being under federal investigation and facing near certain indictment. Jefferson's 2006 victory demonstrated either remarkable political skill or the dysfunction of Louisiana politics, or both. That a congressman under FBI investigation for corruption with cash found in his freezer could win re-election said something troubling about voter attitudes toward corruption and about the state of Louisiana politics. The indictment. On June 4, 2007, a federal grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia indicted William Jefferson on 16 counts of corruption, including racketeering, RICO, racketeering conspiracy, soliciting bribes, honest services fraud, money laundering, obstruction of justice, conspiracy. The indictment detailed schemes involving approximately $500,000 in bribes that Jefferson had solicited or accepted from various businessmen seeking his help with deals in Africa and elsewhere. The charges covered conduct from 2000 through 2005. The indictment alleged that Jefferson had solicited and accepted bribes from businessmen, used his congressional position to pressure other government officials to help his bribe-paying associates, laundered bribe proceeds through his family members' companies, obstructed the FBI investigation. Jefferson pleaded not guilty and vowed to fight the charges. He retained prominent defense attorneys and prepared for trial, even while continuing to serve in Congress. The 2008 election, Jefferson ran for re-election again in 2008, even while under federal indictment. This time, Louisiana voters had enough. He lost the Democratic primary to Helena Moreno, who then lost the general election to Republican Joseph Cao. Jefferson's 18-year congressional career ended in January 2009 when his term expired. He left office as a congressman under indictment, awaiting trial on corruption charges. The trial, Jefferson's trial, began in June 2009 in federal court in Alexandria, Virginia, with Judge T.S. Ellis III presiding. The trial lasted 7 weeks and featured extensive documentary evidence, FBI surveillance videos, and testimony from cooperating witnesses. The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors presented a comprehensive case documenting Jefferson's corruption. Vernon Jackson's testimony. The Louisville businessman testified in detail about paying bribes to Jefferson's family in exchange for Jefferson's help with the Nigeria telecommunications contract. Jackson described meetings where the corrupt arrangements were discussed, payments made, and Jefferson's interventions with Nigerian officials. The FBI sting video. The jury watched the video of Jefferson accepting $100,000 cash from the FBI informant at the Ritz-Carlton. The video showed Jefferson discussing how he would use his influence, promising to deliver money to Nigerian officials and accepting the briefcase full of cash. The freezer cache. FBI agents testified about finding $90,000 in Jefferson's freezer, wrapped in foil. The serial numbers matched the money from the sting operation, proving Jefferson had kept most of the bribe rather than delivering it to Nigerian officials. Financial records. Prosecutors presented evidence showing payments from businessmen to Jefferson's family companies and showing that Jefferson and his family lived beyond what his congressional salary could support. Other witnesses. Additional businessmen testified about Jefferson soliciting bribes or demanding ownership stakes in their companies in exchange for his help with government contracts. Congressional office documents. Materials seized from Jefferson's congressional office showed him using his official position to help bribe-paying associates, including letters to other government officials advocating for their business deals. The evidence was overwhelming. Videos, recorded cash, witness testimony, and documents all pointing to systematic corruption. The defense's case. Jefferson's defense team faced an uphill battle given the video evidence and the freezer cash. They argued innocent explanations. The defense claimed Jefferson's interactions with businessmen were legitimate congressional constituent services, that his family's companies were legitimate businesses, and that there was no corrupt intent. The freezer cash. Defense attorneys struggled to explain the $90,000 in the freezer. They suggested Jefferson had kept the money intending to return it or use it for legitimate purposes, but the explanation strained credulity, given that Jefferson had hidden the cash and never reported receiving it. No explicit agreement. The defense argued that even if Jefferson had accepted payments and helped businessmen, there was no explicit quid pro quo agreement, and his actions might have been legitimate constituent service. Selective prosecution. Defense attorneys suggested Jefferson was being unfairly targeted, that other members of Congress engaged in similar conduct, and that his prosecution was politically motivated. William Jefferson testified in his own defense, attempting to explain his actions. He claimed his family's businesses were legitimate, that he provided legitimate help to constituents, and that he never explicitly traded official acts for money. Under cross-examination, prosecutors confronted Jefferson with the video of him accepting cash, the freezer discovery, and financial records showing suspicious payments. His explanations often seemed evasive and unconvincing. The verdict. On August 5, 2009, the jury returned guilty verdicts on 11 of 16 counts. Guilty of racketeering conspiracy, guilty of soliciting bribes, guilty of honest services fraud, guilty of money laundering, guilty of several other corruption counts, acquitted on some obstruction charges. The convictions meant Jefferson faced potentially decades in federal prison. At age 62, even a sentence of 10 to 15 years could effectively be a life sentence. Outside the courthouse, U.S. Attorney Chuck Rosenberg said, "Corruption is a cancer on our democracy." William Jefferson used his congressional office as a criminal enterprise, soliciting bribes and enriching himself and his family. Today's verdict holds him accountable. Jefferson maintained his innocence and vowed to appeal. The sentencing. On November 13, 2009, Judge T.S. Ellis III sentenced William Jefferson to 13 years in federal prison. At the time, the longest sentence ever imposed on a congressman for bribery-related corruption. It has since been exceeded by other cases, including Kwame Kilpatrick's 28 years. In his sentencing statement, Judge Ellis noted, "Corruption charges of the type at issue here tear at the social fabric and erode public confidence in democratic institutions and in elected leaders. The sentence must reflect the seriousness of the offense, promote respect for the law, and deter others who might be tempted to engage in similar conduct." The judge noted Jefferson's intelligence and accomplishments, which made his corruption even more disappointing. Jefferson had the ability and opportunity to serve his constituents honorably, but chose instead to use his position for personal enrichment. Jefferson was also ordered to forfeit $470,000 assets tied to his corruption, though prosecutors acknowledged he likely wouldn't be able to pay significant restitution given his financial situation. Before sentencing, Jefferson addressed the court, expressing remorse and asking for leniency. He spoke about his upbringing in poverty, his accomplishments despite obstacles, and his family who would suffer from his imprisonment. But Judge Ellis found Jefferson's expressions of remorse unconvincing, noting that Jefferson continued to minimize his conduct and had shown no genuine acceptance of responsibility. Civil rights icon's son, once rising Democratic star, treated campaign fund as personal piggy bank for mounted elk heads and Michael Jackson memorabilia. Jesse Jackson Jr. had everything. He was the son of one of America's most famous civil rights leaders, Reverend Jesse Jackson. He had been elected to Congress at age 30 and served 17 years representing Illinois' 2nd Congressional District on Chicago's South Side. He was intelligent, articulate, and politically ambitious. He had been mentioned as a potential candidate for Barack Obama's vacant Senate seat before Rod Blagojevich tried to sell it. He had been a co-chair of Obama's 2008 presidential campaign. He had a bright future and a famous name, and he threw it all away for a Rolex watch, mounted elk heads, and Michael Jackson memorabilia. Between 2005 and 2012, Jesse Jackson Jr. stole approximately $750,000 from his campaign funds, money that donors had contributed to support his political career, and spent it on personal items so random, so unnecessary, so absurdly specific that they would become the defining details of his downfall. A $43,450 gold-plated men's Rolex watch, $14,500 on Bruce Lee memorabilia, $11,000 on a guitar signed by Eddie Van Halen, Michael Jackson, and other musicians, $10,105 on children's furniture, $9,888 on a cashmere cape, $9,587 on a Michael Jackson fedora, and other memorabilia, $5,814 for Michael Jackson collectible items, $5,000 for 2 mounted elk heads, thousands more on fur capes, celebrity memorabilia, home renovations, Disney trips, and even routine purchases at Costco. He didn't embezzle campaign funds for medical expenses or to cover debts from a gambling addiction or because he was financially desperate. He did it for stuff, expensive, unnecessary stuff that he wanted and decided campaign donors should pay for. The spending was so extravagant, so varied, so oddly specific. Who needs 2 mounted elk heads? That when the details became public during his prosecution, they read like a satire of political corruption. Here was a congressman treating his campaign fund like a personal piggy bank, using donor money as if it were his own allowance to buy whatever caught his eye. On February 20th, 2013, Jesse Jackson Jr. pleaded guilty to 1 count of wire and mail fraud for stealing campaign funds. On August 14th, 2013, he was sentenced to 30 months, 2.5 years, in federal prison. His wife, Sandy Jackson, who had served as his campaign treasurer and helped conceal the spending, was sentenced to 12 months. The couple requested staggered sentences so one parent could remain home with their children, a request the judge granted, meaning the Jackson children would endure their father's imprisonment, followed immediately by their mother's, watching both parents go to prison for crimes driven not by necessity, but by greed and entitlement. Jesse Jackson Sr., the civil rights icon who had marched with Martin Luther King Jr., who had run for president, who had built a legacy of fighting for justice and equality, sat in the courtroom watching his son be sentenced to federal prison for stealing campaign money to buy fur capes and Michael Jackson memorabilia. It was a spectacular fall from grace, a political dynasty tarnished, a promising career destroyed, and all for mounted elk heads. The Jackson legacy. Jesse Louis Jackson Jr. was born on March 11, 1965, into one of America's most prominent African-American families. His father, Jesse Jackson Sr., was already a nationally known civil rights leader, having worked closely with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Growing up as Jesse Jackson's son meant living in the spotlight with enormous expectations and constant comparisons to his famous father. It also meant access to political connections, name recognition, and opportunities that most people could never dream of. Jackson Jr. attended elite schools, including St. Albans School in Washington, D.C., and North Carolina A&T State University, his father's alma mater. He earned a master's degree in theology from Chicago Theological Seminary and a law degree from the University of Illinois College of Law. Rather than pursuing a career outside politics, Jackson Jr. followed his father into public life. In 1995, at age 30, he ran for Congress in a special election to replace Mel Reynolds, who had resigned after being convicted of sexual assault. Jackson won, becoming one of the youngest members of Congress. His congressional career showed promise. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and passionate about issues affecting his predominantly African-American district, including education, healthcare, and economic development. He served on the House Appropriations Committee, giving him influence over federal spending. Jackson Jr. also cultivated an image as someone who understood both the civil rights legacy of his father's generation and the pragmatic politics necessary to achieve results in Congress. He wrote books about constitutional rights and social justice. He was seen as a rising star in the Democratic Party. In 2008, Jackson served as a national co-chair of Barack Obama's presidential campaign, helping Obama secure the Democratic nomination and the presidency. When Obama's Senate seat became vacant, Jackson was mentioned as a possible appointee, though he ultimately wasn't selected, and Rod Blagojevich's attempt to sell the seat would later dominate that story. Jackson was re-elected repeatedly, often with overwhelming margins in his heavily Democratic district. He seemed to have a secure congressional seat and a bright political future. But behind the public success, Jackson was living beyond his means and developing a sense of entitlement that would eventually destroy his career. The spending begins. According to prosecutors and court documents, Jackson's illegal spending from campaign funds began around 2005 and continued through early 2012, over 6 years of systematic theft from his own campaign. The spending fell into several categories: celebrity and music memorabilia. Jackson apparently had a particular fascination with Michael Jackson, no relation despite the shared surname. He spent thousands on Michael Jackson memorabilia: $4,600 for a Michael Jackson fedora, $4,000 for a Michael Jackson guitar, additional thousands for other Michael Jackson collectibles. He also spent $14,913 on Bruce Lee memorabilia, $11,130 on a guitar signed by Eddie Van Halen, Michael Jackson, and other musicians, thousands more on various celebrity memorabilia and collectibles. Luxury goods, $43,350 for a men's gold-plated Rolex watch. The single most expensive item, $9,587.64 on fur capes and parkas, thousands on high-end clothing and accessories. Home furnishings, $10,100 on children's furniture, thousands on home renovations and improvements, furniture and household items charged to campaign credit cards. Taxidermy, $5,000 for 2 mounted elk heads. This purchase became one of the most memorable details of the case. Who buys mounted elk heads with campaign funds? What possible justification could there be for charging taxidermy to a campaign account? Electronics and routine purchases. Thousands on televisions, iPads, and other electronics. Regular purchases at stores like Costco, charged to campaign cards, restaurant meals, clothing, and everyday items. Family expenses. Disney World and other family vacation expenses. Private school tuition and children's items. Personal travel unrelated to campaign activities. The breadth of the spending was remarkable. Jackson wasn't stealing campaign funds for a specific purpose or to cover a particular debt. He was using campaign money as if it were his personal bank account, charging everything from luxury watches to routine groceries. The mechanism, campaign credit cards. The key to Jackson's scheme was the campaign credit cards. As a sitting congressman with an active campaign operation, Jackson had legitimate campaign credit cards used for campaign expenses like advertising, travel to events, staff expenses, and other political activities. But Jackson also used these cards and directed his wife Sandy, who served as the campaign treasurer, to use them for personal expenses. The campaign would pay the credit card bills, effectively using donor money to cover Jackson's personal spending. Over the 7-year period, prosecutors documented over 3,100 personal purchases made on campaign credit cards. The systematic nature of the spending, thousands of transactions over years, showed this wasn't an occasional lapse in judgment, but a sustained scheme to use campaign funds for personal enrichment. Sandy Jackson, as campaign treasurer, was responsible for reporting campaign finances to the Federal Election Commission. She filed reports that mischaracterized the personal spending as legitimate campaign expenses, or in some cases, simply failed to properly disclose the nature of the purchases. The scheme worked for years because campaign finance reports are often poorly scrutinized. Jackson's campaign had legitimate expenses, making it easier to hide personal spending. As congressman, Jackson had some latitude in how campaign funds were used. The campaign operation was essentially controlled by Jackson and his wife, with little independent oversight. The unraveling. Jackson's world began to collapse in 2012, though the specific timeline and causes are somewhat unclear due to his mental health struggles during this period. The mysterious absence. In June 2012, Jackson took a medical leave from Congress, citing exhaustion. His office was vague about his condition and whereabouts, leading to widespread speculation about what was wrong. For weeks, his staff said he was being treated for exhaustion and would return soon. But Jackson didn't return. He remained away from Congress for months, missing votes and constituent meetings. Rumors circulated about what might be wrong. Some speculated about substance abuse, others about a breakdown, others about legal troubles. In early August 2012, Jackson's office announced he was being treated for bipolar disorder at an inpatient facility. The diagnosis explained some of his absence, but questions remained about why he had been gone so long and whether there were other issues beyond mental health. The November 2012 election. Despite being absent from Congress and from campaigning, Jackson ran for re-election in November 2012. He won easily with 63% of the vote, defeating his Republican opponent, even though Jackson never appeared at campaign events or explained his absence beyond the bipolar diagnosis. The victory suggested voters were willing to give Jackson time to address his health issues, but it would prove to be his last election. The resignation. On November 21, 2012, just weeks after winning re-election, Jackson resigned from Congress. Effective immediately. In his resignation letter, he cited his ongoing health issues and acknowledged he was under investigation by the House Ethics Committee and federal authorities. The resignation confirmed what many had suspected. Jackson was facing serious legal trouble, not just health issues. Federal prosecutors had been investigating his campaign finances, and Jackson apparently recognized that criminal charges were likely. The investigation, federal prosecutors in Washington, D.C., had been examining Jackson's campaign finances for months, following up on complaints and irregularities in campaign reports. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered the systematic personal spending and the extent of Jackson's theft from campaign funds. Prosecutors offered Jackson a choice: plead guilty and cooperate, potentially receiving a somewhat reduced sentence, or go to trial and face the full weight of evidence against him, including thousands of credit card transactions, campaign finance records, and testimony from vendors and campaign staff. Jackson chose to plead guilty. The guilty plea. On February 20, 2013, Jesse Jackson Jr. appeared in federal court in Washington, D.C., and pleaded guilty to one count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, mail fraud, and false statements. In his plea agreement, Jackson admitted stealing approximately $750,000 from his campaign funds, using the money for personal expenses over 7 years, filing false campaign finance reports that misrepresented the spending converting campaign property to personal use. His wife, Sandy Jackson, separately pleaded guilty to one count of filing false tax returns, admitting she had failed to report the stolen campaign funds as income on the couple's tax returns. At the guilty plea hearing, Jackson addressed Judge Robert Wilkins. "I misled the American people. I misled the House of Representatives. I misled the Federal Election Commission, and I take responsibility for my actions. For years, I lived in my campaign. I used money I shouldn't have used for personal expenses. I am very sorry for what I did." He described struggles with bipolar disorder and depression, suggesting these mental health issues had contributed to his poor judgment. But he acknowledged that mental illness didn't excuse his crimes and that he took full responsibility for his actions. The guilty plea meant Jackson would definitely go to federal prison. The only question was how long his sentence would be. The sentencing. On August 14, 2013, Judge Robert Wilkins sentenced Jesse Jackson Jr. to 30 months, 2.5 years, in federal prison. Sandy Jackson received 12 months. The couple was ordered to pay $750,000 in restitution and forfeit $200,000 in assets. Critically, the judge agreed to stagger the sentences so one parent could remain home with the couple's 2 young children. Jesse would serve his sentence first, followed by Sandy serving hers after his release. This meant the children would endure nearly 3 years with at least one parent in prison. Judge Wilkins' statement. The judge's sentencing statement addressed Jackson's mental health issues but made clear they didn't excuse the crimes. The court finds that the defendant suffers from bipolar disorder. The court also finds that the disorder did not cause him to steal from his campaign treasury. The defendant knew what he was doing was wrong. He made a choice. He could have said no. He chose not to. Judge Wilkins noted that Jackson had held a position of public trust, that he had betrayed his donors and constituents, and that his crimes were serious violations requiring significant punishment. The judge also addressed the specifics of Jackson's spending, the Rolex, the elk heads, the fur capes, noting that these weren't necessities but luxuries, evidence that Jackson's theft was driven by greed and entitlement rather than need. The courtroom scene. Jesse Jackson Sr. was present in the courtroom during his son's sentencing. Reports described him weeping as the sentence was announced, the grief and disappointment visible on his face. Here was a man who had fought for civil rights, who had challenged injustice, who had built a legacy of activism and leadership, watching his son go to federal prison for stealing campaign money to buy mounted elk heads and Michael Jackson memorabilia. The contrast between the father's accomplishments and the son's crimes was stark and heartbreaking. Jesse Jr. addressed the court before sentencing, expressing remorse and describing his mental health struggles. "I am the example for the whole Congress to fear. I represent the worst in what public officials have done. I have no excuses. I will serve my time. I will pay the fine. And I will move forward with my life and hope that I can be a better man." But for many observers, the apology seemed inadequate given the systematic nature of his theft and the betrayal of trust it represented. Popular Alabama governor convicted in politically charged case that divided opinion on whether it was justice or persecution. Don Siegelman's case is different from the others in this series. The difference isn't in the basic facts. He was convicted of federal corruption charges, sentenced to prison, and served years behind bars. The difference is in what remains genuinely unclear even years later. Was Don Siegelman a corrupt politician who got caught, or was he a Democratic governor targeted by Republican prosecutors in what amounted to selective prosecution? The facts of the case seem straightforward at first. In 1999, Richard Scrushy, the CEO of Health South Corporation, donated $500,000 to a campaign supporting Governor Siegelman's lottery initiative. Shortly after, Siegelman reappointed Scrushy to the Alabama Certificate of Need Review Board, which regulates healthcare facilities. Federal prosecutors argued this was a corrupt quid pro quo, a bribe disguised as a campaign donation in exchange for a government appointment. But the defense countered. Scrushy had already served on this board under previous governors. The reappointment was routine. Campaign donations and political appointments happen constantly in American politics. If this was corruption, then every president, governor, and mayor who appointed donors to positions was equally corrupt. On June 29, 2006, a federal jury convicted Siegelman of bribery, conspiracy, and honest services fraud. On June 28, 2007, he was sentenced to over 7 years in federal prison. And then something extraordinary happened. In 2007, 113 former state attorneys general from both Republican and Democratic administrations, representing decades of experience prosecuting corruption, signed a letter to Congress calling for an investigation into Siegelman's prosecution. They wrote, "We are greatly concerned by the Siegelman prosecution. Never in the modern history of American jurisprudence has it been the case that giving a campaign contribution and then obtaining a ministerial or ceremonial appointment to a board or commission has, standing alone, been considered a federal crime." The letter argued that Siegelman's conviction threatened to criminalize normal political activity, that the prosecution appeared politically motivated, and that the case represented a dangerous expansion of federal corruption laws that could ensnare any politician who appointed a donor to a position. This was unprecedented. More than 100 former state prosecutors, people whose careers involved putting criminals behind bars, were publicly questioning whether the federal government had gone too far, whether Don Siegelman had been prosecuted not for clear corruption, but for being a successful Democratic politician in an increasingly Republican Alabama. The controversy intensified when Jill Simpson, a Republican lawyer and opposition researcher, came forward with allegations that she had been part of meetings where Karl Rove and other Republican operatives discussed plans to use federal prosecutions to destroy Siegelman politically. Her allegations were never proven in court, but they fueled suspicions that Siegelman's prosecution was politically motivated. On the other hand, federal prosecutors maintained that the conviction was justified, that the evidence showed a clear quid pro quo, and that Siegelman had sold a government appointment for campaign cash. They argued that the Attorney General's letter was misguided, that the facts of the case were more complex than critics suggested, and that Siegelman was a corrupt politician being protected by partisan defenders. Unlike the freezer full of cash, the bribe menu on congressional letterhead, the gold bars in the closet, or the elk heads bought with campaign funds, the Siegelman case doesn't offer simple clarity. It sits in a murky space where politics, corruption, campaign finance, and selective prosecution intersect, a space where reasonable people can disagree about where legitimate political activity ends and criminal corruption begins. Don Siegelman spent over 6 years in federal prison. In 2017, President Obama commuted his sentence, allowing his release but not erasing his conviction. Siegelman maintains his innocence to this day. His supporters call him a political prisoner. His prosecutors call him a convicted criminal who got what he deserved. The truth? That depends on who you ask. And that ambiguity makes the Siegelman case uniquely important in understanding American political corruption. Because unlike the clearest cases, this one forces us to grapple with hard questions about what corruption actually is and how politics can weaponize criminal prosecutions. The rise of Don Siegelman. Donald Eugene Siegelman was born on February 24, 1946, in Mobile, Alabama. He grew up in a middle-class family and attended the University of Alabama, where he was active in student politics. He earned a law degree from Georgetown University and a Master of Laws from Oxford University as a Fulbright Scholar. Siegelman returned to Alabama and began a political career that would span decades. He was elected to the Alabama legislature in the 1970s, then served as Alabama Secretary of State, 1979 to 1987, and Attorney General, 1987 to 1991. In 1994, he was elected Lieutenant Governor. In 1998, Siegelman ran for governor as a Democrat and won, taking office saw us in January 1999. His victory was significant. Alabama was becoming increasingly Republican, but Siegelman, with his moderate positions and focus on education, had assembled a winning coalition. As governor, Siegelman's signature initiative was a proposal to establish a state lottery, with proceeds dedicated to education funding. Alabama was one of the few states without a lottery, and Siegelman argued that a lottery could generate hundreds of millions for schools and colleges without raising taxes. The lottery initiative became the defining issue of his governorship. Siegelman traveled the state campaigning for it, raised millions to support it, and made it the centerpiece of his political agenda. But the lottery faced fierce opposition from Christian conservatives and anti-gambling groups who argued it would harm families and communities. In October 1999, Alabama voters narrowly defeated the lottery referendum by just 3,500 votes out of over 1.3 million cast. The defeat was devastating for Siegelman politically and set up what would be a contentious 2002 re-election campaign. The 2002 election controversy. In November 2002, Siegelman ran for re-election against Republican Congressman Bob Riley. Initial returns on election night showed Siegelman narrowly winning. Siegelman went to bed believing he had been re-elected. But overnight, Baldwin County, a heavily Republican county, reported a computer glitch that changed vote totals, flipping the election to Riley by about 3,000 votes. Siegelman and his supporters were suspicious, arguing the late-night vote change was fraudulent. They demanded a hand recount. Alabama law didn't require a recount for such a close election, and the Republican-controlled state apparatus refused to conduct one. Riley was certified as governor, and Siegelman left office in January 2003, protesting that the election had been stolen. The controversy created intense bitterness between Siegelman's Democratic supporters and Riley's Republican administration. Siegelman's supporters believed he had been cheated out of a legitimate victory. Republicans viewed Siegelman's complaints as sore loser behavior. This poisoned political atmosphere, with both sides viewing the other as willing to bend or break rules to win, would be important context for what came next, the federal investigation. Shortly after Riley took office, federal prosecutors in Alabama began investigating Don Siegelman. The investigation, led by U.S. Attorney Laura Canary, a Republican whose husband had been Riley's campaign manager, focused on Siegelman's fundraising and political appointments. The investigation examined several aspects of Siegelman's governorship. The Richard Scrushy appointment. Richard Scrushy was the founder and CEO of Health South Corporation, one of Alabama's largest companies. Scrushy was wealthy, politically connected, and had served on various state boards under both Democratic and Republican governors. In 1999, Scrushy donated $500,000 to Siegelman's lottery campaign. The donation was legal. It went to the campaign supporting the lottery referendum, not to Siegelman's personal campaign. Shortly after, Siegelman reappointed Scrushy to the Alabama Certificate of Need Review Board. This board has the power to approve or deny applications for new healthcare facilities. Members review whether new hospitals, clinics, or other medical facilities are needed in particular areas. It's an important position, but it's also a board that every Alabama governor must appoint members to, and it's not unusual for governors to appoint business leaders with healthcare expertise. Prosecutors argued this was a bribe. Scrushy paid $500,000, and in exchange, Siegelman gave him a position of power that could benefit Health South's business interests. The defense countered. Scrushy had served on this exact board under previous governors. The reappointment was routine. Campaign donations and board appointments happen all the time in politics. Scrushy was qualified for the position. There was no evidence Scrushy's reappointment resulted in any improper actions or benefits to Health South. Other allegations. The investigation also examined other campaign donations and appointments during Siegelman's tenure, looking for patterns suggesting pay-to-play arrangements. But the Scrushy appointment became the centerpiece of the prosecution's case. The indictment and trial. In October 2005, a federal grand jury indicted Don Siegelman, Richard Scrushy, and several other defendants on corruption charges. The indictment alleged bribery. Siegelman accepted a $500,000 bribe, the campaign donation, in exchange for appointing Scrushy to the Con Board. Honest services fraud. Siegelman deprived Alabama citizens of his honest services by engaging in corruption. Conspiracy. Siegelman and Scrushy conspired to exchange money for official appointments. Obstruction of justice. Related to attempts to conceal the arrangement, Siegelman pleaded not guilty and prepared to fight the charges. The trial began in May 2006 in federal court in Montgomery. It lasted 7 weeks and featured testimony from dozens of witnesses and extensive documentary evidence. The prosecution's case, federal prosecutors argued timing. Scrushy's $500,000 donation came shortly before his reappointment to the Con Board, suggesting a connection between the payment and the appointment. The amount, $500,000, was an enormous sum, one of the largest single donations to the lottery campaign. The size suggested this wasn't a routine political contribution, but a payment with an expectation of something in return. Communications. Prosecutors presented evidence of communications between Siegelman and Scrushy around the time of the donation and appointment, suggesting the two understood there was a deal. Benefit to Scrushy. The Con Board position had value to Scrushy and Health South. The board could approve or deny healthcare facility applications that affected Health South's business. Pattern. Prosecutors argued Siegelman had a pattern of soliciting donations in exchange for appointments and favorable treatment, with the Scrushy appointment being the clearest example. Testimony. Several witnesses testified about Siegelman's fundraising methods and about instances where he had allegedly promised positions or favorable treatment in exchange for contributions. The prosecution's theory was straightforward. Siegelman sold a government appointment to Scrushy for $500,000, disguising the bribe as a campaign donation. The defense's case. Siegelman's defense team countered. Routine reappointment. Scrushy had served on the Con Board under Republican Governor Fob James before Siegelman became governor. Siegelman was simply reappointing someone who was already serving. This wasn't a new appointment made as a favor. It was continuation of Scrushy's existing service. Qualified appointee. Scrushy was the CEO of Alabama's largest healthcare company. He was qualified to serve on a healthcare regulatory board. Appointing business leaders to boards related to their industries is common and appropriate. No explicit agreement. There was no evidence of an explicit quid pro quo. Scrushy donated to the lottery campaign, a cause he supported, and Siegelman reappointed him to a board he already served on. These could be independent actions, not a corrupt exchange. Normal politics. Every president, governor, and mayor appoints donors to boards and commissions. If Siegelman's actions were criminal, then virtually every elected official in America would be guilty of corruption. The prosecution was criminalizing normal political activity. Political motivation. The defense suggested the prosecution was politically motivated, targeting a Democratic governor using a Republican U.S. attorney in a state where political warfare had become intense after the disputed 2002 election. Siegelman testified in his own defense, denying any corrupt intent. He explained that he appointed people to boards based on their qualifications, and that campaign donations didn't influence his decisions. He portrayed himself as a victim of political persecution by Republicans seeking revenge for his challenges to the 2002 election results. The verdict and sentencing. On June 29, 2006, after deliberating for 8 days, the jury returned mixed verdicts. Don Siegelman, guilty on bribery, conspiracy, and honest services fraud related to the Scrushy appointment. Acquitted on other charges, Richard Scrushy, guilty on bribery and conspiracy charges. The convictions were a major blow to Siegelman. He faced potentially decades in federal prison. On June 28, 2007, U.S. District Judge Mark Fuller sentenced Don Siegelman 88 months, just over 7 years in federal prison. Richard Scrushy, 82 months, just under 7 years. Both were ordered to pay fines and restitution. In his sentencing statement, Judge Fuller said the evidence supported the jury's verdicts and that Siegelman had betrayed the public trust by selling a government appointment. Siegelman maintained his innocence and announced he would appeal, arguing the prosecution was unjust and the verdict was wrong. The extraordinary Attorney General letter. What happened next was unprecedented in American legal history. In 2007, Jill Simpson, a Republican lawyer and opposition researcher in Alabama, came forward with allegations that she had attended meetings where Karl Rove, President George W. Bush's senior political advisor, and other Republicans discussed plans to use federal prosecutions to destroy Siegelman politically. Simpson provided sworn testimony describing these alleged conversations. Her allegations were explosive, suggesting that the Siegelman prosecution was coordinated political persecution rather than legitimate law enforcement. However, her claims were never proven in court, and both Rove and Department of Justice officials denied them. But Simpson's allegations, combined with concerns about the prosecution's legal theories and the political context in Alabama, prompted an extraordinary response from the legal community. In 2007, 113 former state attorneys general from both Republican and Democratic administrations, representing decades of prosecuting corruption, signed a letter to Congress calling for an investigation into the Siegelman prosecution. The letter stated, "We are greatly concerned by the precedent and the dangerous implications for the American political system that have been established by the recent conviction of former Alabama Governor Don Siegelman. This decision converts the routine fundraising practices of millions of elected officials into federal felonies and will chill public service and legitimate political activity of both Democratic and Republican officials." Never in the modern history of American jurisprudence has it been the case that giving a campaign contribution and then obtaining a ministerial or ceremonial appointment to a board or commission has, standing alone, been considered a federal crime. The letter argued Siegelman's conviction criminalized normal political activity. Campaign donations followed by board appointments happen constantly in American politics. The prosecution set a dangerous precedent that could be used against any politician. The case appeared politically motivated given the Alabama political context. This was remarkable. More than 100 former prosecutors, people whose careers involved putting corrupt officials in prison, were saying that Siegelman's prosecution went too far, that it threatened to turn ordinary politics into federal crimes. The letter didn't claim Siegelman was innocent of all wrongdoing, but it argued that the conduct he was convicted of, accepting a campaign donation and appointing the donor to a board position, shouldn't constitute federal corruption charges, especially when the appointee already served on that board. The appeals and continued controversy. Siegelman's case wound through the federal appeals process for years. 2008. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals upheld most of Siegelman's convictions, but ordered resentencing on some counts. The court found the evidence sufficient to support the jury's verdicts. 2009. On resentencing, Judge Fuller reduced Siegelman's sentence slightly to 78 months, 6.5 years. 2011. Siegelman remained free on bond while pursuing further appeals. The Supreme Court declined to hear his case, letting the conviction stand. 2012. Siegelman was ordered to surrender to begin serving his sentence. He entered federal prison in September 2012. Throughout this process, controversy continued. Congressional investigations, House Judiciary Committee. Democrats investigated allegations of political prosecution, holding hearings on whether the Department of Justice had selectively targeted Democrats. The investigations didn't result in any reversals of Siegelman's conviction, but they kept the controversy in the news. 60 Minutes. Report CBS's 60 Minutes aired a segment on Siegelman's case, presenting evidence suggesting political motivation in the prosecution. The report featured Jill Simpson's allegations and interviews with legal experts questioning the prosecution. The judge's conduct, Judge Mark Fuller, who presided over Siegelman's trial and sentencing, was later arrested in 2014 for battery against his wife in a domestic violence incident. He eventually resigned from the bench. While this didn't directly relate to Siegelman's case, it raised questions about Fuller's judgment and conduct. Honest Services Fraud. In 2010, the Supreme Court narrowed the Honest Services Fraud statute in Skilling v. United States, limiting when politicians could be prosecuted under this theory. Some legal scholars argued this decision should have impacted Siegelman's conviction, but courts declined to overturn it based on Skilling. Prison and commutation. Don Siegelman served approximately 6.5 years in federal prison, first at a facility in Louisiana, then transferred to Oklahoma, and finally to Maryland. During his imprisonment, his family and supporters continued advocating for his release, arguing he was a political prisoner. They wrote letters to President Obama requesting clemency, gathered signatures on petitions, and kept his case in the public eye. On January 17, 2017, just days before leaving office, President Barack Obama commuted Siegelman's sentence, allowing his immediate release from prison. The commutation didn't erase Siegelman's convictions or restore his civil rights, but it ended his imprisonment. In granting the commutation, the White House didn't explicitly endorse arguments that Siegelman had been unfairly prosecuted, but the decision to commute his sentence, along with commutations for many other federal prisoners, reflected concerns about sentencing severity and prosecutorial practices. Siegelman was released from federal prison in February 2017, having served over 6 years. He returned to Alabama, to his family, and to freedom, though still branded as a convicted felon. Tupi-wearing congressman known for flamboyant speeches delivered his corruption scheme with same outrageous style. On the floor of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Jim Traficant stood to address his colleagues. His hair, an obvious toupee that looked like it had been styled with a leaf blower, sat askew on his head. He wore a denim suit that appeared to have come from a 1970s garage sale, and he was about to deliver one of his signature rambling, bizarre speeches that had made him a cult figure in American politics. "Mr. Speaker," Traficant began in his gravelly voice, launching into a stream of consciousness monologue about trade policy, China, government waste, and whatever else came to mind. His syntax was fractured, his logic questionable, his delivery manic. He would pound the lectern, gesticulate wildly, and veer from topic to topic with no apparent connection. And then, after several minutes of this performance, he would deliver his catchphrase, the line that made Jim Traficant famous. "Beam me up, Mr. Speaker." It was a Star Trek reference, delivered with Traficant's characteristic bombast. His colleagues would roll their eyes or chuckle. The C-SPAN cameras would cut away, and Traficant would return to his seat, satisfied with another performance. For nearly 17 years, Jim Traficant was one of the most colorful characters in Congress. He was the representative from Youngstown, Ohio, a struggling Rust Belt city that had been devastated by the collapse of the steel industry. He positioned himself as a working-class hero, a fighter for the little guy, someone who didn't care what the Washington establishment thought of him. His constituents loved him. His speeches became viral videos before viral videos existed. He appeared on radio shows and became a folk hero to people who felt ignored by the political establishment. But behind the toupee and the catchphrases and the denim suits, Jim Traficant was running a criminal enterprise from his congressional office. He was forcing his staff to work on his farm and boat as personal servants. He was soliciting bribes from contractors and businessmen. He was demanding kickbacks from his employees' salaries. He was evading taxes. He was using his congressional position not to serve his constituents, but to enrich himself. On April 11, 2002, a federal jury convicted James Traficant on 10 felony counts of racketeering, bribery, tax evasion, and obstruction of justice. On July 24, 2002, the House of Representatives voted 420-01 to expel him from Congress, only the fifth representative expelled since the Civil War, and the first since 1980. On July 30, 2002, U.S. District Judge Leslie Wells sentenced Traficant to 8 years in federal prison. The man who had entertained millions with his bizarre floor speeches would spend the rest of his 60s behind bars. The folk hero was a criminal, and the beam me up congressman's corruption was as outrageous as his personality. From Youngstown to Congress, James Anthony Traficant Jr. was born on May 8, 1941, in Youngstown, Ohio, a city built on steel mills, industrial labor, and working-class grit. Youngstown was prosperous during Traficant's youth, with good-paying manufacturing jobs supporting a vibrant economy. But by the 1970s and 1980s, Youngstown was collapsing. Steel mills closed, jobs disappeared, and the city's population plummeted. The decline was devastating. Unemployment soared, businesses closed, and Youngstown became a symbol of America's Rust Belt decay. This was the context in which Jim Traficant built his political career. Traficant attended the University of Pittsburgh and earned a master's degree from Youngstown State University. He worked as a high school teacher and football coach before entering politics. In 1981, he was elected sheriff of Mahoning County, which includes Youngstown. His time as sheriff was controversial from the beginning. In 1983, Traficant was indicted on federal racketeering charges for allegedly accepting bribes from the mafia in exchange for allowing illegal gambling operations. It was a serious case. Federal prosecutors had wiretap evidence and witness testimony linking Traficant to organized crime figures. But Traficant, representing himself in court with no law degree, somehow convinced a jury to acquit him. He claimed he had been conducting his own investigation of the mafia, that he had pretended to accept bribes to gather evidence, and that federal prosecutors had misunderstood his undercover work. The acquittal was stunning. Defendants representing themselves almost never win, especially in complex federal cases. But Traficant's brash, confrontational style apparently resonated with the jury, and they found him not guilty. The trial made Traficant famous in Youngstown. He positioned himself as someone who had beaten the federal government, who had stood up to prosecutors, and won, who was tough enough to take on anyone. In 1984, Traficant ran for Congress in Ohio's 17th District. He ran as a Democrat, but with populist, anti-establishment themes. He railed against trade deals that had destroyed Youngstown's manufacturing base, against government waste, against politicians who didn't care about working people. He won and took office in January 1985. He would serve 9 terms, becoming one of the most recognizable and bizarre members of Congress. The Traficant style. What made Jim Traficant memorable wasn't his legislative accomplishments. He had few, or his policy expertise. He had less. It was his style. The appearance. Traficant wore cheap suits, often denim, that looked like they came from a discount store. His hair, an obvious toupee, was styled in a way that defied physics, appearing to have been applied with a paint roller and possibly inspired by a thatched roof. He looked less like a congressman and more like someone's eccentric uncle at a family reunion. The speeches, Traficant's 1-minute floor speeches, were legendary. He would stand at the House lectern and deliver rambling stream-of-consciousness monologues about whatever was on his mind. His speeches included bizarre syntax and grammar. I want to say this about that. Random topic changes mid-sentence. Conspiracy theories about government waste and corruption. Made-up words and phrases, shouted declarations, and pounding on the lectern. And always at the end, beam me up. Example, paraphrased from actual trafficant speeches. Mr. Speaker, the Japanese are ripping us off. They're stealing our jobs, stealing our technology, stealing our money. And what does Congress do? Nothing. We send billions to foreign countries while Americans are living in poverty. It's a scam, Mr. Speaker. It's a rip-off. And you know what? The IRS is the biggest gang in America. They steal from hardworking people. They confiscate property. They destroy lives. And Congress lets them do it. Beam me up, Mr. Speaker. The government doesn't work for us anymore. It works for the special interests. His speeches became must-see TV for C-SPAN junkies and political oddity collectors. They were shared online, discussed on radio shows, and made Trafficant a folk hero to people frustrated with conventional politics. The politics. Trafficant was nominally a Democrat, but he frequently broke with his party. He supported Republican initiatives, opposed Democratic leadership, and seemed to delight in being unpredictable. In 2001, he was the only Democrat to vote against every article of impeachment against President Clinton. He opposed impeachment but wanted to make a point about voting his conscience. His positions were populist, protectionist, and often contradictory. He railed against trade deals and immigration. He supported organized labor but also small businesses. He opposed government spending but sought federal money for Youngstown. Most importantly, Trafficant cultivated an image as someone who didn't care what Washington insiders thought, who said what he believed, who fought for his constituents even if it made him look crazy. And his constituents loved him. He was repeatedly reelected with large margins, even as his behavior became increasingly erratic and his legal troubles mounted. The corruption scheme. Behind the entertaining persona, Jim Trafficant was running a systematic criminal enterprise from his congressional office. The scheme had several components. Forced labor from congressional staff. Trafficant required his congressional staff to work on his personal property in Youngstown. Staff members were forced to work on his farm, including caring for horses and maintaining buildings, required to work on his houseboat, the Washington Mistress, including cleaning, repairs, and maintenance, compelled to perform home renovations and repairs at his residence, expected to run personal errands and perform domestic tasks. This wasn't optional. Staff members who refused faced retaliation, including reassignment, loss of responsibilities, or termination. The work was unpaid. Staff received their congressional salaries for their official duties, but were expected to provide free labor for Trafficant's personal benefit. Federal law prohibits members of Congress from requiring staff to perform personal services. Congressional staff are paid with taxpayer money to perform official duties, not to be personal servants to the representatives they work for. Salary kickbacks. Trafficant allegedly required some staff members to kick back portions of their salaries to him. The scheme worked like this. Trafficant would hire staff at official salaries paid by Congress. He would require them to return a portion of each paycheck to him in cash. The staff would effectively work for less than their official salary, with Trafficant pocketing the difference. This allowed Trafficant to steal taxpayer money while maintaining plausible deniability. The official record showed staff being paid their full salaries, but in reality, Trafficant was taking a cut. Bribes from contractors. Trafficant solicited and accepted bribes from contractors and businessmen seeking his help with federal contracts and other government business. The arrangements included contractors providing free labor and materials for Trafficant's farm, boat, and home businessmen, making cash payments in exchange for Trafficant's advocacy with federal agencies. Companies giving Trafficant free or discounted services in exchange for his political support. One contractor, for example, provided extensive free work on Trafficant's houseboat in exchange for Trafficant's help securing federal contracts. Another businessman provided materials and labor for Trafficant's farm in exchange for Trafficant's intervention with government agencies. Tax evasion. Trafficant failed to report the value of the free labor, materials, and bribes he received as income on his tax returns. Federal law requires that anything of value received, whether cash, goods, or services, be reported as income. Trafficant's failure to report these benefits constituted tax evasion. The total value of the bribes, kickbacks, and free services Trafficant received was estimated at over $100,000, though the actual amount may have been higher. The investigation and trial. The FBI began investigating Trafficant in the late 1990s, following complaints from former staff members and tips from contractors who had participated in the bribery scheme. The investigation was complicated by Traficant's status as a sitting congressman and by his propensity for claiming persecution whenever he faced scrutiny. Federal agents interviewed former staff, reviewed financial records, examined work done on Traficant's property, and built a case documenting the systematic corruption. On May 4, 2001, a federal grand jury in Cleveland indicted Traficant on 10 counts: racketeering, bribery, tax evasion, obstruction of justice, filing false tax returns. Traficant proclaimed his innocence and claimed he was being persecuted by the federal government for being too effective in fighting government corruption. He framed himself as a victim of the same prosecutors he had criticized in his floor speeches. The trial began in February 2002. In a decision that shocked legal observers, Traficant chose to represent himself, dismissing his attorneys and conducting his own defense. Defendants who represent themselves are at an enormous disadvantage, even more so in complex federal cases. The saying goes, "A man who represents himself has a fool for a client." The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors presented a systematic case documenting Traficant's crimes. Staff testimony. Former congressional staff testified about being forced to work on Traficant's farm and boat, about the unpaid labor, about the retaliation they faced if they refused. Contractor testimony. Contractors described providing free labor and materials to Traficant in exchange for his help with federal contracts and government business. Financial records, bank records, tax returns, and other documents showed Traficant's failure to report income and his pattern of receiving valuable services without payment. Physical evidence, photos and documentation of work done on Traficant's property showed the extent of the free labor and materials he had received. Pattern of corruption. The evidence showed this wasn't occasional poor judgment, but a systematic scheme to use his congressional position for personal enrichment. The prosecution's case was thorough and damning. Years of corruption, documented through witness testimony and records. Traficant's defense. Representing himself, Traficant conducted a defense that was consistent with his congressional floor speeches, rambling, confrontational, and often bizarre. He cross-examined witnesses aggressively, sometimes effectively, but often in ways that seemed to hurt his own case. He argued that staff worked voluntarily on his property, not under coercion. Any help he received was from friends, not payment for official acts. He was being persecuted for fighting government corruption. The federal government was out to get him. Traficant's closing argument lasted several hours and touched on everything from the Constitution to conspiracy theories about government prosecutors. It was entertaining, but legally unconvincing. The jury deliberated for several days before returning guilty verdicts on all 10 counts: conviction, expulsion, and sentencing. The conviction created an immediate political crisis. Traficant was a sitting congressman who had just been convicted of 10 felonies. Under House rules, he could continue serving until expelled, but his position was untenable. The House Ethics Committee investigated and recommended expulsion, the most severe punishment Congress can impose on a member. Expulsion requires a 2/3 vote of the House. On July 24, 2002, the House voted 421 to expel Jim Traficant from Congress. The only vote against expulsion was from Gary Condit, who was himself embroiled in scandal at the time. Traficant became only the 5th representative expelled from the House since the Civil War and the first since 1980. Before the expulsion vote, Traficant addressed the House one final time. True to form, his speech was rambling, defiant, and concluded with his signature catchphrase, "I yield back the fact that Congress is a good place for businessmen and lawyers, but it's no place for me. Beam me up." On July 30, 2002, U.S. District Judge Leslie Wells sentenced Traficant to 8 years in federal prison. The judge noted that Traficant had systematically abused his position, had shown no remorse, and had continued to claim persecution even after conviction. Traficant was ordered to surrender to federal prison authorities in September 2002 to begin serving his sentence. Prison and the comeback attempt, Jim Traficant, at age 61, entered federal prison to serve his 8-year sentence. He was incarcerated at various federal facilities, including the Federal Medical Center in Rochester, Minnesota. Even from prison, Trafficant remained defiant and colorful. He gave occasional interviews, maintained his innocence, and continued to claim he had been railroaded by corrupt prosecutors. In 2010, while still in prison, Trafficant ran for his old congressional seat as an independent candidate. His campaign, conducted entirely from behind bars, was quixotic but garnered significant attention. Some Youngstown voters remained loyal to him despite his criminal conviction, but Trafficant lost the election, receiving only about 16% of the vote. His political career was definitively over. Trafficant was released from federal prison in September 2009, having served approximately 7 years of his 8-year sentence, with time off for good behavior under federal law. Life after prison. After his release, Trafficant returned to Youngstown. He was 68 years old, a convicted felon, barred from holding federal office, and his law license had been revoked. He attempted various ventures. He hosted a radio show discussing politics and continuing to claim persecution. He considered running for local office. State or local positions weren't barred by his federal conviction. He gave occasional speeches and interviews. He maintained the farm where much of his corruption had occurred. Trafficant remained unrepentant, continuing to claim he had been framed by federal prosecutors. Some Youngstown residents remained loyal to him, viewing him as someone who had been persecuted for fighting for them. But most observers recognized Trafficant for what he was: a corrupt politician who had been appropriately convicted and punished for using his office for personal gain. Philadelphia congressman orchestrated million-dollar fraud scheme to cover up campaign debt, stealing from nonprofit meant to help students. Chaka Fattah built his political career on education. For decades, he championed educational opportunities for underprivileged students, fought for increased federal funding for schools, and positioned himself as someone who understood that education was the pathway out of poverty. His signature legislative achievement was the Gear Up program, gaining early awareness and readiness for undergraduate programs, which he authored and shepherded through Congress in 1998. The program provides federal funding to help low-income students prepare for and succeed in higher education. Since its creation, Gear Up has served millions of students, providing them with tutoring, mentoring, college preparation, and financial aid information. Fattah spoke passionately about education. He gave speeches about the importance of investing in young people. He told stories about students who had succeeded because of the programs he supported. He presented himself as someone who cared deeply about giving opportunities to children who needed them most. And then, federal investigators discovered that Chaka Fattah had stolen money from educational nonprofits and federal programs, including funds meant to help students, to cover up his own campaign debts and enrich himself and his family. The scheme was elaborate and sustained over years. Fattah had run an expensive, unsuccessful campaign for mayor of Philadelphia in 2007, ending up with over $1 million in campaign debt. Rather than raising money legally to pay off the debt, or declaring bankruptcy, or simply accepting the financial consequences of his failed campaign, Fattah orchestrated a fraud scheme involving an illegal $1 million loan disguised as campaign contributions, misappropriation of funds from his own educational nonprofit, theft of federal funds from NASA programs, misuse of Sallie Mae funds meant for educational purposes, bribery of government officials to conceal the schemes, money laundering to hide the illegal transactions, false statements and falsified records to cover his tracks. Between 2007 and 2014, Fattah and his associates stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from charitable organizations and federal programs, using the money to repay campaign debts, purchase personal luxuries, and maintain their political positions and influence. On June 21, 2016, a federal jury convicted Chaka Fattah on 23 counts of racketeering conspiracy, bribery, mail and wire fraud, money laundering, bank fraud, falsification of records, and making false statements to federal authorities. On December 12, 2016, U.S. District Judge Harvey Bartle III sentenced Fattah to 10 years in federal prison, describing his crimes as astonishing, given his position and his professed commitment to education and public service. The sentencing marked the end of Fattah's 30-year political career, exposed the profound hypocrisy of a man who championed educational opportunities for poor children while stealing from the very programs meant to help them. Chaka Fattah spoke eloquently about giving students opportunities. Then he stole their money to cover his campaign debts. That's the story. That's the betrayal. That's the crime. The making of Chaka Fattah. Arthur Davenport was born on November 21, 1956, in Philadelphia. He later changed his name to Chaka Fattah, adopting an African name as part of his embrace of black identity and activism during the 1970s. Chaka means great warrior in Zulu. Fattah means conqueror in Arabic. Fattah grew up in Philadelphia's black community during a time of civil rights activism and urban challenges. He was politically aware from a young age. His mother, Frances Falaka Fattah, was a prominent community activist who founded the House of Umoja, a nonprofit organization working to prevent gang violence in Philadelphia. Fattah attended Community College of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, though he didn't complete a degree at Penn. He also attended the University of Pennsylvania's Fels Institute of Government. In 1982, at age 25, Fattah was elected to the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, representing a Philadelphia district. He served in the state legislature for 6 years, building a reputation as someone focused on education, poverty reduction, and urban issues. In 1988, Fattah was elected to the Pennsylvania State Senate, where he continued focusing on education policy and urban development. He gained recognition for his advocacy of increased education funding and programs to help disadvantaged students. In 1994, when longtime Congressman William Gray III resigned, Fattah ran for the seat representing Pennsylvania's 2nd Congressional District, which includes much of Philadelphia. He won a competitive Democratic primary and the general election, taking office in January 1995. Congressional career and gear up. As a congressman, Fattah quickly established himself as someone focused on education and poverty issues. His committee assignments reflected these priorities. He served on the House Appropriations Committee and its subcommittees overseeing education and science funding. Fattah's signature legislative achievement came in 1998 when he authored and passed the Gear Up program. The program was designed to help low-income students prepare for college by providing early college awareness and preparation, beginning in middle school, offering tutoring and mentoring services, helping students and families understand financial aid options, creating partnerships between schools, colleges, and community organizations, providing scholarships for program participants. Gear Up became one of the most significant federal programs for college preparation and access. Since 1998, it has served millions of students and distributed billions in federal funding to schools and organizations across America. For Fattah, Gear Up was both a policy achievement and a political brand. He spoke frequently about the program, highlighted success stories, and positioned himself as the congressman who cared most about educational opportunity. He also worked on other education initiatives, science funding, and criminal justice reform. He rose to become a senior member of the Appropriations Committee and chaired the Subcommittee on Commerce, Justice, Science, positions that gave him enormous influence over federal spending in these areas. Fattah was re-elected repeatedly with large margins. His district was heavily Democratic and majority black, and Fattah was seen as an effective representative who brought federal resources to Philadelphia while championing progressive causes nationally. But behind the public service and the educational advocacy, Fattah was building a network of nonprofits, consultants, and associates that he would eventually use for criminal purposes. The Educational Advancement Alliance. In 2007, Fattah founded the Educational Advancement Alliance, EAA, a nonprofit organization ostensibly dedicated to helping students and families navigate the college application and financial aid process. The organization was meant to complement Gear Up and other federal programs by providing additional support services. The EAA raised hundreds of thousands of dollars from donors who believed they were supporting educational opportunities for disadvantaged students. Corporations, foundations, and individuals contributed to what they thought was a legitimate charitable organization doing important work. But federal investigators would later discover that Fattah used the EAA as a personal piggy bank, taking money donated for educational purposes and using it to repay his campaign debts, pay for personal expenses, and funnel money to family members and associates. The EAA wasn't primarily an educational organization. It was a vehicle for fraud. The 2007 mayoral campaign disaster. In 2007, Chaka Fattah decided to run for mayor of Philadelphia. It was an ambitious move. He was a successful congressman with influence in Washington, but mayoral politics in Philadelphia are notoriously competitive and expensive. Fattah ran a well-funded campaign, spending heavily on advertising, staff, consultants, and get-out-the-vote efforts. He positioned himself as someone who could bring federal resources to Philadelphia and who understood urban policy. But he lost badly in the Democratic primary, finishing third behind Michael Nutter, who won, and Tom Knox. The loss was expensive. Fattah's campaign had spent over $5 million and ended up with approximately $1 million in debt. Campaign debt is a common problem in politics. Candidates who lose expensive races often end up owing money to vendors, consultants, and lenders. The typical approaches are: continue fundraising after the campaign to pay down the debt gradually. Negotiate settlements with creditors for less than full payment. In extreme cases, file for bankruptcy. What candidates shouldn't do, what federal law explicitly prohibits, is take illegal loans to cover campaign debt, steal from charitable organizations to repay debt, misappropriate federal funds to cover campaign expenses, engage in fraud and bribery to conceal the debt. Chaka Fattah did all of these things. The schemes. A catalog of fraud. Federal prosecutors documented multiple overlapping schemes that Fattah orchestrated to deal with his campaign debt and to enrich himself. Scheme 1. The illegal $1 million loan. In 2007, facing over $1 million in campaign debt and unable to raise enough money legally to pay it off, Fattah arranged for a wealthy supporter to provide a $1 million loan to the campaign. This loan was illegal for several reasons. It violated federal campaign contribution limits. It wasn't properly disclosed. It was structured to avoid scrutiny. The loan temporarily allowed Fattah's campaign to pay some vendors and creditors, but it created a new problem. Fattah now owed $1 million to the wealthy lender and had no legal way to repay it. So Fattah orchestrated an elaborate scheme to obtain money to repay the illegal loan, involving theft from multiple sources. Scheme 2. The Educational Advancement Alliance theft. Fattah misappropriated funds from the Educational Advancement Alliance, the nonprofit he had founded ostensibly to help students, to repay his campaign debts. Money that donors had given to support educational programs was instead diverted to repay portions of the illegal campaign loan, pay Fattah's campaign vendors and creditors, cover personal expenses for Fattah and his family. Fattah and his associates created false invoices, fake contracts, and fraudulent documentation to make it appear the EAA expenditures were legitimate. In reality, donor money meant for students was being stolen to cover Fattah's political debts. Scheme 3. NASA funds misappropriation. As chairman of the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriation Subcommittee, Fattah had influence over NASA funding. Prosecutors discovered that Fattah directed a $50,000 NASA grant to a fake nonprofit entity, then immediately had the money diverted to support his own interests. This was federal program fraud, using his congressional position to steer government funds to entities he controlled, then misappropriating those funds for personal and political purposes. Scheme 4. Sallie Mae funds. Fattah arranged for Sallie Mae, the student loan company, to hire Herbert Vetterman, one of Fattah's associates, as a consultant. In exchange, Fattah used his congressional position to advocate for Sallie Mae's interests. This was a bribery scheme. Fattah provided official acts, supporting Sallie Mae's legislative priorities, and Sallie Mae provided payments to Fattah's associate. Some of the money was then used to benefit Fattah's political and personal interests. The scheme involved misuse of funds meant for educational purposes. Sallie Mae deals with student loans, and Fattah was supposed to oversee these programs to protect students' interests, not to arrange jobs for his associates in exchange for personal benefits. Scheme 5. Money laundering and cover-up. To conceal these various schemes, Fattah and his associates created false documents and fake invoices, falsified records to make it appear expenditures were legitimate, made false statements to investigators, engaged in money laundering to hide the movement of funds, attempted to obstruct the federal investigation. The cover-up was extensive and involved multiple people, including members of Fattah's congressional staff and his associates. Scheme 6. The Porsche purchase. Among the personal expenses Fata paid with misappropriated funds was a blue Audi R8, an exotic sports car that costs over $100,000. Fata attempted to purchase this vehicle using some of the fraudulently obtained funds, demonstrating that the schemes weren't just about covering campaign debts, but also about personal enrichment. The co-conspirators Fata didn't act alone. Several associates were charged and convicted. Herbert Vetterman, a businessperson and Fata associate who participated in the bribery scheme involving Sallie Mae. Convicted of bribery and conspiracy, sentenced to 30 months in prison. Robert Brand, Fata's former chief of staff who helped orchestrate the schemes, pleaded guilty to conspiracy charges. Karen Nicholas, Fata's chief of staff who helped cover up the schemes, pleaded guilty and cooperated with prosecutors. Thomas Lindenfeld, a political consultant who helped structure the illegal campaign loan and participated in the fraud, pleaded guilty to conspiracy. Gregory Naylor, a political consultant who assisted with the schemes, pleaded guilty. These convictions demonstrated that Fata had operated a criminal enterprise involving multiple people over many years. The FBI investigation. The FBI and federal prosecutors in Philadelphia began investigating Fata around 2012 following tips about financial irregularities in his campaign and associated nonprofits. The investigation was extensive. Interviews with dozens of witnesses, including former staff, nonprofit employees, and donors. Review of thousands of financial documents, bank records, and campaign reports. Analysis of nonprofit expenditures and federal grant spending, examination of emails, text messages, and other communications. Cooperation from several co-conspirators who agreed to testify. As the investigation progressed and became public, pressure mounted on Fata. The House Ethics Committee opened its own investigation. Political opponents called for his resignation. Media coverage intensified, but Fata maintained his innocence and refused to step down, continuing to serve in Congress even as federal prosecutors built their case. Virginia governor and wife accepted Rolex, Ferrari rides, and wedding catering in corruption case that reached Supreme Court and changed federal bribery law. Bob McDonnell's story doesn't end the way the others in this series do. He was convicted by a federal jury. He was sentenced to federal prison. His political career was destroyed. His marriage fell apart in spectacular public fashion during his trial, but he never spent a day in prison. In 2016, in a unanimous decision, the United States Supreme Court overturned McDonnell's conviction, ruling that the jury had been given instructions that defined official acts too broadly under federal bribery law. The court found that arranging meetings, hosting events, and making phone calls on behalf of a donor, even when those actions were done in exchange for over $187,000 in gifts and loans, didn't constitute official acts under federal corruption statutes as they should be properly interpreted. Chief Justice John Roberts, writing for a unanimous court, acknowledged that McDonnell's conduct was tawdry, but concluded it wasn't criminal under a correct reading of federal bribery law. The decision was a bombshell that fundamentally changed how federal corruption is prosecuted and made it significantly harder to convict politicians of bribery. Following the Supreme Court's decision, federal prosecutors dropped the case rather than retry McDonnell under the new, more restrictive legal standard. McDonnell's conviction was vacated, and he walked free, not because he was innocent of the underlying conduct, which he never really disputed, but because the Supreme Court concluded that conduct didn't meet the technical legal definition of bribery. The McDonnell case is unique in this series because it forces us to grapple with uncomfortable questions. What if conduct that seems obviously corrupt isn't actually illegal under current law? What if a politician accepts over $177,000 in gifts from a businessman and then helps that businessman's company, but does so in ways that technically aren't official acts? Is that corruption? Should it be criminal? The Supreme Court said no, or at least not under federal bribery statutes as currently written. But the facts of what Bob and Maureen McDonnell did remain troubling, regardless of the legal technicalities that saved him from prison. The rise of Bob McDonnell. Robert Francis McDonnell was born on June 15, 1954, in Philadelphia, but grew up in Fairfax County, Virginia. He attended the University of Notre Dame, where he graduated with a degree in management. He served in the U.S. Army for 4 years, including service in Germany during the Cold War. After leaving the military, McDonnell earned an MBA from Boston University, a law degree from Regent University, a Christian university in Virginia Beach founded by Pat Robertson, and a Master of Arts in Public Policy from Regent. McDonnell practiced law and worked in business before entering politics in the early 1990s. In 1991, he was elected to the Virginia House of Delegates, representing Virginia Beach. He served in the House for 15 years, eventually becoming Republican caucus chairman. In 2005, McDonnell was elected Attorney General of Virginia, defeating Democratic nominee Creigh Deeds. As Attorney General, McDonnell built a reputation as a conservative but effective state official, focusing on public safety, consumer protection, and drug enforcement. In 2009, McDonnell ran for governor of Virginia. His campaign emphasized job creation, transportation improvements, and economic development. He positioned himself as a business-friendly conservative who could attract investment to Virginia and manage state government efficiently. McDonnell won in a landslide, defeating Creigh Deeds in a rematch of their 2005 Attorney General race by 18 percentage points, one of the largest margins in modern Virginia gubernatorial elections. He took office in January 2010 with enormous political momentum and national attention. McDonnell's victory made him a rising star in the Republican Party. Virginia was increasingly seen as a swing state in presidential politics, and McDonnell, young, 56, articulate, with executive experience and a strong electoral record, was immediately discussed as potential vice presidential material for the 2012 or 2016 Republican tickets. His political future seemed limitless. The Virginia governor's mansion and Johnny Williams. As governor, McDonnell lived in the historic Virginia governor's mansion in Richmond with his wife Maureen and their 5 children. The mansion is both a residence and a public building used for state functions, entertaining visiting dignitaries and showcasing Virginia to potential investors and businesses. In April 2011, McDonnell was introduced to Johnny Williams Sr., a Virginia businessman and CEO of Star Scientific, a company that produced Antablock, a dietary supplement made from anitabine, a compound derived from tobacco that Williams claimed had anti-inflammatory properties. Williams wanted help getting Antablock accepted by the medical community and by state institutions. If Virginia universities would study the supplement, if state officials would endorse it, if the governor would publicly support it, the product's credibility and sales would increase dramatically. But there were problems. Antablock's health claims weren't well supported by scientific evidence. The FDA hadn't approved it as a drug. Legitimate medical researchers were skeptical of its purported benefits. The company's financial situation was precarious. Johnny Williams needed access to powerful people still who could help legitimize his product and his company. And he found that access through Bob and Maureen McDonnell. What happened next would become the basis for federal corruption charges. Williams showered the McDonnells with gifts, loans, trips, and luxury items worth over $177,000. And in exchange, Bob McDonnell used his position as governor to help Williams's company. The gifts, a catalog of luxury. The gifts and benefits Johnny Williams provided to Bob and Maureen McDonnell were extensive and extravagant. The Rolex watch, $6,500. Williams purchased a Rolex watch for Governor McDonnell. The watch became one of the most recognizable symbols of the case, a luxury timepiece that McDonnell wore while carrying out his gubernatorial duties, a gift from a businessman seeking government help. Shopping sprees, $20,000 on plus. Williams took Maureen McDonnell on shopping trips in New York City, purchasing designer clothing, shoes, and accessories for the First Lady. Williams paid for thousands of dollars worth of luxury items, allowing Maureen to shop at high-end stores at Williams's expense. The wedding catering, $15,000. Williams provided $15,000 in catering for the wedding of one of the McDonnell's daughters. This wasn't a small contribution. It was paying for a major portion of the wedding reception, a significant personal expense that the McDonnells allowed Williams to cover. Loans, $120,000. Williams provided over $120,000 in loans to the McDonnells, ostensibly to help with their personal finances. The loans were provided at favorable terms and helped the McDonnells deal with financial pressures they were facing. The McDonald's, despite Bob's governor salary and Maureen's own business ventures, apparently had significant financial difficulties. Luxury trips. Williams paid for the McDonald's to vacation at his lake house and provided other travel and entertainment expenses. These trips mixed business discussions about Anna to Block with leisure activities, all funded by Williams. The Ferrari ride. Perhaps the most memorable detail. Williams let Bob McDonnell drive his Ferrari. The image of the governor of Virginia behind the wheel of a Ferrari belonging to a businessman seeking state help became symbolic of the entire scandal. Nutritional supplements. Williams provided cases of Anatabloc, his dietary supplement, to the McDonald's for personal use. The McDonald's reportedly took the supplements and encouraged others to try them. Golf outings and entertainment. Williams paid for golf outings, meals, and entertainment for Bob McDonnell, providing access to exclusive venues and experiences. In total, the gifts, loans, trips, and benefits Williams provided exceeded $177,000, an extraordinary amount for a public official to accept from someone seeking government assistance. What the McDonald's did in return. In exchange for these gifts, Governor McDonnell used his position to help Williams and Star Scientific, the governor's mansion luncheon. August 2011. McDonnell hosted a luncheon at the governor's mansion, bringing together Williams and researchers from Virginia universities. The purpose was to encourage the researchers to conduct studies on Anatabloc. McDonnell personally attended, lending the credibility of the governor's office to Williams's product. Meetings with state officials. McDonnell arranged meetings between Williams and state health officials, including staff at the Virginia Department of Health. These meetings were designed to discuss Anatabloc and potentially secure state endorsement or support for the product. University research promotion. McDonnell contacted officials at Virginia Commonwealth University and other state institutions, encouraging them to conduct research on Anatabloc. He used his position and influence to try to secure state resources for studying Williams's product. Public promotion. McDonnell and his staff promoted Anatabloc at events and in communications with state officials. The governor's office was effectively helping to market Williams's product. Access and credibility. Beyond specific actions, McDonnell gave Williams access to the governor's office, to state officials, and to the governor's mansion. This access provided Williams with credibility and prestige that helped his business operations. The relationship between the gifts and the actions was clear. Williams provided luxury items and financial benefits to the McDonald's, and Bob McDonnell used his position as governor to help Williams's company. Whether this constituted criminal bribery would become the central legal question in the case. The marital drama. One of the most unusual aspects of the McDonnell case was the role that the McDonnell's marital problems played in the scandal and in their defense strategy. During the investigation and trial, it became clear that Bob and Maureen McDonnell's marriage was deeply troubled. Evidence presented at trial included text messages showing Maureen's anger at Bob and her complaints about being ignored, evidence that Maureen had developed a close relationship with Johnny Williams, possibly viewing him as more attentive than her husband's testimony, suggesting Maureen was the primary recipient of Williams' attention and gifts, while Bob was often unaware of the extent of her relationship with Williams. Indications that the couple was barely speaking during much of the relevant time period. The McDonnell's defense strategy involved essentially blaming Maureen and portraying Bob as largely unaware of many of the gifts and interactions. Bob's attorneys argued that Maureen had developed an inappropriate relationship with Williams, that she had accepted gifts without Bob's knowledge, and that Bob hadn't understood he was being influenced because he didn't know about many of Williams' gifts to his wife. This strategy, throwing Maureen under the bus to protect Bob, created a spectacle in the courtroom. The couple sat separately at the defense table, represented by different attorneys who sometimes had conflicting interests. Testimony about their marriage was deeply personal and embarrassing, exposing intimate details of their relationship problems. The marital dysfunction became a sideshow to the corruption charges, but it was relevant to the legal case. If Bob didn't know about many of the gifts, could prosecutors prove he had accepted them as bribes? If Maureen was acting largely on her own, could Bob be held responsible for her actions? The investigation and indictment. The FBI and federal prosecutors began investigating the McDonnells in 2013, following press reports about their relationship with Johnny Williams and gifts they had received. Initial reporting by the Washington Post and other outlets revealed some of the gifts and raised questions about whether they had been properly disclosed under Virginia law. Virginia at the time had virtually no limits on gifts that public officials could accept, a significant weakness in state ethics laws. As long as gifts were disclosed, officials could accept nearly unlimited benefits from individuals with business before the state. But many of the gifts Williams provided to the McDonald's hadn't been properly disclosed, raising additional concerns. As the investigation progressed, federal prosecutors concluded that the McDonald's acceptance of gifts combined with Bob's official actions to help Williams constituted federal corruption, honest services fraud, and bribery under the Hobbs Act. On January 21, 2014, a federal grand jury indicted Bob and Maureen McDonald on multiple corruption charges: conspiracy to commit honest services wire fraud, Hobbs Act extortion under color of official right, bribery, making false statements, obstruction of official proceedings. The indictment detailed the gifts and the official actions, arguing that the McDonald's had engaged in a quid pro quo, gifts in exchange for official action. The indictment was a political earthquake. Bob McDonald had left office just 2 weeks earlier. Virginia governors serve single 4-year terms and cannot immediately succeed themselves. He had been preparing for his next political move, possibly a Senate run or positioning for a vice presidential nomination. Instead, he was a defendant in a federal corruption trial, facing potentially decades in prison. The trial. The McDonald's trial began in July 2014 in federal court in Richmond, presided over by U.S. District Judge James Spencer. The trial lasted 5 weeks and became a media sensation, with daily coverage of the evidence, testimony, and the McDonald's marital dysfunction. The prosecution's case. Federal prosecutors presented extensive evidence: gift documentation, credit card receipts, bank records, photographs, and other evidence documenting the over $177,000 in gifts, loans, and benefits Williams provided to the McDonald's. Official actions, emails, calendars, and testimony showing Bob McDonald's actions to help Williams, arranging the governor's mansion luncheon, setting up meetings with university researchers, contacting state health officials, promoting Anita Block. Timeline correlation, evidence showing the timing of gifts and official actions, demonstrating the quid pro quo relationship. Johnny Williams' testimony. Williams himself testified against the McDonald's, describing how he provided gifts in exchange for Bob's help with his company. Williams had been granted immunity in exchange for his cooperation. Staff testimony. Members of McDonald's gubernatorial staff testified about Bob's efforts to help Williams and about Maureen's relationship with Williams. The prosecution argued that the pattern was clear. Williams provided benefits, and Bob McDonald used his official position to help Williams's company. This was straightforward bribery. The defense's case. The McDonald's defense was more complicated because they essentially had different defenses. Bob's defense. He didn't know about many of the gifts to Maureen. His actions were routine constituent services, not official acts done as bribes. He never made any explicit agreement to exchange official action for gifts. His marriage was so dysfunctional that he wasn't aware of Maureen's relationship with Williams. Maureen's defense. She didn't have any official position or power. Her acceptance of gifts couldn't constitute bribery because she wasn't a government official. Her relationship with Williams was personal, not corrupt. The defense strategy of distancing Bob from Maureen created awkward courtroom dynamics and exposed the extent of their marital problems, but the attorneys argued it was necessary given the evidence. The verdict. On September 4, 2014, after deliberating for 3 days, the jury convicted both Bob and Maureen McDonald on multiple corruption counts. Bob McDonald, guilty on 11 counts including conspiracy, honest services fraud, and Hobbs Act extortion, bribery. Maureen McDonald, guilty on 9 counts including conspiracy and obstruction. The verdicts were a stunning fall for Bob McDonald, from rising Republican star and potential vice presidential nominee to convicted felon facing prison. Outside the courthouse, federal prosecutors declared victory, arguing that the jury had sent a clear message that public corruption wouldn't be tolerated, that officials couldn't sell their offices for personal benefits. The McDonald's maintained their innocence and announced they would appeal. The sentencing. On January 6, 2015, Judge Spencer sentenced Bob McDonald, 24 months, 2 years in federal prison. Maureen McDonald, 12 months, 1 year in federal prison. The sentences were at the low end of what federal sentencing guidelines permitted, reflecting the judge's consideration of the McDonald's previous public service, their family circumstances, they had 5 children, and other mitigating factors. The judge allowed the McDonalds to remain free pending appeal, so they didn't immediately begin serving their sentences. Judge Spencer, in his sentencing statement, noted that McDonald had engaged in a scheme of corruption, but also acknowledged his years of public service and the personal humiliation he had endured through the public trial, the appeals, and the Supreme Court. McDonald's attorneys immediately appealed his conviction, arguing that the trial court had given the jury overly broad instructions on what constituted official acts under federal bribery law. The key legal question was, what actions by a public official qualify as official acts that can form the basis of a bribery conviction? Federal bribery law prohibits giving or receiving anything of value in exchange for performing or agreeing to perform an official act. But what is an official act? Is arranging meetings an official act? Is hosting events at the governor's mansion an official act? Is making phone calls to state officials on behalf of someone an official act? Is promoting a product to government researchers an official act? The trial court had instructed the jury that official acts included a broad range of governmental activities. McDonald's attorneys argued this instruction was too broad, that many routine activities like arranging meetings shouldn't count as official acts under federal bribery law. The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld McDonald's conviction, finding that the trial court's jury instructions were appropriate. But McDonald appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the court agreed to hear the case. McDonald v. United States became one of the most significant corruption cases in decades. The Supreme Court decision on June 27, 2016, the Supreme Court issued its decision in McDonald v. United States. The ruling was unanimous, 8-0, with Justice Scalia having died earlier in the year, in McDonald's favor. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the opinion, which held that the jury instructions at McDonald's trial had been overly broad and that the conviction couldn't stand. The court's key holdings, official acts, must be specific. The court ruled that for conduct to constitute an official act under federal bribery law, the official must actually make a decision or take action on a specific question, matter, cause, suit, proceeding, or controversy, like a lawsuit, an administrative determination, a regulatory action, or a legislative vote. Merely arranging meetings, hosting events, or making phone calls doesn't constitute an official act unless those actions are connected to a specific pending question or matter. The jury instructions were too broad. The trial court had instructed the jury that official acts could include routine activities like arranging meetings. The Supreme Court held this was incorrect. These activities, while they might be influenced by bribery, don't themselves constitute the official acts necessary for a bribery conviction. The implications. Under the Supreme Court's interpretation, McDonald's conduct, while tawdry, the Chief Justice's word, didn't constitute criminal bribery because arranging the governor's mansion luncheon wasn't an official act. Setting up meetings with university researchers wasn't an official act. Calling state officials to promote Anita Block wasn't an official act. Hosting Williams at state events wasn't an official act. None of these actions involved McDonald making a decision on a pending matter. He was facilitating and promoting, but he wasn't deciding anything specific that was officially before him as governor. The court emphasized it wasn't saying McDonald's conduct was acceptable or ethical, only that it didn't meet the technical definition of bribery under federal law as properly interpreted. Chief Justice Roberts wrote, "There is no doubt that this case is distasteful. It may be worse than that. But our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It is instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute. A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this court. The decision was a bombshell. The unanimous Supreme Court had dramatically narrowed what conduct could be prosecuted as federal bribery, making corruption cases harder to prove. Powerful House Ways and Means chairman orchestrated ghost employees scam, turning congressional office into family employment agency. For 36 years, Dan Rostenkowski represented Chicago's Northwest Side in Congress. For 15 of those years, he chaired the House Ways and Means Committee, one of the most powerful positions in American government, with jurisdiction over all federal taxation, Social Security, Medicare, trade policy, SAI, and trillions of dollars in government revenue. Rostenkowski was Washington royalty. Presidents needed him to pass their legislative agendas. Lobbyists courted him. Fellow members of Congress deferred to him. He wielded power with the confidence of someone who understood how Washington worked and who had the political muscle to make things happen. He was also the epitome of Chicago machine politics, the old-school Democratic machine built on patronage, loyalty, and the understanding that political positions existed not just to serve the public, but to reward friends, family, and supporters with jobs, contracts, and opportunities. But Dan Rostenkowski took the machine system too far. He didn't just reward supporters with legitimate government jobs. He put 14 people on his congressional payroll who did little or no official work. Ghost employees who were paid with federal tax dollars to perform personal services for Rostenkowski and his family. They mowed his lawn, cleaned his house, ran errands, and did whatever Rostenkowski wanted, all while officially working for the U.S. Congress. He also embezzled from the House Post Office, exchanging stamps for cash that he pocketed, and converted official funds for personal use, hundreds of thousands of dollars over more than 2 decades. On April 10, 1996, at age 68, after 36 years in Congress and facing a 17-count federal indictment, Dan Rostenkowski pleaded guilty to 2 counts of mail fraud. He admitted using congressional funds to pay people for work they didn't do, turning his congressional office into a personal service agency funded by American taxpayers. On April 9, 1996, Judge Norma Holloway Johnson sentenced Rostenkowski to 15 months in federal prison and ordered him to pay $21,000 in restitution. The man who had chaired the Ways and Means Committee, who had shaped American tax policy, who had been one of the most powerful politicians in Washington, would serve time in federal prison for stealing from taxpayers. Rostenkowski's fall marked the end of an era. The era when machine politics could operate openly in Congress, when patronage was accepted as normal, when powerful committee chairmen could run their offices like personal fiefdoms without serious oversight, ghost employees mowing the chairman's lawn, federal funds converted to personal use, stamps exchanged for cash at the House Post Office. This wasn't sophisticated corruption. It was brazen, old-school theft, the kind of machine politics that Chicago had perfected, but that federal prosecutors finally decided to prosecute. Dan Rostenkowski thought his power protected him. He was wrong. Chicago machine politics. To understand Dan Rostenkowski, you must understand Chicago machine politics, the Democratic political machine that dominated Chicago for most of the 20th century, built on patronage, loyalty, and the exchange of political support for jobs, contracts, and favors. The Chicago machine was perfected by Mayor Richard J. Daley, the elder Daley, who served from 1955 to 1976, who controlled thousands of city jobs, construction contracts, and other benefits that he distributed to supporters. Ward committeemen controlled their neighborhoods, delivering votes in exchange for jobs and services. City workers understood they owed their jobs to the machine and were expected to campaign for machine candidates. The system was corrupt by modern standards, but remarkably effective at getting things done. Daley's Chicago worked. Streets were plowed, garbage was collected, construction projects were completed because the machine had incentives to deliver services to maintain political power. Daniel David Rostenkowski was born on January 2, 1928, on Chicago's Northwest Side, into a family deeply connected to the machine. His father, Joseph Rostenkowski, was a Polish-American ward committeeman and alderman, a machine operative who understood the system and raised his son within it. Dan Rostenkowski learned politics at his father's knee. He understood that politics was about power, that power came from delivering for your constituents and your supporters, and that loyalty was rewarded with positions and opportunities. In 1952, at age 24, Rostenkowski was elected to the Illinois House of Representatives with the machine's backing. In 1954, he was elected to the Illinois State Senate, and in 1958, when the incumbent congressman from Chicago's 8th District, later renumbered the 5th, decided not to seek re-election, Rostenkowski ran for Congress with Mayor Daley's support. He won easily, taking office in January 1959 at age 30. He would serve in Congress for 36 years, becoming one of the most powerful legislators in Washington while never forgetting his Chicago machine roots. Rise to power in Congress. Rostenkowski arrived in Congress during an era when seniority and personal relationships mattered enormously. Power accrued to those who stayed, who worked within the system, and who understood how to wield influence. Rostenkowski was assigned to the House Ways and Means Committee early in his career, a coveted assignment for someone interested in tax policy and economic issues. The Ways and Means Committee is one of the power committees in Congress, with jurisdiction over all federal taxation, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid international trade agreements, unemployment insurance, welfare programs. Control of Ways and Means means control over trillions of dollars in revenue and spending, and the ability to shape economic policy affecting every American. Rostenkowski rose through the committee ranks, building relationships with chairmen, mastering legislative procedure, and establishing himself as someone who understood both policy details and political realities. In 1981, after Democrats lost control of the Senate and saw their House majority reduced, Rostenkowski became chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. He would hold this position for 14 years, becoming one of the most powerful people in Washington. As chairman, Rostenkowski worked with Presidents Reagan, Bush, and Clinton on major legislation. Tax Reform Act of 1986. Rostenkowski worked with President Reagan and Senate Finance Committee Chairman Bob Packwood to pass comprehensive tax reform, simplifying the tax code and reducing rates while eliminating loopholes. It was considered Rostenkowski's greatest legislative achievement. Medicare Catastrophic Coverage Act, 1988, expanded Medicare benefits, though the law was later repealed due to senior citizen opposition to its funding mechanism. Numerous budget bills and deficit reduction measures. Rostenkowski negotiated major fiscal legislation throughout the 1980s and early 90s. Rostenkowski was known as a skilled negotiator who could bring together disparate factions, who understood how to count votes, and who could deliver results. Presidents needed him. Lobbyists courted him. He was Washington power personified. But he was also running his congressional office like a Chicago ward, using federal funds to pay for personal services, converting official resources for private use, and treating his congressional position as a source of patronage for family and friends. The ghost employees. The core of Rostenkowski's criminal conduct involved ghost employees, people on his congressional payroll who did little or no official congressional work, but instead performed personal services for Rostenkowski and his family. Federal prosecutors identified 14 individuals who were paid from Rostenkowski's official congressional budget, but who primarily or exclusively worked on personal matters. Household staff. Several employees nominally on Rostenkowski's congressional payroll spent their time cleaning Rostenkowski's homes. He had residences in Chicago and Washington, performing yard work and landscaping, running personal errands, doing housework and domestic tasks. These weren't congressional employees who occasionally helped with personal tasks. They were personal servants, paid with federal tax dollars, with minimal or no congressional duties. Family members. Rostenkowski put family members on his payroll, including his daughters, who received congressional salaries but did minimal congressional work. Other relatives who were given congressional positions that primarily involved personal service to the family. The pattern was clear. Rostenkowski was using his congressional budget, funded by American taxpayers, to pay for personal household staff, to employ family members who didn't perform real congressional duties, and to convert public funds for private benefit. The justification. In the machine politics tradition Rostenkowski came from, this was normal. Ward bosses employed family members. City jobs went to supporters and relatives. Patronage was how politics worked. But congressional offices aren't ward operations. Federal funds appropriated for congressional operations are meant to pay for official duties, legislative work, constituent services, research, and administration. Using those funds to pay for yard work and housekeeping is theft from taxpayers, regardless of how normal it might have been in Chicago machine politics. The House Post Office scandal, Rostenkowski's ghost employee scheme, wasn't his only criminal conduct. He was also implicated in the House Post Office scandal, a broader corruption scheme involving multiple members of Congress. The House Post Office, located in the Capitol building, provided postal services to members of Congress and their staff. Members could purchase stamps and use postal services for official correspondence. But the post office was also used for a scheme where members would purchase stamps using official funds, exchange those stamps for cash, pocket the cash for personal use. This was embezzlement, converting official funds meant for postage into personal cash. The scheme worked because the post office kept poor records and because there was minimal oversight of how members used their official accounts. Rostenkowski participated in this scheme, exchanging stamps for cash and using the money for personal expenses. The total amount he embezzled through the post office scheme was estimated at approximately $50,000, not an enormous sum compared to some corruption cases, but significant theft nonetheless. The House Post Office scandal ensnared multiple members of Congress and led to criminal prosecutions of several representatives and post office employees. It exposed systemic problems with congressional oversight and the ease with which members could abuse official resources. The investigation, the House Post Office scandal, triggered a federal investigation in the early 1990s. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, working with FBI agents and postal inspectors, began examining how members of Congress used post office services and whether official funds were being converted for personal use. As investigators dug into the post office scheme, they discovered broader patterns of abuse by several members, including Dan Rostenkowski. The investigation expanded to examine ghost employees on congressional payrolls, personal use of official vehicles, conversion of official furniture and equipment for personal use, false statements on financial disclosure forms, expense account abuse. For Rostenkowski, the investigation was particularly threatening. He wasn't a backbencher whose misconduct could be quietly resolved. He was the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, one of the most powerful people in Congress. Prosecuting him would be a major political event, but federal prosecutors concluded the evidence was overwhelming. Rostenkowski had committed crimes, and his position shouldn't protect him from prosecution. The 1994 election. While the investigation was ongoing, Rostenkowski faced re-election in November 1994. For the first time in his 36-year congressional career, he faced a serious electoral challenge. His Republican opponent, Michael Patrick Flanagan, was a political novice and attorney who attacked Rostenkowski's ethical problems and argued that voters should reject the corruption of machine politics. Under normal circumstances, Rostenkowski would have won easily. His district was heavily Democratic, and he had name recognition, money, and the political machine behind him. But 1994 was not a normal year. It was the Republican Revolution, the midterm election where Republicans gained 54 House seats and took control of the chamber for the first time in 40 years. Anti-incumbent sentiment was strong, and Rostenkowski's ethical problems made him vulnerable. On November 8, 1994, Dan Rostenkowski lost his congressional seat to Michael Flanagan by approximately 2,400 votes out of 145,000 cast. After 36 years in Congress, he was voted out, the first time since 1958 that his district had elected a Republican. The loss was stunning. Rostenkowski had chaired Ways and Means. He had worked with presidents. He had shaped American tax policy. And Chicago voters, tired of corruption and swayed by Republican arguments, voted him out. Rostenkowski's congressional career ended in January 1995, but his legal troubles were just beginning. The indictment. On May 31, 1994, while Rostenkowski was still chairman and before his electoral defeat, a federal grand jury in Washington, D.C. indicted him on 17 counts of corruption: wire fraud, mail fraud, embezzlement, witness tampering, obstruction of justice. The indictment detailed the 14 ghost employees who did personal work while on congressional payroll, the House Post Office scheme where he exchanged stamps for cash, personal use of congressional vehicles and other official resources, false statements on financial disclosure forms, attempts to obstruct the investigation, Rostenkowski was charged with stealing approximately $695,000 from taxpayers over 2 decades through these various schemes. The indictment was politically explosive. Rostenkowski initially maintained his innocence and vowed to fight the charges. He hired prominent defense attorneys and prepared for trial, but as his 1994 election loss demonstrated, the political winds had shifted. The public was tired of congressional corruption, and the evidence against Rostenkowski was strong. The plea deal, rather than go to trial and risk conviction on all 17 counts, which could have resulted in decades in prison, Rostenkowski's attorneys negotiated a plea deal with federal prosecutors. On April 9, 1996, Rostenkowski appeared in federal court and pleaded guilty to 2 counts of mail fraud. In his plea, he admitted using congressional funds to pay employees who perform personal services rather than official duties, converting official resources for personal use, engaging in a scheme to defraud taxpayers. By pleading guilty to just 2 counts, Rostenkowski avoided trial on the remaining 15 charges and significantly reduced his potential prison sentence. In his statement to the court, Rostenkowski said, "I am here today because I do not want to spend the next several years fighting the charges that have been filed against me. I maintain that what I did was not motivated by personal gain, and I want to acknowledge that I exercised bad judgment in some of the decisions I made." The statement was classic Rostenkowski, acknowledging misconduct but characterizing it as bad judgment rather than theft, and claiming he wasn't motivated by personal gain despite having stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from taxpayers. The sentencing on April 9, 1996, immediately after accepting Rostenkowski's guilty plea, Judge Norma Holloway Johnson sentenced him to 15 months in federal prison, $21,000 in restitution. No fine, though he had already spent enormous amounts on legal fees. The 15-month sentence was relatively lenient given the scope of Rostenkowski's crimes. Federal sentencing guidelines at the time would have permitted a much longer sentence, but the judge considered his age, 68 at sentencing, his years of public service, his health problems, the fact that he had pleaded guilty rather than forcing a trial. Still, 15 months in federal prison for a former chairman of the Ways and Means Committee was significant. Rostenkowski would become one of the most powerful members of Congress ever to serve time in federal prison for corruption. Outside the courthouse, Rostenkowski spoke briefly to reporters. "I have made mistakes. I have hurt my family. I have hurt my friends. I have hurt my colleagues. I am deeply sorry for that." But notably absent from his apology, any mention of hurting taxpayers or the American people or acknowledging that his mistakes were actually crimes that stole public funds. First U.S. cabinet member ever convicted, Teapot Dome scandal secretary gave away America's oil reserves for personal profit. Before Watergate, before Iran-Contra, before any political scandal with "Gate" attached to its name, there was Teapot Dome. The name comes from a rock formation in Wyoming that resembled a teapot, an odd geological quirk that gave its name to an oil field, which in turn gave its name to the biggest political scandal in American history up to that time, a scandal so notorious that Teapot Dome became shorthand for government corruption for generations. At the center of the scandal was Albert Bacon Fall, Secretary of the Interior under President Warren G. Harding. Fall did something that seems almost quaint by modern corruption standards, but was shocking at the time. He secretly leased federal oil reserves, oil that had been set aside for the U.S. Navy's use in emergencies, to private oil companies without competitive bidding, in exchange for approximately $385,000 in bribes, equivalent to over $6 million today. The oil reserves at Teapot Dome in Wyoming and Elk Hills in California had been designated as emergency reserves for the Navy to ensure that American warships would have fuel available in the event of war or national emergency. These reserves were part of the nation's strategic defense, set aside for the public good. Albert Fall sold access to them for cash, loans, and improvements to his New Mexico ranch. On October 25, 1929, after years of investigation, trials, and appeals, Fall was convicted of accepting bribes. He was sentenced to 1 year in federal prison and fined $100,000. He became the first cabinet member in American history to be convicted of crimes committed while in office and the first to serve prison time. The Teapot Dome scandal didn't just destroy Fall's reputation and send him to prison, it tarnished the Harding presidency. Harding died in 1923 before the full extent of the scandal was revealed, damaged public trust in government, and established patterns for how political scandals would be investigated and understood for the next century. When we talk about political corruption, when we use terms like special prosecutor or congressional investigation or cover-up, we're using frameworks that were largely established by Teapot Dome. Albert Fall wasn't the first corrupt politician in American history, but he was the first cabinet secretary to be convicted, imprisoned, and made into a symbol of everything that can go wrong when public officials put personal profit above national interest. His name and the scandal he created remain relevant more than 100 years later, not because the details are particularly shocking by modern standards, but because Teapot Dome established the template for understanding political corruption in America. The making of Albert Fall. Albert Bacon Fall was born on November 26, 1861, in Frankfort, Kentucky. He grew up during and after the Civil War, came of age in the American West, and embodied the rugged individualism and business-oriented politics of the Western frontier. Fall moved to New Mexico Territory in 1887, where he worked as a lawyer, miner, and rancher. He became involved in territorial politics and business ventures, building relationships with miners, ranchers, and businessmen. New Mexico in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was a place where politics, business, and personal relationships were deeply intertwined, and Fall learned to navigate this world effectively. In 1912, New Mexico achieved statehood, and Fall was elected as one of its first 2 U.S. senators. He served in the Senate from 1912 to 1921, building a reputation as someone who understood Western resource issues, who advocated for development of federal lands, and who opposed conservation policies he saw as locking up resources that could be used for economic development. Fall was a Republican with strong ties to Western business interests, particularly mining and oil companies. He believed federal lands should be developed rather than preserved, and he opposed conservationists who wanted to restrict commercial use of federal resources. In March 1921, when Warren G. Harding became president, he appointed Albert Fall as Secretary of the Interior, the cabinet position responsible for managing federal lands, national parks, oil reserves, and other natural resources. It seemed like a natural fit. Fall knew the West, understood resource issues, and had relationships with the business community that would need to work with Interior. Harding saw him as someone who could manage the vast federal land holdings effectively while promoting economic development. What Harding didn't anticipate was that Fall would use his position to enrich himself by selling access to federal oil reserves, the naval oil reserves. To understand the Teapot Dome scandal, you need to understand why the federal government had set aside oil reserves and why giving them away was such a serious crime. In the early 20th century, the U.S. Navy was transitioning from coal-fired ships to oil-fired ships. Oil offered significant advantages. It was more efficient, allowed ships to refuel at sea, and provided better speed and range. But this transition created a vulnerability. The Navy needed reliable sources of oil, especially in wartime when foreign supplies might be cut off. To address this strategic concern, Presidents Taft and Wilson had set aside 3 oil fields as Naval Petroleum Reserves. Naval Petroleum Reserve Number 1, Elk Hills, located in Kern County, California. Naval Petroleum Reserve Number 2, Buena Vista, also in California. Naval Petroleum Reserve Number 3, Teapot Dome, located in Wyoming. These reserves were under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Navy. The oil would remain in the ground unless needed for naval operations or national emergencies. The idea was to preserve strategic oil supplies for the nation's defense rather than allowing them to be exploited immediately for commercial profit. The reserves represented both enormous potential wealth and a commitment to national security over private profit. The scheme begins. Shortly after becoming Secretary of the Interior in March 1921, Albert Fall began working to gain control of the naval oil reserves. He argued to President Harding and Navy Secretary Edwin Denby that the reserves were being drained by adjacent private drilling, the drainage theory. The reserves should be developed now rather than saved. Interior could manage the reserves better than Navy private companies should be allowed to drill in exchange for building Navy fuel storage facilities. In May 1921, President Harding signed an executive order transferring control of the naval reserves from the Navy Department to the Interior Department, from Secretary Denby to Secretary Fall. This transfer gave Fall the authority to lease the reserves. What Harding didn't know was that Fall had already been in discussions with oil executives about exactly such leases, and that Fall was about to profit personally from these arrangements. The leases and the bribes. Between 1921 and 1922, Fall secretly leased the naval oil reserves to private oil companies without competitive bidding. Teapot Dome, Wyoming. April 1922. Fall leased the Teapot Dome Reserve to Harry F. Sinclair's Mammoth Oil Company. The lease gave Sinclair's company the right to drill and extract oil from the reserve without competitive bidding. In exchange for this favorable lease, Sinclair provided Fall with $233,000 in Liberty bonds, government bonds that could be cashed, loans for Fall's New Mexico ranch cattle, and improvements for the ranch Elk Hills, California. 1922. Fall leased portions of the Elk Hills Reserve to Edward L. Doheny's Pan American Petroleum Company, again without competitive bidding. In exchange, Doheny provided Fall with $100,000 in cash, delivered in a black bag, additional loans, improvements to Fall's ranch. The total value of bribes Fall received was approximately $385,000, equivalent to over $6 million in today's dollars. These weren't campaign contributions. They weren't consulting fees. They were direct payments to Fall personally, in exchange for giving away access to federal oil reserves worth potentially hundreds of millions of dollars. Fall used the money to make improvements to his ranch, Three Rivers Ranch in New Mexico, which he had owned but which had been in financial difficulty. Suddenly, Fall had cash to build new facilities, buy livestock, and expand operations. The improvements were visible to anyone who visited the ranch. The investigation begins. The Teapot Dome leases were initially secret, but rumors began circulating in Washington that something suspicious had happened with the naval reserves. Progressive Republican senators, particularly Senator Robert La Follette of Wisconsin and Senator Thomas Walsh of Montana, began asking questions. In April 1922, The Wall Street Journal published an article questioning the secretive nature of the Teapot Dome lease. Progressive senators demanded an investigation. In 1923, the Senate Committee on Public Lands, chaired by Senator Reed Smoot, began investigating the oil leases. Senator Thomas Walsh of Montana took the lead in the investigation, spending months reviewing documents, interviewing witnesses, and building a case. The investigation revealed the leases had been awarded without competitive bidding. The transfer of the reserves from Navy to Interior had been done quietly. Fall had received large sums of money around the time of the leases. The drainage theory Fall had used to justify the leases was questionable. As the investigation progressed, Fall's financial situation came under scrutiny. How had a man who had been in financial difficulty suddenly been able to make expensive improvements to his ranch? Fall initially claimed he had received a $100,000 loan from newspaper publisher Edward McLean. But when investigators asked McLean to verify this, McLean admitted there had been no such loan. Fall had lied. Further investigation revealed the payments from Sinclair and Doheny. The bribes were exposed. The scandal explodes. By 1924, the Teapot Dome scandal had become a national sensation. It dominated newspaper headlines, became the subject of Senate hearings, and severely damaged the reputation of the Harding administration, though Harding himself had died in August 1923 before the full extent of the scandal was revealed. The scandal had several devastating impacts. Political damage. President Harding's reputation was destroyed posthumously. Although there was no evidence Harding personally profited from the scandal or knew about Fall's bribes, the scandal happened under his administration and resulted from his appointment of Fall and his executive order transferring the reserves. Harding, who had been relatively popular when he died, became known as one of the worst presidents in American history, largely due to Teapot Dome and other scandals in his administration. Public trust. The scandal severely damaged public trust in government. The idea that a cabinet secretary would sell access to strategic oil reserves for personal profit shocked Americans and confirmed suspicions that government was corrupt. Legal reforms. The scandal led to several reforms: stronger regulations on federal land leasing, increased congressional oversight of executive branch activities, the development of the special prosecutor concept for investigating government corruption, reforms in how naval reserves were managed. The trials. The legal aftermath of Teapot Dome was complex, involving multiple defendants and years of trials. Fall's criminal trial. Albert Fall was indicted on charges of accepting bribes. His trial didn't begin until 1929, 7 years after the initial crimes, due to various legal delays, health issues, and procedural matters. The evidence against Fall was strong. Financial records showing he had received large sums from Sinclair and Doheny around the time of the lease's testimony about his sudden ability to improve his ranch, his lies about the source of his money, the suspicious nature of the lease arrangements. On October 25, 1929, Fall was convicted of accepting bribes. He was sentenced to 1 year in federal prison and fined $100,000. The irony of the verdicts. In one of the oddities of the American legal system, while Fall was convicted of accepting bribes, the oil executives who paid the bribes were acquitted of bribery charges in separate trials. Harry Sinclair was convicted only of contempt of court and jury tampering, not bribery. Edward Doheny was acquitted of bribery charges. The legal reasoning was technical. Prosecutors had to prove both that Fall accepted bribes and that Sinclair and Doheny intended their payments to be bribes. Juries concluded Fall had accepted bribes, but that the oil executives' payments weren't necessarily intended as bribes. They claimed they were loans and legitimate business arrangements. This outcome, the recipient convicted while the payers walked free, seemed to many people like an injustice, but it reflected the difficulty of proving criminal intent in bribery cases. Civil cases. Separately, the federal government sued to cancel the oil leases. These civil cases were successful. The Supreme Court ruled in 1927 that the leases had been obtained through fraud and corruption and should be voided. The oil fields returned to government control.